Good morning and welcome to Making Law Simple. My name is David Helm, a licensed practicing attorney in the state of Michigan, and we are on day 4 of the Jennifer Crumbley manslaughter trial. Welcome, everybody. I see Fox is in here. We got Justin. Jung is just going to be listening while she's running off to work. Only for a few more weeks, right, Jung? Then you can full-time work by managing my Discord. By the way, if any of you are new members and you're having trouble in Discord, you want to do the @ symbol and then tag Jung, and she will help you around. Or I can too if I spot it, but it's really her job, so she likes to do all that work. Good morning, everybody. Let's see. Yeah, I hope everybody is doing good today. I hope we have a good day for Jennifer as well. So if you missed yesterday, part of what was we're waiting for a court feed anyways, but part of what we were presented with yesterday, in addition to the horse lady's testimony, which I thought was very favorable to the defense, even though they tried not to be, we had Jennifer and Hammer remastered the audio of the interrogation for James and Jennifer Crumbley, but he named it Jason, not James, so he needs to fix that. But we're going to listen to that because I feel like we need to hear some of these words. What I hear is they were concerned after the math worksheet that they had a meeting with the counselor and that the gun was hidden away. So this video is about 21 minutes long, I guess. And while we're waiting for a court feed, I thought we'd re-listen to this again and see if we can't hear some of those things. Look at Hammer's in the link. But everyone needs to go and subscribe to Hammer anyways, because he does amazing audio work. He fixed this. I told him I posted a link of it, and the audio was all kinds of disastrous. And he, while I was talking to him in the moment, fixed it for me. So, but let's take a listen. In the meantime, I'm going to post Hammer's link in the chat, and so you guys can get that and go give him some subs. And yeah, hear what you guys. Let me know what you guys hear. Oh, let me know that you guys can hear it too, because I'm streaming it a different way today.
Just so we can identify everybody. This is you in the blue shirt.
Yes, it is.
And the individual to your left in the video is who?
My partner, Rob, though.
Okay. Individual with the hat.
James Crumbley.
And the female in the video.
Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay. And again, this is 1:58:59 seconds, November 30th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah. Obviously, we don't know all what happened yet because they're in Southern Illinois. It's our understanding he wasn't involved in a school shooting. He was the one that did everything. He said he acted alone. So basically, one thing we've asked him so far, because there's a lot of our students are being want to use some questions to me, or ask you some questions first before we start talking to them. The sheriff, I hate to stop you. It's possible for me to have a word. My mouth is yes, yeah, well, you know, super dry. Bringing out. Mother, and we do not know. There are several people. It's just my partner's attack. Okay, okay. But we really need to talk to him. Everybody's watching this already. There's nothing is bad. Jennifer, what is your date of birth? Last name is also Crumbley. And James, what is your date of birth? So we're coming in through, but what's intervention be reasonable? For them? Good morning. Good morning. What now was one? Well, he was writing, yes, so there's a picture. He was doodling on a test for a practice test.
Do you think we should probably have a lawyer?
That's what
Of course, I'm muted. She says, "Do you think we should have a lawyer?" And then James turns to her and says, "I think it's okay if we talk to the police." So everyone's saying like she asked for a lawyer, she insisted on a lawyer. She didn't really. You got to affirmatively state it. So I will not speak unless I have a lawyer present. I will not speak unless I have a lawyer present. I will not speak unless I have a lawyer present. So that's what you need to do.
I think we question her.
I think we can speak
I know.
to the cops. And
It just,
we'll be here. And here's our perspective right now. The thing is still very, very fresh.
right?
Right? People are still on their way to the hospital and it's like, we need to know what his state of mind is. Is there explosive devices anywhere? Is there guns anywhere? Did he hide guns, ammunition, devices? Are there any other victims? We need to know these things quite rapidly.
I was in town. So we guys go to compare up. And I see five. I had a high school, probably a bigger high school, turned into my parking lot. And I saw these kids standing outside. I tried to call my son, make sure he's okay. And
He texted me that he loved me.
Yes,
And I said that there was an active shooter.
35 minutes before he called me, I was like,
Freaked out
I was
because
down
of
to the school.
the
He
situation.
was drawing that on the paper and the counselor called us down.
See, it sounds like that we heard that there was an active shooter and we were concerned about the paper. Also notice that Jennifer is showing the detective images off of her phone. It looks like it's kind of hard to make out, but it looks like it might be the math worksheet. This, where is it? Nah, I can't find it anyways.
I don't know.
what did the text say?
No, but it was texted to me
Oh,
from the counselor.
counselor.
I texted Ethan at 12:21, you okay? He said, yeah, just got back from lunch. I said, you know, you can talk to us, you won't touch. He goes, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. I said, I love you too. And then, you okay? And hear back. And then he told me about what's going on, and I freaked out and then drove here from work. And that's
That's what we're at.
where we're at.
What time did you text him?
That was at 12:21, and he was getting back from lunch.
So you guys had a meeting with the counselor this morning with
Yeah.
Google?
Yeah,
I did, according to this. Was it the first hour, second one, what time was it?
I got to school at 10:30, I don't know
So
whatever.
it would have been earlier. Further, I don't know.
And what was that?
I mean, he just said he was sorry. He just said, you know, like,
Do you have issues like you hit them?
No.
Or?
No,
well, I think not that we know of. His best friend, his parents just sent him somewhere to Wisconsin for an OCD rehabilitation. That was his only friend that he had. They hung out all the time and hung out in school. Our dog, our Great Pyrenees, just passed away a couple months ago. My mom died back in April. So that's
So you got stressors going on.
they didn't.
Hey, welcome, Bridget, as a new member. Make sure you click the member tab and take a link to the Discord where I have all of my member content, including a bunch of things from this trial and other trials that I covered.
They say, you guys come over this with them, like, was that, like, a little whisper. Anybody asking them what
No, the counselor,
The counselor just said, you know, there's no,
I honestly didn't even like think about that. 'Cause
I mean, it's Ethan, like, Ethan's like, he's a perfect kid, like, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't get in trouble at school, he doesn't, like,
is that how,
As your guy. Look what
it's a safe sort of, it was hidden in our, and the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot under some jeans. I raised home.
and that's under you saw the council.
After I called the cops, after I found out it was an active shooter, after what went on this morning, I immediately raced home. Found out was him, so I called you guys. I called you guys right away, let you know.
Where, how far away is your guys' house from?
This is James and Jennifer Crumbley, the afternoon of the day of the shooting, November 30th. This is at 2 p.m. or so. They're sitting in the police department. They're saying, we got a text from the counselor about the math worksheet. We went into school, talked to him. Immediately when we heard about the shooting, we went to, he went home. He's and checked for the gun. He's a good kid, but he, hasn't said anything yet. His friend that left and went to Wisconsin, apparently, for rehabilitation of some sort. And that's about it. I mean, there was some hay thrown about her, Jennifer using of her phone. She's sitting there scrolling through it, but you could see, I paused it earlier in the video where she's actually showing the detective images that were sent to her from the counselor. Good morning, Jamie.
Morning.
Hey, look at this. We got future Mrs. Martin 2.0. I wanted to know why it wasn't 2.2 or higher, but welcome as a new member. Awesome. You get exclusive access to our Discord. So click the member tab and you can see a lot of documents and things associated with this case. And tell your husband if he ever wants to, or your future husband, I should say, if he ever wants to come over here, let me know and he can jump in and stream with us. But how are you, Jamie?
I'm good.
Did you get some rest after yesterday, Dave? That was a crazy one. I did. I had a lot of work to do. So I'm streaming 8 hours and then I'm working 8 hours and then I sleep like 4 hours because there has to be time for milking of the horses and things like that, in between. So that's about what I'm doing these days.
And we just got a ton of snow. Ow.
Yeah, we did. I just texted the kids because they have my son has half a day today. My daughter is graduated, but I said as soon as my son gets out of school, I was like, you guys are shoveling. Oh, look at that. We got gifted memberships. Oh, she must have heard that I love reading the names from the gifted memberships. All right. Or I don't, but other people like hearing the names. All right. Kathy Trout was gifted a membership. Kathy Trout has a wrench, but no membership in my channel. Just want to say that. Jody. Okay. Toyla Carissa. Is that Toyla Carissa? Is that, am I saying it right? Because I don't know. I always see you in the chat and I never say your name because I don't know if I'm saying it right. Bama Rose and Kathy Hutton were all gifted memberships thanks to future Mrs. Martin 2.0. I appreciate it very much. If you guys are new members, remember to click the membership tab. I have my notes from today or from yesterday. I have all the jury information, a bunch of stuff on this case, prior motions that have been filed, court opinions and stuff, and then a bunch of other stuff from a bunch of other cases. We also have, other streamers that are in my channel, such as the Broken Baker and Nick and MG and Excited and all kinds of people are on there. McKinley even too. McKinley is in my chat or in my Discord. Ray, Jamie's here. I know that's the only reason Broken Baker's here is because Jamie's on panel. All right, let's keep going. We don't have a live court feed yet, by the way, everyone. I have the window open. I am waiting. You can see it right here. We are just waiting for the court to open the window, and as soon as we have that, we will go with it. In the meantime, we'll keep going with this video. And Jamie, if you want to yell at the screen, just let me know.
Right.
We live on the street. I'm not worried about
So,
that.
he walked 600 across.
Hey,
Really, right in the village.
check your messages, David.
Oh, hey, Joe. All right, let me send you a link.
What did you do, was talk to.
Thanks to Baker, too.
And obviously you mentioned
Texting or
earlier,
messaging me saying, hey, Joe,
he is totally entitled to one. That's gonna be all to you guys. So this is
You would like
I'm messaging Andy right now.
Hey, Kevin.
oh my God, I got to find you on X, man. There you are.
Handle.
Andy can get me somebody.
We would,
All right,
we
you
would
got
like a lawyer present from ordering what's from here on out. Okay. And there's no disrespect to you guys. It's okay. It's just, we don't, I don't want to help on this one. I only see this stuff on TV. That's cool.
Oh, no, and
Recording in progress.
about that, he talked to me, and we went down there, met. That's all it's about. And he didn't seem worried about it, and he said he was more willing to stay at school, or he could go home, and I really wish we could go home.
Is this, or is that? For that being,
Joe, I sent you a link.
you never have to nice. To, either jail or military or kind of. That's what I'm talking about. So.
Good day, sir. Sorry.
How are you? Turn it down for a minute. Turn it down
Yeah.
for a minute.
We're done.
Thanks. Because that video is very annoying. I watched that last.
Oh, okay.
I'm hearing
So-
myself echo now.
Oh, you are? Yes. Because of the way I have this screen set up. Hang on. Let me do this. There we go. How's that? That's better. It was because I was sharing my whole screen the way I was playing it.
Yeah, I figured out how to. Oh, that is good.
Yeah.
No,
we're good.
it's
We're
not good.
No?
No, but I think it might be on my end.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Sure,
Give me
sure.
a second to figure this out.
Well, while Joe is taking his time to figure out his system, Jamie, what are your thoughts? We do have a court feed up, by the way, but nothing is live yet.
I feel like we talked about this a lot last night, but I just have a really big problem with the state and their accusations of like how the parents should have acted. That's like my biggest problem.
Step 1, I want a lawyer. Alternate step 1, I have nothing to say without a lawyer. Step 2, shut the fuck up. That's about right.
Okay.
Although they didn't say anything terribly incriminating at all. In fact, what they said corroborates their position that, listen, we got this piece of paper this morning. We were concerned. He was still in school. When we heard about the shooting, we went home and looked for the gun, and we called you right away. He's a good kid. He's never done anything like this before. And everything is consistent with their position that they literally have, none of this was foreseeable to them.
Can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, I sorted out everything. I made a mistake, but I think this should work for your audience and mine. I want to talk to you about this defense counsel.
Yeah, what are your thoughts?
Oh my God, I was crying.
I was yelling at her yesterday, although I will say yesterday was much better than Thursday and Friday. It was a disaster. Did you watch it all last week?
Did I watch it all last week? I did.
Jimmy's doing her thing.
Oh no, I didn't watch much of it.
Okay, she was a disaster last week. She kept apologizing. She kept stepping on herself. She looked frantic trying to go through exhibits. On Friday, when she was going through exhibits and she couldn't get it to work right on her computer, she's like, I want to kill myself. Oh my God, I want to kill myself. Yeah.
No, she seemed very green. That's basically what I saw yesterday, was that she seemed very green. She has no strategy. She has no idea what she there's no game plan. There's no nothing. When that counselor came out yesterday, I mean, he was like a T-ball softball for her to end the case right there. Because she basically, and this is you're a litigator, right, David? I mean, okay. I mean, I'm watching her. I'm watching him, and before she started, I was like, "This is what she needs to do. This is probably." And I laid out like a several step plan. I was like, how you need to sort of walk through where the different things to set up the steps that he took and the level. I like the fact that she started off well in establishing foundation of trying to build up whatever level of expertise that Sean Hopkins has as far as that detecting a threat, a kid who's a threat to himself or to others, which it was unfortunate that he doesn't have more experience, but he even could have hit on the school. Are you the only one in that whole school who handles suicidal kids? Because it's apparently, look, the morning of November 30th, they thought the kid was suicidal. That's what they thought. If the court starts up, let me know, by the way, because I'm certainly not looking to take away from the trial. But I figured it's a good thing for people who are lawyers and watching this case to sort of like, or litigators, to share our thoughts about the work product of the various parties here. And that's why I was like, I think this is good. I also plan on redirecting over to you after I'm done with my stream. So,
I appreciate it. One of the things that I wanted to point out, that I did point out yesterday, is specifically when the counselor said, "I'm not a disciplinarian. I don't do discipline, and kids don't get sent home unless it's a discipline issue." I would have crossed him completely differently about that. She kept trying to ask about hypotheticals, or what if the kid is sick, or what if this? He's like, "Well, that's a hypothetical. I'm not good." In your entire tenure, has a child ever been sent home? Are you aware of a child ever being sent home for
Why come with a hypothetical? What if the kid's a threat to other kids? Do you send him home? If he's a threat to someone else, if you're worried he's going to stab another kid, would you send him home?
But he kept saying, "Well, that's a hypothetical. I can't answer. That's a hypothetical." All right, so I'd change up my tactic. I would be, all right, in your 20 years as working in a school, are you aware of any time in which a child was sent home for a non-disciplinary thing? If he says no, he's a liar. If he says yes, then we say, okay, what was that thing that you can specifically recall? Okay, so great. There is an opportunity to send people home for non-disciplinary reasons. Now we just established that you were lying earlier, right? That's the strategy that I wasn't seeing from her.
I wanted her to build up all the different signs that were there that he was a threat. And then, in other words, the state is making this case. What is the whole essence of the state's case? The essence of the state's case is that her gross negligence led to a situation that it was foreseeable that he was going to go do this. That's the entire state's case against Jennifer Crumbley, that she created this foreseeable scenario where he was going to go and harm kids, and that she did nothing to stop this, even though it was so foreseeable. Well, if it's so foreseeable, you're the person here who's been working with kids for decades. You're the one who has training and expertise in identifying these things. And the picture that you saw, this is how I anticipated it would happen with a skilled litigator. That the picture that you saw led you to conclude that if anything, he was a threat to himself, not a threat to others. And I would start yelling at him that it's his fault that these kids are dead until he's crying. I would have him practically crying on the stand and play into his guilt, because I'm sure he's feeling guilt that he failed to identify it. And I would play into that guilt, and I would have pressured him and saying, "You see, you should have seen these pictures. You knew he was researching guns, and he was researching bullets a day earlier. He's drawing a very detailed picture of a Sig Sauer there. That's not like a picture like a gun, or it's like that's like a stick figure drawing. That was a kid who looks like he's seen that gun before, because he's got like the shading on it and everything there. You saw this and you failed to identify it, and that's why 4 kids are dead." I would have played into I'm sure he said he got counseling afterwards. I would have played into that and basically dug up all of the guilt that he was feeling until I made him defensive and made him basically say, no, it was not foreseeable. And that way, by him trying to protect himself, you say, aha, you know what? At the end, you close out and say, you know what? I agree with you. It wasn't foreseeable. It wasn't foreseeable for you, who is an expert, and it certainly was not foreseeable for my client, who's not an expert. Now, I know at some point he probably would have said, the whole picture would have been different if I knew he had access to a gun. But even when he tries to deflect, and meaning to try and distinguish himself from Jennifer, and if and when he likely would have gone down that road, you say, well, did you ask him if he had a gun? You saw he was looking up bullets. Did you go through his backpack? Did you go through his backpack? Did you go through his locker? Did you even ask him if he had a gun? He's looking. You saw that he was looking at videos of school shootings that morning. Did you even tell my client? You never even told my client to take him home. You said eventually he should get counseling. But you never said that. There's so many ways you could have made him feel like total crap, that these kids who he knew those kids, presumably, or some of them, and I'm sure he knows their faces and their names. I'm sure all over the school, they have all these, remember Zachary or remember Jennifer, or whoever these victims are. I'm embarrassed I don't know their names, but if I'm sure he knows these kids, and I would go through their names one by one and say to them, Zachary is dead because of you. Jennifer is dead because, until he's crying there on the stand and trying to be defensive. And then you coddle up to him afterwards and you say, it's really, there's no way it was predictable. No one could have seen this. You can see it. We can see it. No one can see it. What do you think of that strategy?
No, I think that would have been great. I think that would have been a great approach. I just don't think this is the attorney to do it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Is court starting,
Right.
or are they just milling around there? I get the background there.
Hang on. All right. So they're starting the case up.
All right. I'm going to back out of here. I'm
No,
going to drop
I appreciate your insight. If you want to come back anytime, let me know. Take care. Let's see. She ended her Tara with the $2 super chat. She ended her when he said he made a judgment. Oh, she ended her questioning. I got it now. She ended her questioning when she said he made a judgment. Yeah, she was probing a little too much. I feel like she is one to want to ask one too many questions. And that's and she did that because she was hammering the suicidal ideation as opposed to the homicidal ideation. But then I don't like her style. I don't know what else to say other than I don't like her style.
That was
Joe
really
put
good.
it way better than I did.
Yeah.
And I couldn't put my finger on it, but you can put your finger on it when you start talking to other litigators and you're like, okay, what would you have done differently? And then you could start seeing, she wasn't aggressive enough. She wasn't asking the right question. She just wasn't making him the victim, putting the blame on him, or not making him the victim, making him the one that put the blame on. She wasn't doing that, and she needed to. All right. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. Let's go live to the court.
Case number 22279-990 FA.
Thank you, Mark. Peace on behalf of people.
Good morning,
McDonald on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Right, so last night when I heard about the 55 pictures,
55
Williams
pictures.
went back and called all of the jurors, all 17 of them, and asked them to not come in until 9:30, which I guess is working out well because they're also calling about the snow. So they're not going to be here till 9:30, which is good. I don't like the jury waiting while we're doing whatever we're doing. So I also believe that Ms. Smith had the opportunity to look at various pictures that were presented as evidence. I looked at all the pictures last night and I compared them to your objections with Smith, but then I thought to myself, I don't have a copy of the pictures that they agree to admit, so I can't tell if things are redundant or whatever it is.
That's why I was having a hard time because I could see what they'd take out, but I couldn't see what else was there. But we have good news.
Yeah.
I eliminated it and we have far less objections.
Okay.
And then the prosecution is also eliminating 2 more.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to make sure I have the 2 there.
Yeah, that's probably true, Andrew.
And then
And I don't necessarily agree. I wouldn't have taken Joe's approach, but it definitely would have been a better approach than what this defense counsel did. I like the approach of just saying that it was, if anything, based on your education and experience, it was suicidal ideation. You had no reason to believe that it was homicidal ideation, right? first and foremost. And then with the whole kids don't go sent home unless they're discipline purposes, I would have just impeached that and showed that he was a liar and he was basically covering his ass that way, and then would have left it.
So then I no longer have an objection to.
But that's why you get different litigators in here and give all their thoughts,
So
because
I have,
in reality,
essentially
anything
have,
would have been better
two
than
very narrow
what's
sets
been
of
presented
questions.
thus far.
Okay.
It's not the best.
Go ahead.
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
I have your list, and I looked at all the pictures, and I have your exhibit list as well, so.
No,
Okay, so
no, they
first,
wouldn't have. I mean, they might have, but they wouldn't have. Had, it
and
wouldn't have been
23.
sustainable.
I'm no, I'm sorry, 220 and
Damon, why are you so
221.
low?
Okay.
I'm asking that
I don't know.
the
Oh, you're
other be admitted.
Better?
It makes it look like,
Let me adjust here.
Sure.
I think I know which ones you're referring to, but let me get them in front of me.
And you can't do detrimental reliance on a criminal. I see what you're getting at.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I did see it
it's
earlier.
the same picture, one's just focused in, one's focused out.
They're just arguing about pictures. We don't really, if you guys want to listen to this, because we're going to see the pictures eventually. They're just sorting out which ones we're going to see. But yeah, no, using contract terms such as detrimental reliance. What detrimental reliance is that I get what you're getting at. So detrimental reliance is you made a promise to me, and I relied upon that promise. So basically, so say auto manufacturer said, "Hey, if you go make these widgets, I'll buy them from you," and you're like, "Oh, okay, cool." And so you go make 1 million widgets, and you spend $10 million to make them. And then they're like, no, in fact, we don't need them. Well, you detrimentally relied on that promise, right? So that's detrimental reliance, and you're allowed to recover. But that's a civil thing, has nothing to do with criminal. But you could say, like, I detrimentally relied on the advice of the counselor from the school. It's not really the same thing, but I get what you're getting at.
You have an issue with that? Or don't they both, they picked a similar thing?
It's the same thing. The testimony would be clear that it's the same items in the same room. It's just to give perspective for the witness and the jury.
Okay.
I don't think the cops were continuing to ask questions. I listened to it a few times, and it's hard to listen to. They said, I think we need a lawyer. That's not demanding a lawyer. And then towards the end, they said, we want a lawyer. I want a lawyer. And then the questioning stopped. There was just a little bit like, all right, well, can we at least get some information about your son, such as does he have any medication and stuff? He's going to be in custody. So that's where they went with that. But thank you very much for the $5 super chat. It wasn't a definitive, I want a lawyer, I'm not answering questions without a lawyer kind of thing.
Mhm.
Well, I guess the question would be why do you need them both?
Just to show the perspective of the location of everything.
I'm more curious what these pictures are, though. 55
I know.
pictures seems like a lot.
55?
Yeah, 55 pictures.
Oh, it doesn't.
Is this of the pew
you
pewing?
can't tell what it is.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the thing. This shows where 221 shows where it is in the room, and 220 shows what it actually is.
Oh, is this the firearm
In other
locations in the
words,
house?
221 shows that it's next to the shooter's bed, and 220 shows that it's whiskey. That's the reason.
Oh, journal
I understand
location.
that. I believe that the photo from farther away, you can't tell what it is, and that's simply my objection, but I understand if the court.
What were you going to say?
Yeah, I mean, at first I would.
Did you ever hear
I would
anything
actually-
on the
at first I
video
would-
where he said, because I remember you said you wanted to hear where they said he hid the gun?
Yeah, it sounds like James says the gun is hidden away in the closet and the bullets are hidden in a different location. That's what James says at 2 p.m. on November 30th.
Okay.
I believe it's closet. It's kind of hard to hear. And what I might ask Vielhammer to do, if he does such good work, is to grab the original court feed from like WXYZ or Fox 2 News, clip that part of the original audio before I completely decimated it and destroyed it, like Jody's bits, and then fix that, like fix the original audio. That might turn out better, because I feel like I accidentally clipped some stuff that I shouldn't have, and I feel like that might have messed up the audio. That's why the audio that I was playing is so bad. I'm gonna blame me and not Vielhammer.
Transcript of the ruling. It was more that someone having alcohol in their house does not
If you even think to ask, do I need a lawyer? You need a lawyer. That is good advice, John.
Well, I feel like, the defense argues that it looks
That
like
is
there's
definitely-
possibly 3 different alcohol bottles. And so it's unnecessary to have 3 alcohol bottles.
Aaron, you're the best.
Well, I guess I'm gonna ask, what's the purpose of it?
Thank you very much for the Cash App, Aaron, for lunch money, she says.
Whiskey
I
bottles
appreciate
in
it.
the tree for-
She is so freaking cool.
It's clearly not 3 different bottles. You can tell from the pictures that the video games were,
This isn't in the defendant's room, is it? This is in the kitchen.
no, 220 and 221.
Or the defendant's room.
Correct.
You thought he said car? You thought he said the gun was in the car and bullets under pants? Yeah, see, that's the thing, is I want a real clear audio because I want to know where he stored this, because nobody has heard this until then. I heard closets and I heard the bullets were stored at a different location. That's like legitimately
Doesn't
what I
that
heard.
sound weird? Is it just me? Like,
What?
why would they be hiding the gun?
Well, because you don't want children to have access to them.
Well, I mean, was he hiding it because that was the reason, or was he hiding it because he was worried about something? That's just my.
Well,
initial
maybe
thought.
they knew that he wanted to get his hands on it. Maybe they came home and he was playing with it and were like, okay, we're done
Oh,
with
okay.
this. You don't have
Yeah, yeah.
access to this thing. This is not just your toy to play with.
That is
Maybe
true.
they hid it, right?
Maybe there was something going on,
Hmm.
or he was just like so excited about it that they were like, "Oh, we're gonna put it away somewhere."
I would. My son
Right?
bought a BB gun that looks extremely real. And before he even got his hands on it, before he even knew it arrived, he ordered it off of Amazon. I took the thing and I spray painted the whole damn thing orange. And then I hid it away from him for several days. And then I called him out and I was like, hey, so I got something for you.
This is the same-
Wait,
this is the
221 is the shooter's room or the defendant's?
shooter's room.
The shooter's
Shooter's
room,
room, yes.
okay.
I'm sorry, I may have misspoke.
Okay.
Okay, so then, Your Honor, if that's the same whiskey bottle, it's clear they put the whiskey bottle.
No, it's not, that's not what I said.
These are
It's
photographs
the
from the
same
house. That's
whiskey
clear.
brand. The two-
These are photographs from
241
Ethan's
clearly
room
is
and
empty.
the house and things like that.
242, 243, 244.
There you go. You guys get a little kid.
That's where this bottle
Helps
with
you through this
alcohol
case.
in it was found. It wasn't placed there. It's just one bottle. That's where it was found.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you to redact this.
Aw.
I don't, barring some other evidence,
All right,
the only
I'll be right
reason
back,
to
Jamie. You
permit
hold on the
evidence
fort.
that means
Sure.
Alcohol in the house is to attempt to ask the jury to believe that if someone has alcohol in their house, they might be a bad parent, or to connect it to the bottle in his room. that he was doing or something, right?
Wait, what?
So he was 15 years old at the time of the shooting. It's the same brand that was routinely purchased by the defendant and her husband over a period of
So?
weeks and months. It was the same brand that was recovered in the art studio where they were found on December the 4th. So we do believe it is relevant, especially in light of the stated argument that defense is going to put forth.
Because I'm a
Are they
national
talking about
television, I don't
alcohol?
want to tell you about the things I did when I was 15 years old. But the shooter could have taken this, right?
Taken
Or
a
bought
photograph.
it. The whiskey. Like, the jury shouldn't be able to imply that, unless there's evidence to the contrary, that the defendant and her husband were giving the shooter whiskey.
Judge, the defendant.
Oh my
defense
God.
counsel has stated specifically
That is the
that was
stupidest
taken by
thing.
his mother. And if that's going to be the argument, that people should be entitled to explore what that means and what it doesn't mean. So these photographs were taken on November the 30th, the day of the shooting. The bottle with alcohol in it.
David.
Placed in the photograph.
What?
David,
What?
Where it was found.
they are
We will testify
arguing
that the empty whiskey bottle that is that
about a
brand.
bottle of alcohol. They took a picture of a bottle of alcohol and they want to show it to show that.
She's
Oh my
drunk all
God.
the time. You know how many empty bottles or partially emptied bottles of alcohol there are in my house? Because you know how much I drink.
Yeah, you're you're a booze hound. I'm just like so. I don't even know what to say. Like, to pick apart things like that to show that I'm irritated.
I know.
I'm so
I know.
irritated.
This is the shenanigans that they pull. What happened to our?
They
where are we?
they pulled it away. I don't know what they're doing.
Witnesses, they
That's our hope.
and be here by 9:30. They were concerned about that.
She's like, this is the bottle of whiskey that was in the, I forgot, I couldn't really hear what he was saying in what place it was.
It was like in the kitchen or something. I remember this
Yeah.
during the preliminary exam. It's like, oh, they have alcohol in
They
the
were
house.
here by 9:30. They were concerned about that. So,
I believe we are still ahead of our initial schedule.
okay, so you think you're going to rest some time?
It is
Yes,
so
sir.
petty.
Wait,
It's
wait.
so petty.
Hang on.
All right, not concerned about that. So,
I believe we are still ahead of our initial schedule.
okay, so you think you're going to rest some time this week?
Yes, sir.
Who?
That's our
So-
hope.
I'm
We're
this
going to
week.
rest this sometime this week.
Your Honor, I would ask if the prosecution is not calling some of their listed witnesses, they let me know, because there are witnesses on their list I intend to call if they don't, and they're aware of who those witnesses are.
Okay.
Did we get
It just
Megan
depends
Nemirowitz
on
today?
How the trial progresses, obviously.
Okay, well, she might
You mean?
ask you to produce them, that's why.
They know who I'm asking them to produce.
I mean,
I've already given the list.
Did we get Megan Nemirowitz today?
So, we'll have. a
Do you think?
No, she's on the witness list.
Today.
I mean, what are they going to get out of her?
Schedules, but
Okay,
story.
I have no idea. It's going to be interesting. It's probably going to be a whole lot of nothing, but
For sure.
okay.
no, we don't have closed captioning. And it is up as loud as we can get it.
On my list. I think I sent you a set of instructions. We both set sets of jury instructions. The jury instructions went back and forth. And then I sent you what I believe is a final set of jury instructions. I realize that they might need to be changed a little bit, right? So if there's anything different or any.
Hey,
objections
Mermaid
to
Mary,
jury
welcome
instructions, let me
to
know.
pre-law status.
I don't see any.
I feel like you've been a member before. But if
I
not,
don't
make sure you click the
either,
member
but
tab
I
and take a link to my
obviously
Discord.
will visit that after the proofs.
Also, proposed exhibit 424 was the interview transcript. I referenced that yesterday.
Yeah.
We provided a copy to defense counsel yesterday.
I want a
We have
copy of
marked out
that.
as redacted in accordance with the personal information that was redacted.
I want a copy of the
from audio.
transcript because I can't hear
Oh, I see.
anything.
Okay,
Your Honor, I got this last night.
Okay.
I still need a few minutes to review it.
okay, that's fine,
Thank you.
that's fine. I'm really-
Megan is the
just-
jailhouse snitch in the
if
trial. Every
transcript's
trial
okay,
needs one. Yeah. It's like,
the
what?
really- the idea would be if there's something inaudible and you do not agree what was said, I
Right.
don't, I either have to listen to it or strike it or whatever it was.
Well,
So,
it's not a transcript that was done by a court
Nothing
reporter.
burger.
It's a
Oh, when you
transcript
do
that
a
was
nothing
put
burger
together
emoji. All right.
by the prosecutor's
I'll work
office.
on that.
So I just want to double check
sure,
to make sure that it's accurate
Sure.
and also that there's not a side commentary in there that.
I've got a
the
sound
jury
booster
should be
on,
making evaluations on.
installed and on.
So for example, if this says who is crying, I would object to that being in the transcript.
well, that was a transcript made before that question was asked, so, just let me know when
Okay,
you're
let's do
when you're
that.
ready to
Let's do this.
indicate whether you object to any of that exhibit.
Sure, thank you.
Any other housekeeping issues right now?
I don't believe so, Judge.
Okay, my mic is set at automatic. So is Jamie's. Jamie,
No,
talk.
Your Honor, but I
Hey,
just have like 2
can you hear
pages
me?
left,
Okay.
and it looks
Yeah.
like the
All right.
transcript
So
is actually
we are
fine.
both
I
set
just
at
need to
automatic
review it.
Okay.
adjusting the
Let me
levels.
just
How
give
does
me
it
1
sound compared to
second
the
and I
court?
think-
And are you able to turn up the volume? My dad only drank beer, but we had liquor in the house. We'd watered it all down. I mean,
hear-
I have
I
people
have one
bring
objection,
stuff over and then
and it
leave
would
it, and I
be
never
page
drink it, so
16
it's
of that.
lying around forever, and it's half
Transcript.
bottles or bottles that are just cracked or whatever, and
don't
I
have
never
the
touch this stuff.
But I don't have the transcript, but why don't you tell us what the objection is?
Sure, there's one line on here that says JRC, which would be James Crumbley, and it says, in italics, sobs. And the rest of the transcripts appears to be the words that were spoken. So I believe that characterization about sobs, when that's not a word spoken, I would ask that that be struck. Also, at the time, my client was crying, although not sobbing, quite like her husband. So I think it's misleading to know that James Crumbley is sobbing, not mention anything about Jennifer Crumbley crying or sobbing.
Future
and it's
Mrs.
just
Martin
irrelevant to
2.0,
this
I just
transcript.
sent your
Any
future
other,
husband
times in
a
the transcript
link if he
where it
wants to
says
join.
Someone is crying or, What's your response, Mr.
I
Is that
don't
the only
So there were
time?
no other times when anybody was crying.
I don't see any other references to people crying, and so that makes it even more,
Does it say it says JC sobbing, right? That could be either one.
no, it says JRC, so it's clear that it's
Can we
James
can we
Crumbley.
strike JRC? Because
Judge,
you hear audio of sobbing and they can determine who's sobbing.
with
right?
the transcript, Judge, if the parties agree, it's.
They're talking about
it's
in
not
the
in it.
video that we
reason
were
why I
playing at
sought
the
to
beginning
is
of the
because
stream,
when I
the
played it
police
yesterday,
interrogation
reports,
video.
monitors, it's not as clear as when you just,
Yeah,
the jury's
I
gonna
get
see it on a laptop if they wanna see it again.
I
so.
get it. I get what you're saying, because some of it was inaudible, right?
Yeah,
So-
it was
I don't
horrible,
have any
Judge.
objection
Make
to
it
the
available to
transcript, but
us,
this,
please.
mention about sobbing, the transcript doesn't contain other.
I'm gonna send an
explanations
evidentiary request to try to
of
get these
sobbing or
exhibits.
crying or somebody
Sure.
hiccuping or anything. So this one line, I'm asking to be objected to. I'm
Especially in
objecting to.
anticipation of James's
It is a sound on the audio,
trial.
right? You can hear.
But it's a sound on the audio, but the prosecution's big argument is that James is sobbing and that Jennifer is not crying when she may not be as audible.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time ever, and maybe the last time ever, to appear on this channel. Welcome, Feral Housewife.
Not the first time ever.
Oh my goodness.
Hi, mean girl.
What are you doing?
So,
It's good to
as
see you
a
around here.
free range parent yourself, how do you feel about this case?
Free-range
I mean, kind of am. I think this case is crap.
Okay, good assessment. I like it.
parent.
I mean, unless something happened this morning that showed she knew he was going to do it or told him to do it.
Right?
Told him to
But
do it.
that should be a decision.
Told him to
left
do it.
to
Well,
the
I
jury,
mean,
not
that's
to-
one theory.
Like, I
that
mean,
you
if-
can find, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess James is audibly crying though, right?
I believe that you can hear Jennifer sniffling
just gonna
and
speed this
crying
up a
also.
touch. I don't
She's just
know.
not a big crier
Right.
like he is.
I mean, I like that we're doing this. I like that we
Like
get to see it. But
The jury's been watching her cry in court this whole time, so I'll be right
I
back.
know they're fine with her crying. They don't want
I
apparently
believe it's
James
inaccurate.
crying.
It's
They-
misleading to say that James is sobbing and not mention that what
See-
Jennifer's doing.
Yeah, see, they're not saying
Well,
that
the
Jennifer's
transcript
crying
has to be
in
heard.
the transcripts, and she's
I'll
like,
be
no,
right
no,
back.
no,
I can
Jennifer's
hear
crying.
Jennifer Crumbley
I
sniffling
think it's
and sobbing.
misleading
I
just to
can hear
say
not sobbing.
it's
I can
only
hear
James
sniffling
that's
and I
crying.
recognize it to be
Which
her.
I agree.
So I believe
You
that the
shouldn't have in the
transcript should either reflect
transcript
that
who's
or not
doing what.
reflect either
The
parent.
jury can see it.
Or the jury should decide what they hear and if they hear Mrs. Crumbley.
Transcript was prepared in November of 2022. It was updated last night with the redactions. Sergeant O'Brien already testified to his impressions, his demeanor. He was there. If counsel wants to make that argument and closing arguments, she's certainly free to do so. If the court has listened to the
I don't know,
recording,
but
it's
I'm
in
fine
evidence.
with him not being there
It's
because she did
valid.
better
The court
yesterday
made
and he wasn't there
determination
yesterday.
If the transcript is accurate, and if so, it'll be given to the jury. If
Oh, the
not, then we
guy.
won't introduce the transcript if there's no agreement. But we believe the transcript does fairly and accurately depict what the recording showed.
It does, but what she's saying is, there's an audio portion.
Jennifer's going to testify
that
on
shows she's
Thursday
sobbing
at
because it
2:35
shows
p.m.
She's crying, that's the problem, so.
It's counsel's interpretation that her client was crying. Sergeant Bryan was there. He said that she wasn't. And
thought
he
you-
testified
Jamie,
that
apparently I'm not
he
getting
said that
Jamie's
he didn't
attention.
recall her to be crying.
Did he say that?
I believe so.
I don't believe you said
I
that.
mean, you know what Jennifer Crumbley sounds like
Apparently
crying.
what?
She's cried throughout the trial. This court can make the determination. And
Not
the
getting
court
your
doesn't believe that
attention.
This transcript is accurate.
Is it the
Christine asked when she
Again,
is
the transcript
testifying, and I said
assists the jury
Thursday at
because of the audio
2:37
we
Oh,
p.m.
yeah, I get it, I think it's helpful.
So if they look at it in the jury room, deliberations still have the technology provided by the court on the laptop. The audio is clear. I sought to admit it just because it appeared that it was difficult to hear all of it yesterday with the court's monitors in the studio. But if there's no agreement, we don't even need to introduce the transcript. It was offered as an aid to the jury.
Okay.
So that's fine.
All right, what else?
I believe, so they're not gonna admit it then?
No, I guess not.
No.
Okay, thank you.
I guess you gotta determine if you want it or not. What else?
I think we're just waiting for the jury and
I believe Law and Seaward is using the courtroom feed, which has better audio, but you can't see the exhibits. So that's why I chose to use this, so you can see the exhibits.
You brought down, but I wanna make sure both jurors, like, because jurors are coming in both ways, so.
Your Honor, I have all the videos that are gonna be admitted. I have not reviewed any other transcripts of videos. If the prosecution
John, they already
wants to
promised that
explore
she's
any
going to
transcripts,
testify
I'm just
during the
asking if I
opening.
can
You
provide
can't
them
unring that
so that I
bell.
could
The
look
jury's
at
going to expect her
and
to
make them,
testify.
if we have an issue, then I can.
That's the
I
problem
don't
with
know
saying
if
it
they
in the
intend to or
opening
not.
statements.
So,
I'm not good.
I'm like, okay,
thank you.
so we're gonna let you know, but, can you see it? Yeah, because yours could be coming in. Okay, so we're gonna let you know when everybody's here.
Thank you.
All right.
What are they doing?
She's stepping back and they're going to grab the jurors. They just
Oh,
went through
okay.
the exhibits and what was and isn't going to be allowed. And apparently there's a transcript from that video that we were watching earlier. Let's just bring us live.
Are they allowing it?
Well, yeah, but she wants the redactions saying that Jennifer, where it says James was crying, and she's, I think that's prejudicial.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're allowing the transcripts in. Actually, I didn't hear the ruling.
I thought that you couldn't have transcripts as evidence.
Well, sometimes the parties will stipulate the transcripts when the audio is hard to hear. And they agree that those are the words that are being said, but they want certain redactions so that they don't prejudice the jury. And that's what they were arguing over.
Okay.
What about the stupid picture of the liquor bottle? Did anyone hear if they said yay or nay?
I don't know. We were just bullshitting, so I didn't hear
All
anything.
right.
I know, but that was irritating to me.
I believe, so they're not gonna.
That what's his face's judge recused himself?
I saw that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, someone said that.
Well, we'll
yesterday.
find out in the trial whether or not those things are redacted and whether or not the stuff gets admitted the way the state
Guess
wants
so.
it or the defense wants it. We know what the issues are. They don't want the liquor bottles turned in or present the pictures of the liquor bottles because they think it's unnecessary and prejudicial, which I agree. It doesn't mean anything. It's not relevant, really, at the end of the day. And then they don't want in the transcript of the police interview for it to say that James was crying because it indicates that Jennifer wasn't.
Right.
And it could draw
And
an
she clearly
improper.
was.
She clearly was upset. Absolutely. I see it in the video.
Well, especially you can really see it when they come back into the room. They leave him and come back in. You can clearly see she's crying.
Yeah, absolutely. You can. So I think both of
And they
those
don't
should be
need
granted.
that. They don't
No.
need that for a transcript. You don't need every little chair squeaked.
Mhm.
Like, you
By the
don't need
way,
stuff like that.
when I was going through the Sadie Beecham police interrogation last week, and Solomon provided me the transcript of it, I noticed that the transcript was wrong in many occasions, such
Mhm.
as they missed the child's name a few times.
Well,
They
it's
said that Sadie said one thing when she said a different thing, and
Right.
it's clear to me because I was going back through and I was using the transcript to make sure I clipped all the stuff that I needed to clip.
right.
And I'm like, oh, I put a clip here, but there's nothing redacted in the transcript. And I realized that the transcript had missed a lot of things. So it's not a perfect
Yeah,
thing.
Aaron, the treehouse judge.
Yeah, Treehouse
Tucker.
Murder. Yeah. Tux.
Tucker.
Do we all need a little cat? There's the cat.
Look at that sweet little baby.
She is sweet. Quit
Oh, are
picking.
you like right there?
Oh yeah, she's right here. I can touch her.
David's over here playing with his pee-pee again.
Look how small she is.
Is that the little kitten that you like showed us when you got back from Sweden?
Yeah, this is when I came back from Sweden. This thing was in my house.
Oh, she's getting so
Aw.
big.
Right?
Terry, with the $2 super chat, I put timestamps on City's video for you. Thank you very much for doing that. There's the whole thing of like creating the video and then posting the video, and then there's timestamping the video, and that's something I always forget about.
I've been watching it with Shizzy because I only watched the beginning with you, and then I had to go into work. So I've been watching it again with him.
Nice.
It's infuriating, isn't it?
I'm
Sadie
just
Beecham
amazed
thing.
at how much she, by glancing that apartment, how much she knew about it.
Yeah, I only glanced in. I peered in for a second, and then I called my friend, and then the police. And it's like, okay,
And
but
I know like where every drop of blood is. Yeah.
this here and that was there, and this was here, and that shouldn't have been there. And then there was this thing that we used to dance on that wasn't there, and then there was this, and then there was that, and it was weird that that was
Right.
over there. And the wallet was perfectly placed and folded in just a certain way and sitting right here.
Yep.
From a glance, that's what you got.
Also, I was amazed at how much they didn't talk about the missing guy.
Oh, yeah. That's the
The
only
minute-
time she said his name was when she was talking about Zach. Like that
Yeah.
she was afraid Zach was stalking Rosalio, or like she never actually like, have you found him yet? Do you know where he's
I
at?
don't know
Have
what
you
we're
found-
talking about. Zachariah Anderson was convicted last March, in my opinion, a wrongful conviction. And I was just able to get my hands on some of the police interrogations associated with that case. And I posted them up on my channel. I have a whole playlist dedicated to the Zachariah Anderson case. And if you are a new member in my Discord, I got a whole channel and Discord dedicated to that case. So what's what we're talking about? Sadie
If you
Beecham.
can't
is the-
tell, we have opinions.
Yeah,
have
right.
a
Yeah,
lot
we
of
have a lot of opinions. Terry, with the
Well-
$2 super chat again, although it's Canadian, I do appreciate it. And I guess there is such a thing as a toonie. My wife was scolding me.
Yeah.
No,
Loonies and toonies.
no, for contradictions I caught for you to check. Oh, okay. I will
Okay.
check your contradictions. She had a lot of contradictions. But I would check
Um,
your timestamps.
Yeah, I mean, my assessment of it was you just walked into looked in a door of your boyfriend's apartment with blood everywhere, and you're not even remotely crying. You're not upset. You're not sitting there going, have you found anything? Let's figure this out. Like, where is he? He's missing. Like, is he okay? Nope. It was just like, let me tell you and read text from my ex who is just got, I
Right.
got all, you know what I mean? It was just so blasé. I don't know.
Tara again with another toonie. I gotta say it right. Toonie. Said a truck went by a few times and scared her. Yeah, I noticed that. I remember that, the black truck going by. I have no idea what
Mhm.
reference that is.
Yeah.
But good morning, everybody
Anyways.
else. Good morning. We just heard if you're just joining us, first of all, you missed Joe from Good Logic, who had some strong opinions on the defense counsel, as
very
well
good.
do I. But he thinks that she should have taken a different tact with the counselor yesterday. I do too. We both have different approaches, and I would agree with him that both of our approaches would have been better than what we saw. Although I will say she's a lot better than she was last week.
I told you
So-
what to do. You just go in there and tell her, bye, I'm the captain now.
I can't. No ambulance chasing. I can't do that. Someone's got to come to me. Strong opinions. Yes, very strong.
Maybe we should get a hold of Megan. Tell her to call. Oh, Jennifer.
She knows. She
Oh
knows. I'm
my
involved. I
God,
was
that
there.
is a good idea.
I've talked to Megan many times
If
about
Jamie
Jennifer,
and I do it, then it's not you ambulance chasing, it's us ambulance
but
chasing.
I can't ask
Yeah.
you to do it.
You didn't.
$2 super chat from
Yeah.
Tara again. What color is Mike Campbell's truck? I believe it's black, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken, but I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
know.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I might be wrong, but Josie maybe is in the chat, and she's definitely going to know the
She
answer
would
to
know.
that. Yeah. But yeah. So what are we looking at now? Are we looking at the wall again? This
Yeah.
beautiful wood paneling. We're
Hmm.
just waiting for the court to come back. They had some motions and not really motions. They were discussing exhibits, what's going to be allowed in, what's not going to be allowed in. Apparently, there's 55 photos of the Crumbley's home, some of them of liquor bottles that the defense says is irrelevant because they're
Well,
not like in the
apparently,
child's room or
according
anything.
to
They're supposed to be in the
chat-
kitchen.
According to chat, they're going to be allowed in. So
And then we have transcripts of the police interview that James and Jennifer did. And it sounds like the parties agree that the transcripts say the right thing, like they're accurate transcripts, but the defense wants certain parts redacted, such as the part that says that James was crying. It seems to indicate that Jennifer wasn't. Watching the video, it appears that Jennifer was crying, at least to me. She seemed upset. Maybe she wasn't audibly crying, but to have that in there would be to suggest that Jennifer wasn't crying. And like the defense said, and like the judge said several times yesterday with regarding that video, the jury can come to their own conclusions. Do we know what happened with that transcript? Because I was like half paying attention, but I will find out, I guess, shortly.
Veal said that Michael's truck was black.
Okay.
You know,
That's
it'd
what
be
I thought.
interesting to see the cameras in the area.
Oh, it'd be nice, yeah, if the police actually investigated like they're
Yeah.
supposed to on that case.
Right.
That's what I said last night on
Zachariah
Chisholm's.
Anderson.
I'm okay with them looking into Zach because somebody pointed a finger and said, "Hey, that guy." So yes, look into him. He did some
Yes.
stuff that wasn't great, but look into her, look into Becky, look into Michael, look into that other guy that she tried to get a hold of and wouldn't get back to her, his friend or whatever.
If someone
Only
and
look at Zach.
if you perceive that someone is in need of legal representation, you cannot directly go up to them and say, "Hey, it looks like you need an attorney. I'm an attorney. You want to hire me?" That's called ambulance chasing. You can't do that. There's no soliciting of direct clients. So you can do broad soliciting generally, like advertisements and things like
Right.
that, and say, "Hey, I'm an attorney if anybody needs me," but you can't go up to a specific person that you believe needs representation in some way, shape, or form, and say, "Hey, hire me. I'll be better," or anything like that. So that's prevented. It's anti-ambulance chasing kind of thing.
Yeah, well.
But if someone contacts me, then Jamie's going to be streaming.
In Discord.
And
Right?
kid with a 5,000 won super chat. Is that a won? That's not a won. This is North. That's a South Korean, not North Korean, right? Thank you for streaming this. This case is BS. Also in Canada, we don't use pennies anymore. I heard that,
Yep.
which I feel like is screwing you all customers, because now everything's just going to get rounded up. It's not going to get rounded down, people. So we're going to round up and you're going to pay more. So I'd rather just keep my pennies.
I love their bills now.
Canadian
They're
money,
like,
the Monopoly
yeah,
money.
the plastic like that they have. I love them.
Yeah, it's like Monopoly money.
What's it? What?
It's
plastic.
like made out of plasticky. It's like a film almost.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't get all torn up. They're cool.
Well, we don't really have that issue. Our bills last a while, but yeah, it feels like I'm playing with Monopoly money when I go to Canada. Do we have pennies over in the States? We do.
Yes.
No, we have pennies. Yeah, and those little old ladies that count out the 99 cents in pennies and to the
Yeah, have you ever had
you.
somebody pay in pennies? Oof.
There's a
I
guy
had
who
a
paid
girl buy a laptop with mostly dimes one night.
Oh, yeah. That's
So many dimes.
Sneezer guy that
Yeah.
Oh,
I work
sneezer
with?
guy.
He wanted to get something out of the vending machine, and he asked me if I had like $2 or whatever. And he said he couldn't.
That guy.
Yeah. I remember he's like, "Hey, do you have like a couple bucks? I wanted to get something to drink out of the vending machine." And I was like, "Yeah." And I just he's like, "Well, I'll pay you back tomorrow." And he literally brought in a bag of pennies.
So we do have a lot of Canadian pennies in the U.S., by the way, and I have a few in my poker jar. I'm wondering if they're collector's items now that you guys canceled the penny.
Oh, maybe.
I'm gonna pull them aside and clean them.
I would save them for your grandkids.
Okay, if I spit my coffee. Yeah. So if you guys don't know this, so Jamie apparently has a tendency to record her coworkers and their bodily functions. And so she likes to just record random bodily functions, and this is one of them. This is her coworker.
Because nobody believed us that he sneezes like a psychopath. So I needed proof. And Michigan is a one consent state, so I am not doing anything illegal.
There you
go. They're probably worth almost a penny. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. I'm gonna get 2 Americans.
No, but the longer they're out of circulation.
You inherited a coin collection, went through it worthless. Yeah, well, that's the thing. They're only valuable to those that are collecting, right? And if nobody's collecting, then nobody cares.
Yeah, what's the value of what somebody's willing to pay for it?
Remember when the steak quarters came out and everyone was collecting
Oh,
them?
yes.
I'm like, they're just going to be worth a quarter. I mean, it's
Yeah.
cool if you put it in a rack. My kids had them, and it was fun to collect when they
I
were
have a
younger.
kid that has like a whole thing of it. I'm like, wow, that's worth what, $12?
Yeah, I know. It's exactly. It was fun to try to collect them and stuff, and their grandfather would give them quarters and things. So it was more of a memento
Yeah,
from their grandfather than anything. But yeah, there's
right.
no
That's what his
value
is
to that.
too. It's something his grandma made him. So
Yes, Jamie really did that.
And it's not as it's a
Oh,
great
and
sound
here's her
clip.
coworker.
And you wouldn't know it, but it's like it was a lot louder than that in real life. So
Okay.
watch out if you ever work with Jamie.
She will
not
record you.
anymore. No. My coworkers did it too. It wasn't just me, but we were all trying to get it.
Right.
So,
Right. You have to
Farrell,
be recording at the exact right time.
while we're waiting, tell
Well,
people about your channel since Jamie doesn't have a channel, but you do. What do you got going on?
I don't really have a channel. I just clip
You,
stuff and
but aren't you
mostly I
coming
just
out
hang
with
out with
something else or no?
well, yeah, but I'm not talking about that yet.
Okay. Well, still, everyone needs to go subscribe to Farrell.
Yes. I
Where
clip
is her
people.
link?
Sometimes I do other things. I was thinking maybe I'll finish that trial, maybe not. I don't know. I hate trials.
If you want to see some good clips of me and other people, check out Farrell's channel. And then I don't know, maybe she's not working on something else. You do have a couple lives, right?
Sal and I started that trial and then he abandoned me. So
Well,
I stream with Shizzy every morning on the weekdays.
Okay.
That's fun. I love it.
Well, go check her out anyways. She's got a clip channel.
Yeah, and I have
you
my
can see mostly Broken
OnlyFans.
Baker. Your OnlyFans?
Yes. It features Baker's feet.
Lovely. All right. So recapping from yesterday, if you guys have missed yesterday, because most of you were off watching Murdaugh, we had let me get back up here. Okay. So Jen was sworn in. Jennifer Crumbley was sworn in, and she was asked if she would stipulate to the submission of Facebook posts, like hundreds of pages of Facebook posts, and without redactions. And she did stipulate to that. So presumably, we're going to get a lot of Facebook posts. And then the defense apologized openly in court to the jury about the whole "I'm going to kill myself" comment. And if you missed that on Friday, she was struggling to get some exhibits to work, and she just sort of muddled under her breath, "Oh my God, I'm going to kill myself," which was the worst thing to say in this kind of trial. So she apologized, which I think she probably should have just let it be and not apologize, because then it's bringing it back up in everyone's memory.
I don't agree with that. I
You
think
think she
that
should have apologized?
I don't. I think that it was okay that she did. She acknowledged it and said, and we've all had moments like that where you say something stupid in the moment, and I'm okay with her apologizing for it. I'm not okay with her continuing to bring it up later, though. When she was like talking about her, well, we've all seen me have problems using the computer. Like,
I
stop
know.
reminding them. You
Stop talking about
apologize.
it.
Stop.
right.
She's very defensive, and as a defense
Yeah.
attorney, you should not be defending yourself, defensive of your own actions. You should be focusing on defending your client.
The state
Yes,
being big old babies over it was stupid, though.
yes, and yes, it is Jody Day for all of you watching on Tuesdays and Saturdays at noon Eastern, 6 p.m. Swedish time. Nick Staroff and I stream Jody Arias trial. So what the plan is, Nick is going to kick off the stream. I'm going to redirect you guys all over there when they go on lunch break. And then as soon as the court comes back, we're coming back. And so you can stick with me all day. You can go from here. Then we can watch a little bit of Jody. It's a nice palate cleanser at lunch. And then we can come right back here again for the afternoon session.
Palate cleanser.
Jody is going to be a palate cleanser, yes.
Yeah.
All right. So the next witness, on yesterday, day 3, was the state's sixth witness, and this was Kira, Kira, however you pronounce her name, and she is Kira. Okay, and she is the owner of the horse farm. She said that James and Jennifer would go out 2 to 3 times a week, which I feel like is not a lot. I go out to my
No.
horse daily. My wife goes out a lot more than I do.
When she said 2 to 3 times a week, I was like, that's it?
That's it.
That's what you're like, you're worried about? Really? 2 to 3 times a week? Anyways.
Yeah. Oh, this is the court administrator, by the way. He's the administrator for the entire building and all the clerks and stuff. Anyways, that we just saw on screen. So she would care for her horse Shorty and Billy, were her 2 horses. Billy was $5,000 apparently that she ordered online. They're both thoroughbreds, which means they came off kind of the racing horses, and I feel like $5,000 might be a little expensive for a horse that didn't really make it on the track, but I don't know. Maybe you're talking breeding or something, so it's worth the investment.
Mrs. Martin, the future Mrs. Martin, that's Jamie's other dad.
Who's Broken Baker? Yeah, Broken Baker. Why don't I know these people? Yeah, so the Broken Baker is Jamie's other dad. We share custody. So right now, I've got parenting time with Jamie. But he's a Danish layman, actually. And so he's a professional juror in Denmark. And he has a channel called The Broken Baker because he was a baker, but he's broken now. And he streams trials and whatnot.
There he is.
He's here.
He's in chat.
It's because she asked, she said that she subbed to Farrell, but she didn't know who I was and if I had a channel.
She must be newish.
Maybe not.
If someone can throw in a link to Broken Baker's channel, that would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely go check him out.
Yeah, we all just hang out with each other. That's
like I got my horse for like $800, and my wife got a thoroughbred for like $1,200. You know, that didn't make it on the track. I feel like 5,000 is a lot. Something along those lines. I might be off a little bit, and mine was like 800. I don't.
Yeah,
my wife's wasn't that much.
The cost is in the after you buy them part.
Yeah, the after you buy them, then that gets expensive. It's the whole boarding and feeding them thing, and then the time it takes to milk them every day. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
That's what my niece's grandpa wanted to give her his horses, and she's like, pass. Like, no.
So can I get through my summary? No. So the horse lady testified. There were a bunch of text messages that were emitted from November 30th of 2021. That she sent, or Jen sent to her a picture of Ethan's math worksheet. That is the one that I keep pulling up, which is where he drew sort of his threats or whatever on. Mm-hmm. And said the witness then had recommended horse therapy because they had conversations actually in the past about Ethan and that he was kind of weird and lonely and didn't have friends and things like that. And so the witness had said that, well, maybe we can get him some horse therapy. Jennifer had responded this day that he can't be left alone. So if I go out there later today to ride or do whatever, we need to take him with us. And and that's when the witness responded, yeah, we can do horse therapy. Horses and all animals are great, for helping people with depression or whatever. The witness said then in a text, let's make him a cowboy. Jen replied, mom goals. Witness was then asked, or the witness was asked by Jen to bring in the horses, bring in Billy, clean them, do all this stuff, take care of him because I've got to deal with something. There was a shooting at the school.
Hi, Mom.
What's that?
Our mother's here.
Oh, yeah? Hello, Mother. Did the lady that owns the barn buy Jen's horses? I don't know. They didn't ask. Now, during the preliminary examination, she said she was trying to sell them. And that took place 3 months after they were arrested and all of these text messages went on. So, but I don't know if anyone's buying horses in the winter. I don't know where they ended up. I did not purchase them. I feel like Jamie might have a tougher time. They will focus on the receipts of the Pew Pew purchase. Oh, James. Yeah, they might. they're going to probably drill him probably a lot more on where that gun was stored, I imagine.
Right.
'Cause James is the one that was talking about where the gun was stored. So he might have a harder time than this. I think they went after mom heavier because of her lack of emotion that she showed. They talked to the counselor yesterday about mom being sort of standoffish, not really
Did you
responding
hug
emotionally.
him?
What?
Yeah.
Did she hug him?
Yeah, exactly. Did she hug her son, anything like that?
What is
And
that? That you have to hug people to tell them you love them? No.
yeah,
I
her
have
teenage
never
boy.
gone to the school and been in a good mood because I was there. Either I'm mad at my child because I'm there, or I'm mad at the school because I'm there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, so the let's see. Is mom peeing what? What is this?
Is mom on antidepressants?
Oh,
Probably.
well, probably now,
Right.
but I'm not sure about then. I don't think anyone was had any mental health issues, like wasn't seeing a doctor or taking medications for anything.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, they did talk about Xanax at one point. So someone's got a prescription for Xanax, unless that was like a generic term that they used because they were talking about melatonin and Xanax. So I feel like someone's got a prescription for that for some reason, shape, or form, but I'm not
Well,
entirely sure. They or at
it
least
is
they
a
texted about it.
it is a controlled substance, but it's not terribly hard to get. So,
Yeah. I was gonna say, ask Jamie.
well,
That's
Yeah,
I
she's
mean,
our resident drug
though, I
dealer.
mean, like if you
She
go
is a
somewhere and
drug
you're like,
dealer.
I have anxiety and da 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 da, like it's not terribly hard to get.
Right.
I will say, but anyways,
Can you explain how different the judge is compared to the judge in Ethan's trial, as far as being Lee's?
I
Less?
think earlier she said, or they said, um, oh, no, the thought's gone. They
Well,
both asked
so
that question earlier too.
well, first of all, there wasn't a trial for Ethan. There was absolutely he pled guilty, so there wasn't a trial for him.
More laid back.
This judge
Yeah.
This judge is definitely more laid back, but this judge is also handling a
That's
trial that is difficult not only because of the number of eyes on the case, but because of the jury that's involved, the number of people that the jury, the fact that this is going to be a fairly long. Most trials are 3 days, right? So this is 2 weeks, right? So there's a lot to manage there. There's a lot to manage with it being a fair trial and letting everyone have sort of their right to a trial, including the state. So there's a lot more to manage as opposed to what you saw in Ethan's case. It wasn't a trial, it was a Miller hearing. So the rules of evidence were a little looser. It was only the judge making the decision. You didn't have 17 people sitting there that could be unduly persuaded one way or another. So it's a very different dynamic between what you saw in Ethan, which was just a Miller hearing for his sentencing, as opposed to this this particular trial, which is an actual trial in front of juror. Talk for a second.
are they? Is that the
The hell is?
courtroom?
No, that's my wife. Hang on a second.
Oh, I'm like, yes, Jamie, it's a courtroom. Can't you see?
I know, but I was like, is that in the courtroom?
No, it's my wife.
I think David missed a ton of questions, but it's sorry, guys.
He did.
Here's the thing, put the red question marks in or a lot of question marks if you want him to see your question.
He probably still
And don't
won't,
hesitate.
but-
Yeah, I know. But if he misses it, put it in again, and then he'll get to it.
Yep.
He likes to answer the questions.
Yes,
But
he does. Well, some people.
I know. Miss Martin 2.0 asked earlier, like, what's my story? Basically, I was just a chat member and David was streaming with nobody watching him. And I showed up in his chat and had some things to say. And he said, hey, why don't you come on stream and keep me company, basically? And during the Zachary Anderson trial.
So you
And
can
then
all blame Jamie.
Yeah.
This
So
was her fault.
so that's where I came from. And then we just he never got rid of me. I just really like watching trials. I really like learning this stuff and having opinions on things. And then I will say, not to toot David's horn, but he is a good teacher. Like he's really good at explaining the law and things. So I just kind of
Yes.
stuck around. So yeah.
Why?
So that's
Brandon wants to know
yeah.
why David enjoys milking horses so much, Jamie. Since you're his new PR guy.
I don't know, but I mean, maybe it's to stay in shape. I don't know. Maybe he
You
wants to
should
burn a few
wait.
calories.
Brandon, Mom's here. You can ask her. We forgot to set the alarm off.
One more second. I'll be back. Just carry on.
Yeah, and it is funny because I don't know how I found David. Like everyone's like, how'd you find? I don't know. Like he had never shown up on my like recommendeds on YouTube, and then one day I was just looking. I literally pulled it up, and he was the first one that popped up, and his thumbnail was all the little Muppets, and it was like Zachary Anderson and all these Muppets, and I'm like, what is this guy doing? I have to see this.
Right?
So
You
I
thought
pulled
you were
up
going for a
his.
shit show, and you were right.
I know. I was like, who is Michigan Law Show? So I like pulled up his thing because he was doing like a recap of the week. And I was like, well, I missed a few days. Let's see what this guy has to say. And I actually thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought he was kind of funny and he was kind of like speaking the things that I was thinking. And I was like, and then he said he was going to be streaming it like in the afternoon during the week. So I was like, well, I'll go pop in and see what this guy's doing. And yeah. And I was there like there was a few people that popped in and out.
I broke my
But-
headphones, so this is going to be
Oh
fun.
my God.
Way to go.
Jeez.
You
I need to get
sound
my.
different.
Do I? Damn it.
Does he sound like I don't know. He sounds like louder.
A little bit. I
But-
mean, it doesn't sound bad.
No, it's not bad.
I can't hear. Ah, this is good. All right, I'm going to have to.
And that's
hang on, let
coming from
fix
me,
something.
so
He leaves again. Like
it's
those
Okay,
walls.
do I sound any better or worse? I
Now-
can
now you
only hear
sound
out of
normal.
one ear. Okay.
Yeah, you
I
sound
I
fine.
broke my headphones. I got my feet tangled up in them. It was a mess.
you have a lot
you
of new
fall?
people.
Did you fall?
Shouldn't throw your headphones at your wife. Well, I was trying to, make sure that not everyone could hear her whole conversation.
You have a lot of new people.
You do.
But there's so much snow, she decided not to go to work. But hey, welcome everybody. Welcome. We are
I
just
don't
waiting for the court
recognize
to
like
get going.
90% of the names in here.
Yeah, so you could say hi to everyone.
Yeah.
Hi, humans. I'm Farrell. I'm David's sister.
She wishes.
You said it. Now you're stuck with me.
Well, that was just to dispel the other rumors, which were way worse.
Well, you
I
missed
do,
some questions.
I do. I
Right.
watch. I sit here and I look out the window and watch my wife shovel snow.
Oh my
That's what I
God.
do.
You're terrible.
Brandon wants to know why you like milking horses so much, but he won't ask Mom.
The whole milking the horses thing. We need to end that. But it's such a convenient thing to say. I don't have to say like, oh, I just say I'm gonna go milk the horses and we're good. Everyone knows what I'm talking about. I'm gonna go spend time with them. And if you guys don't know, I do have horses. But I was in Sweden and I went horseback riding and I was doing a video about it. And then I said we were gonna go milk cows. We're going to a dairy farm, but I said we were gonna go milk horses, and I did this. And
And you can
anyways.
find that on my channel.
yeah, that's part of Farrell's channel.
No.
So you guys
It's
can
in
get
my
all of that wonderful
shorts.
content.
We
You
have
got to
someone that
end the milking of
says
the horses things. Yeah.
No. David milks
Right.
horses and McKinley eats duckling bacon.
bacon ducks.
Ooh, wait. I'm trying to mess with my headphones so I can get both channels because this is going to be really annoying.
Can you hear?
I can hear. I might pop in my
Okay.
earbuds. We'll see how this works.
We have somebody from Michigan. They said, I'm wondering if this will set a precedent for charging parents for what a 17-year-old does in the future. What do you think?
Well, that's the concern, right? So you don't want to see Jennifer get the charges because I think they're BS charges. But I feel like this is going to set a precedence for the prosecutors charging parents like this, even if there's an acquittal here. And the only way to get like a bright line rule, like you can't charge parents with this, is to have her convicted and have it go to the Court of Appeals. But we don't want that to happen. We don't want her to be a martyr. So, so that's it's it's a catch-22, but it would definitely set a precedence. It's going to set a precedence regardless, even if there's an acquittal, that prosecutors might feel more emboldened to bring these kind of charges because it withstood the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court challenges early on. And the reason why it did is because the courts of appeals and the Supreme Court really said we want a full evidentiary development on this case. We really don't know enough yet to make a decision. So if the state can prove X, Y, and Z, which is essentially that the gun was given to him, he had unfettered access to it, and the parents knew he suffered from a mental health issue, then we could potentially hold them liable if the facts line up that way. And so that's why we're having this trial. And I don't like that because that's a clear line rule that if the parents know that he suffers from a mental health issue, what does that mean? That he has to be diagnosed? Does that mean that he just has to show symptoms of it? What are those symptoms that you expect these parents to recognize? And, all kinds of things could potentially come out of this. So I don't like the fact that they're charged. I don't like the fact that the Court of Appeals made sort of a circular logical decision in their opinion regarding the charges continuing. I would love to have had them say there's an intentional wrongful act of a third party as an intervener. That's the bright line rule. We're done with this. But they didn't do that. So now we're stuck with this weird gray area, which could embolden prosecutors to bring all kinds of charges against all kinds of parents for all kinds of intentional wrongful acts that their kids do. Little Pill with her 1 month member chat. Guess what? Salvador Dali is now a member.
I seen he became a member again.
Oh, well, that's good on him. He almost got kicked out of Discord yet again.
You're really skirting a line, Sal.
Did he just recently? He did. Look at that.
He did.
All right, Jung, that message I sent you earlier, cancel it for the moment. Cancel it for the moment. He's good. He renewed. We'll come back to him in 30 days. We'll see how he is.
Stace made a comment that she said, I think the barn lady ended up getting the horses signed over to her from Jen's dad. No money discussed, just in case you're wondering.
Okay. All right. Good Citizen with a $9.99 super chat. Towards new headstones. Hi, David's sister or sister-in-law. Good morning, everyone in the cold Lurdy 28 here in BOS. Where's BOS? Perhaps document menus.
Boston.
Report on Thursday in an IEP meeting at 12:45 today. Well, that sounds like a whole lot of fun. IEPs. I know what IEPs are. This kid, actually, Ethan had an IEP, but that doesn't mean that he has a mental health issue, which is an individualized education plan. There's thousands, millions of kids with IEPs every day. Doesn't mean they have a mental health issue. I'm surprised the state actually hasn't brought that up yet. They probably will. They'll bring in one more principal and be like, yeah, he had an IEP.
Of course.
That's just what sometimes when a kid struggles with academics, they get extra resource teachers in the room or whatever they need in order to make sure that they stay on top of their grades and academics. For those of you who are not in the U.S. and maybe don't know what an IEP is. But those aren't fun because you got to go through and you're assessing either, I don't know if you're doing it as part of your job, so you're assessing someone else's kid, but then you got to meet with the parents and the parents sit down and we talk about it's like this collaborative thing between parents and schools to make sure that the kids stay on top of the grades. And actually the fact that Ethan had an IEP shows that his parents cared. And in fact, there's text messages.
They had to go to the school in order to, you have to have a parent meeting. Well, you have to
have a parent meeting. And there's text messages between James and Jennifer about his grades, making sure he got his homework done and stuff. These are not disassociated parents. Let's see. When is the state going to arrest the defense? Okay. So the state made a comment earlier today that they're going to rest by the end of the week, that they are in fact ahead of schedule. So what was originally scheduled to be a 2-week case, maybe stretching into a 3rd week. And usually when they say week, that's 5 days, right? So 2 weeks is 10
Right.
days. They said that they're ahead of schedule, and they should be done with their case this week. Why didn't I put that down? I got to write that down in my notes. Let's see here. State to rest by the end of the week. Yeah, so that's where we are. So that's good. And I will tell you that right now there's like 4 inches of heavy, wet snow in Michigan, in Oakland County, which is where this case is. And so their jury's been running a little late, apparently. So
Y'all can just go ahead and keep that up there.
you don't have any snow in Ohio?
Nope.
No snow in Ohio?
We got some like about a week or 2 ago, but it's gone now.
Oh, I woke up and the road, like I couldn't even see the road. So I was like, uh-oh. But I like snow when I'm just like, when I don't have to drive in it.
That's it. I like the snow. I don't like after the snow.
I love the snow. I
don't
like driving in the
mud.
snow.
Yeah, I don't like
Ooh.
the muddy yucks from afterwards.
What do we think of her outfit today? I'm not liking the dress shirt.
Oh, you whiner, Sal.
I liked her little outfit yesterday.
Yesterday's was good.
Sweater.
I didn't like day 1. I didn't like the first jury selection outfit.
Who,
I thought
Jen?
it looked like frumpy.
She
pajamas.
looked really old. I thought she looked much younger yesterday.
Yeah.
But I don't know that this old look is a bad thing for her.
Hey, everyone, go check out Veilhammer Media if you want a better version of the interrogation video. Apparently, he's got it up now. So
yeah,
if someone could throw a link to his chat or to his channel in the chat, that would be great. And I will check that out later.
And welcome all the Mo Raiders.
Oh, welcome,
Also,
Mo Raiders. Yeah, it's too close to her skin tone. I just don't. Yeah, I just saw it from the back. I haven't seen it from the front yet. But
also,
Yeah.
this is not my first time on your channel, David.
when was the first time?
During your thing on the governor stuff.
Were you on for the Whitmer kidnapping trial?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, she did come on. I thought
Yeah,
quite a few
when-
times
Like a
actually.
The
half minute.
same, yeah. One of them was the night that Young was on.
Oh, that day.
Yeah.
That day. Oh, we have some clips of that.
I love a buttered
Yes,
biscuit.
we do.
There you go. That's Young. That's Young on my panel.
Well, that was on my channel, Aaron.
So we are supposed to have Jody Day. Nick said he would set up the stream, and I haven't seen it set up yet. So we'll see. I hate driving in the snow, which I love driving in the snow. Is that weird? I feel like I'm odd one out, loving the drive in the snow.
No, I have 4-wheel drive, so it's fun now.
Right.
But when I had a little car,
You live in
I was-
Michigan. Don't drive a little car.
well, I always did for the longest time.
Yeah, it was like a little Chevy Malibu with a pink deer sticker in the
No.
back window, I bet.
No, I had a Sebring.
Just as bad. It had a pink deer sticker though, didn't it?
No, it didn't.
Oh, look, the defendant and the prosecutor are dressed to match today.
Oh, isn't she precious?
Yeah, I know, but I messaged him this morning and he responded that he'd get it set up.
But your witness is pulling in the conference now. Yes,
See, bring his worse.
keep him out of town.
My very first car, roller skate. Whoops.
Why'd you
No,
eat
Pete.
her?
I didn't.
No,
either.
it was
She said that to
my
herself.
connection.
Oh,
No.
okay. I'm like, geez,
When I
what's
get-
she saying?
When I get a message, it'll like mess up my phone. It's annoying.
Well, you know, if only someone would give you a computer.
I need
I eat
accessories
myself all
for
the
it.
time.
Wait, hang it.
I have
Okay.
I have this stupid buttons on my mouse, and if I hit it, it goes back button, so I eat myself in the stream all the time.
5 minutes for us to get through the line to get something. I need to eat, Judge. I'm eater.
I have some bagels that we just ordered. We get to go in.
Talking about starting
I have to
late,
have soup
not
because
getting
nothing
lunch.
goes down my esophagus.
Chinese soup that I made.
I can have her run down if you just give me like a little heads up.
Okay, usually the lunch is delivered on these.
You know what I like?
Telling Jody Dave we're going to get a very short lunch. That's fun.
I'll write it down for you. Okay. I just need stuff to work with down.
It's a fake Sal.
I'll tell you. Because she's just like this half an hour. Run back up. Sounds good? Oh, here. And you get whatever you want. Of course.
Yeah, I don't know why this just isn't. Well, I will say this, that the mics, you can see the mic right up front here. This mic right here is the court's mic. It's not the cameraman's mic. And so if you watch the Zoom feed, you can get much better audio because there's mics everywhere. But we don't get images of the exhibits, which I feel like we kind of want to see. So we're just going to struggle through the volume.
I'm so annoyed that you didn't get to put your stuff in there.
Yeah, I know. Me too. And I had been talking to them up until like 2-3 days before jury selection. Or no, it was a week before jury selection when they finally came back and said, nope, we're going to give it to WXYZ. It's like, damn it.
That's crap.
So now I need to put my little logo over here so that I cover up the WXYZ. There we go. We don't need to advertise them. That snaked it out from under me.
Right?
I was supposed to have my own cameras and microphone and everything and streaming service set up in the courtroom. And I've been working on it for like a year, getting it all set up, talking to the clerks, talking to IT, getting everything ready to go. And then the judge did a random draw and local channel or ABC affiliate got the draw, I guess. Hold the right number.
Random.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Elena is going to get
I would never have gotten through it. You had been. Wait, what? Yeah, that's the other thing too. With the Zoom feed, you see the prosecutor's face on, and apparently they're making a lot of snarky remarks. But again, I'd rather see the exhibits than Karen's face.
Right.
So. What's the clerk name? Becky? No. I believe it's Ashley. She made an appearance on TV yesterday. Not in that way, like walking through the court. The clerk, the judge's clerks, like walking through and organizing stuff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Ellen Seward just has a Zoom feed. So they're missing so much. And we at least have this, which I feel is better. Yes, that's a jury box. And so they brought in a couple extra chairs. You can see them right here, these extra chairs. Yeah, they are. They're very comfortable. But you see those two chairs are right up on top of the witness. So they're literally sitting like arm's length away from the witness. Like
that would be
right
weird.
And so when you're as a witness, you're just like looking over constantly. You're like, oh, hey, juror, remember? And that's why it's so hard to have sidebars in this case. Because even if the attorneys come up right to the judge's bench, everyone could see them. They're 10 feet away, not even. They're 9 feet away. You can hear.
Yeah, this is a tiny courtroom.
Yeah, it's not tiny. It's just not set up. Those chairs, by the way, that are right up by the witness stand are extras that are brought in. Normally, we only have like 14 jurors, not 17. So they had to bring in a bunch of extra chairs. They ran new monitors just above the screen, like right above the cameraman kind of, is a new monitor that they put in for the jury. They got that monitor that you can see has always been there. They did a lot of work for this case.
Oh, I'm used to Judge Schroeder's Cathedral, so this
Yeah,
is tiny.
Yes, hit a red question mark if you guys have questions. Hit a red question mark so I can see it. Who said what in chat?
Veal Hammer, he's just a doofus. Just made me laugh.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone is very up close and personal in this case.
Yeah.
And so the numbering, by the way, too, we can go back. The numbering. So it's juror 1 back here, and then it starts like here is so this is what 1 through 7, and there's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, that's not right, because this is 16 and 17 sit right up here. So when you see the juror list in my Discord and you see jurors 16 and 17, they're the ones sitting right up here next to the witness stand. They get an up close and personal experience.
For sure.
There's only 23 likes, is there? That'd be weird. You guys sometimes refresh to get the likes. 158 likes, but still. 158 likes is not that many likes. You guys all got to like my stream, and you obviously like it. You're here watching it, right? Do me a favor. hit that like
Well,
button.
I watch
Share it
your
with your
stream,
friends. Yeah, you don't like anything.
so the two are not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, they did. They had to pay extra for those box seats. Oh my god, I almost liked LNC stream. It's okay, you can like their stream too. Mine's just better, that's all.
When you
You
were
can like
wiping
mine
your
briefly.
there, were you flipping her off?
What?
When you were just wiping like that, were you flipping her off? I saw your middle finger up when you were doing that.
Oh yeah, did you see that too? Everyone's slowing
she
her down.
Wasn't.
She wasn't.
She was
had
going like
tissues in her hand.
this.
Yeah, she had tissues in her hand, and she was
Yeah.
trying to like clean her stuff and hold the tissues and wipe her eyes. What's your opinion on lactating horses? I have none. I don't
Oh my
answer
God.
questions.
He's in favor.
What did I say earlier? It's good. It's good cardio for him.
That's right. Hey Mo,
Hey,
thank you for the
Mo.
raid.
Hi, Mo.
Fed told me about MLS. I came in and never left, much to Dave's sorrow. No, Eries. We like you here.
Yeah,
Hi, Aries.
You did good work. She is a super mod, for sure.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, she does good work. To the courthouse. David, why don't you do Jamie trial going to the court? Because Jamie doesn't leave her driveway.
Yeah.
Christine.
He's in and out McKinley.
James trial going to courthouse. Oh, yeah. No, she's talking about James trial, not me.
Oh, why don't I go to James trial? What, and let James? Oh, why don't I go to James trial? Depending on how this goes, I might, but I like providing commentary for you all.
Right.
I might have someone going to trial later on this week and getting. There's not a whole lot you can gain from trial. I mean, you get to watch body language of the jurors and then what? Still guess as to what they're thinking. It's not going to offer anything.
Right.
I'm on the fence about it. The jurors are quite diverse. There's a couple of really good jurors. There's a couple that I'm a little nervous about. But then Jennifer Coffindaffer actually tweeted out yesterday that she is a proponent of a not guilty verdict in this case. If you don't know who she is, that's fine. You don't have to know who she is. We'll just say that she's a talking head on a lot of news channels, and she tweets a lot. And she's very, 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 very pro prosecution. Like people that I think are absolutely innocent, they're guilty as hell. People that I think the case wasn't proven, they're guilty as hell. And she thinks that these people, that Jennifer is not guilty of the crimes that are alleged. And in fact, when questioned later on in her tweet, stood up and reinforced her position. And not that she has any sway over anything, but it leads me to believe that if she is willing to, as a huge state proponent, to say that she's not guilty, it gives me hope for this jury. That's kind of my point. But I think at the end of the day, we have some really good jurors.
Well,
We also have some other questionable jurors. Oh, she's getting messages that they can hear her conversation, so the guy muted the camera feed. So that's fun. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Mighty Meat's in the Detroit area. We've chatted a bit. I've been I like his history of Detroit streams and things like that. He's beyond scared that this community will convict. Well, this community has turned slightly liberal. I mean, it used to be like the standout conservative county in Southeast Michigan compared to Wayne County, which is Detroit. And it has gone very much Democrat in the last few years. So I think that's why he's scared. Karen's Democrat. There's a lot of Democrat representatives. And I think that's why he's scared, rightfully so. But I believe the makeup of this jury is such that it's going to be hard for them to get a conviction. And while I think there are some people that are definitely probably in favor of a conviction, just based off the questions that were asked and answered, there's a lot more, I feel like, that are pro-defense and or neutral to the whole situation. I've not spoken with any of the attorneys because they are under a gag order. So none of the attorneys are allowed to talk about this at all. In fact, Karen, there was a show cause motion for sanctions against Karen, the prosecutor, for making statements about this case when she wasn't supposed to either. So I didn't want to reach out to anybody. I wanted to respect the gag order and not put them in a weird position. I did reach out to Ethan's attorney when I thought that they had a plea and everything was done. But now I don't think she's going to talk because everything's being appealed. So, she's not going to say anything that could potentially jeopardize her client. Wendy with the $4.99 super chat. By the way, if you guys don't know Wendy A, she doesn't have a channel, but she is awesome as a moderator, and she's on my Lego streams, which once or twice a month I get together with some YouTubers and we build Legos, talk life, law, and have a couple of drinks. David, thank you for answering our questions with a red question mark. Yes, again, if you throw a red question mark up, it'll be easier for me to spot it and I can pull up the question and try to answer it for you. Let's see. I am fiscally conservative and socially liberal, but I have been 100% appalled by this since I first heard about it. Well, I feel like you're closer to my position than on this, but it shouldn't be a political issue, right? This should be a purely legal issue. And in my opinion, a intentional wrongful act of a third party should be the bright line rule, because otherwise you're just playing around in all kinds of mud. And
Right.
so long as the state says you didn't do anything wrong, then you didn't do anything wrong. But as soon as the state says you did something wrong, then you go to jail. How are you supposed to live like that? How are you supposed to know as a parent or anybody in the society?
That's what, like, my friend that we were at the gym and I was talking about getting ready to watch this with you, and she's like, "Oh yeah, they blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "What? Hold on." I'm like, "So one of your daughters uses the car that you bought for her and goes out and does something that unalives another person. You bought her that car. You let her drive it.
Yep.
Are you like everybody's all
Well, did you know that
because there's a pew pew and because it was a school?"
Yeah. But even then, just take it to its logical conclusion. She didn't do enough. Jennifer didn't do enough. Well, what's enough?
Right.
What if she
Did
got
you
him into
do
counseling?
enough?
But it still happened. Well, obviously it wasn't enough, right? Because the counseling didn't work. There's just so many gray lines.
Your child got intoxicated and took that car that you bought them and unalived somebody. You didn't do enough. You didn't teach them not to get behind the wheel and after they've been drinking.
The defense is intending to bring in his medical records. I don't know if they plan on calling a doctor or not. The witness lists have not been publicly filed. They've just been exchanged between the parties. So I don't know who the witnesses are going to be. But there has been a motion to allow the defense to bring in Ethan's medical records. So that's definitely going to be a point of issue. And the medical records based off of the Miller hearing. I don't have her number to text her. Otherwise, I probably would. Let her know. Okay, we can see and hear you.
Oh,
I think so. I think this attorney is very emotionally wrapped up in this particular case. I think she understands the stress that her client is under. Then why do Republicans keep making it a political issue? Because fundamentally, this is an attack on firearms.
it
That's
is.
what this case is. We're going to make it such a pain in the ass to use them that you don't even want to own them. Or for anyone to use the gun that you own that was stolen from you. Now you're going to be brought up on charges.
Are you guys okay with Pat all right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Good. Prosecutor, who's next with this?
Mr. Nikki Jack.
Ooh, Nikki J.
Sorry, can you
And
say
I'd like
your
to see them bring that up in their
Me-
closing that like where does take the gun out of it and take the school out of it and
Yeah, right.
where does it end?
Kitchen knife and all that stuff. All right, I got to get this person's name. I don't know if I know this guy.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God?
I do.
Please step up and have a seat.
Fed McFed.
And then can you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Sure. Nicholas Ejak, first name Nicholas, last name Ejak, E-J-A-K.
I know this guy.
Thank you.
Well, that's an unfortunate name.
All right.
Sir, I want to direct your attention to the fall of 2021. Where were you working at that time?
Oxford High School.
Okay, and what were you doing there?
I was the dean of students.
How long have you
Oh.
been employed at that time with the Oxford School District?
That was my first year.
I'm sorry?
That was my first year.
Okay. And you're with a different school district now?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury, please, what exactly the dean of students at Oxford High School did.
So the dean of students is responsible for all of the student body, behavior, discipline, attendance, academic intervention, behavior intervention.
Okay. So walk us through a typical day as the dean of students at Oxford High School, at least in the fall of 2020.
Sure. So in the fall, also, we were, in 2021, we were dealing through the COVID-19 pandemic. So in addition to those responsibilities, due to the health order, part of my responsibility was ensuring that everybody was masked up. So that was part of the job throughout the day too, was to ensure students had access to masks, but they were also wearing them. Students were referred throughout the day from teachers based on behavior they're seeing in class, students coming down to report stuff going on in the building, conflicts they're having, conflicts they're hearing about, attendance issues where kids aren't coming to school or they're showing up late frequently to class. At the time, we didn't have an attendance policy coming out of COVID, so it's also part of my responsibility was to put together a policy that would work for the school.
Okay. So yesterday we heard from Sean Hopkins, who was a school counselor, and he said that there were
Yeah, pretty much lost in law. I mean, that's their theory, is that any kid like Ethan in his position, given his whatever was going on, is foreseeably a school shooter. I don't think they could sustain that.
4 counselors.
Thank you for the $5
How many
ship.
dean of students were there?
One.
Okay. So were the responsibilities of
McKinley,
school counselor
better than
different
yesterday's
from the
scholar.
responsibilities of the dean of students?
Yes, that's correct.
How so?
So counseling, they oversee, to my understanding, they oversee college and career planning.
Yes, it has to be
scheduling,
foreseeable.
mental health of the student body, planning events in relation to like extracurricular activities, the Oakland Schools Technical Campus. There's a lot of responsibilities that has no relation to the dean of students role.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you would be called in when there was a discipline problem in class.
Correct. That was the main function of my responsibility.
Okay. And as you said at that point, the county health department mandated masks, or is that the state order?
That was, I believe it was Oakland County.
Okay. And so it was your responsibility to also mandate compliance with that?
Correct.
Okay. So November of 2021, all students and staff were wearing a face mask?
Correct, with the exception of anyone that had a medical exemption.
Okay, thank you. Now, how long have you been in that role as of November of 2021?
That would be 4 months.
Okay, so when you started that school year?
Yes.
All right. And where did you work before? What did you do
So
before?
prior to that, I was a long-term substitute teacher for Lake Orion schools. But once again, coming out of COVID, I had been laid off as the dean of students out on the west side of the state, where I was running an alternative high school program. And so I had returned to this side and was able to obtain employment as a long-term substitute teacher.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of what the defense was kind of getting at with the school counselor yesterday, although not in a very artful way. But yeah, no, I agree with you.
With the idea that it would be temporary
Sure.
for that school year.
So in November of 21, how long have you been in education?
9 years.
Okay. And we heard a little bit about Power School yesterday, at least through the Oxford School District. What does that mean?
So Power School is a student information system where essentially a bunch of data on students is stored and accessible for teachers, administrators, students, and parents. Everybody has a different view of that, but it's the same system. So if you're a parent, there's a parent view where you're able to see specific things to your child as a parent. For students, it's the same thing. You can see stuff for your students.
Take care of loss and
grades, missing assignments.
Have a good class.
And then, like, my view as a part of the school staff administration would be to be able to see all of it.
Okay.
And input information to them as well.
And as an administrator, you're able to input, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And that came with every student in the district, would that be right?
Correct.
Now, was Jennifer Crumbley's son a student at Oxford High School in the fall of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to November of 2021, did you have any interaction with him?
I did not know.
Completely different charges. Rittenhouse in this case have nothing to do with each other, other than maybe they shouldn't have been brought in the first place. Other than that, there's no similarity whatsoever. The fundamental charge is that she was grossly negligent. So the charge is involuntary manslaughter, which means that Jennifer acted in a way that caused the death of those 4 students. And in the actions that she took, she was grossly negligent, which means that she was able to perceive and foresee a threat and then fail to exercise ordinary care in order to prevent that threat. Now, normally you see that in a situation where you're like recklessly driving or you're throwing a gun around or firing it into the air or whatever. You know, you're actually doing the act. The problem with this case is that there's a intentional wrongful act of a third party as an intervener. But even if there wasn't, it still has to be foreseeable, right? You have to perceive and know that there's a high likelihood of death or great bodily injury, and then you fail to act. Well, can they prove that there was a high likelihood that she knew that there was a high likelihood of this in that moment? That's the fundamental problem with this charge.
I want to direct your attention to November the 29th, 2021. That's a Monday, the day before the shooting. Did you receive an email regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
I did, yes.
Okay, I'm going to direct you to the screen that's in front of you. This was admitted yesterday as People's Exhibit 158. This is an email to you and Ms. Campine.
Correct, yes.
Okay. It was sent from whom?
From Jacqueline Davina.
And is she a staff member at Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. In what capacity is she work?
She is an English teacher.
Okay. And go ahead and this was already admitted. Go ahead and read us the email that you received.
Good morning. I had a student during first hour today, Ethan Crumbley, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, I'm also noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I can bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if he would like them.
Okay. And this email was sent at 9:32 a.m. to both you and Ms. Fine. Please give the jury an idea of who Ms. Fine is and what her responsibilities were at that time.
So Ms. Fine is the restorative practices coordinator and the anti-bullying coordinator for the district. However, her position is housed at Oxford High School, but she does work in all the other buildings throughout the district. And she had previously been, before my employment, the dean of students there. And so due to her role with anti-bullying and restorative practices, her and I would often team up together to handle the behavior and discipline throughout the school.
Okay.
So that's why both of us were sent this email.
So when you received this email, what did you do?
So by the time I had actually,
Well, let me ask you this question. When did, if you recall, when did you actually receive the email? When did you actually read it?
when I received the email, it was probably around 11 a.m.
Okay.
I was aware that there was an email.
And tell us what happened with this situation.
So when I was made aware of the email, it was coming from Ms. Fine, who had overheard me returning to my office from a meeting that I was in when this email was initially sent.
Your office was in the administrative section of the Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay.
My office was right next to hers.
Next to Ms. Fine?
Correct.
Okay.
And so we often would just like kind of yell out if we needed to talk to one another, and then one of us would walk over to the other's office.
Okay.
And so she had heard me returning to my office, and I remember her saying, "Hey, do you remember that email we got today?" And I said, "What email?" And that's when I had walked over to her office and pulled it up on my phone, and she began to explain to me that she had read the email and knew that I was in the meeting, and I believe she even responded, "Got it," to the teacher.
Okay.
And walked me through the steps she took, which was calling the student down.
And Mr. Hopkins was with Ms.
Yeah, so it wasn't after the parents left. This was before the parents even got there that they were talking about this email. They were talking about the thing from yesterday. The counselor who testified, who ended up meeting with the parents, all of them knew about this yesterday or the day before, or the morning of, before the parents even got there.
Fine in the meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The meeting has since ended, and so like she was just walking me through what they did.
Okay. So she updated you on what happened in the meeting?
I'm sorry, what?
She gave you an update on what happened in the meeting?
Yes,
with
correct.
Jennifer Crumbley's son? Okay. After you received that information, did you determine if you had to take any steps regarding discipline?
It wasn't necessary that I did anything further. She did everything that I would have done.
All right. Did you have any additional interaction with that student at all on Monday, the 29th?
No.
Okay. Now, moving towards, did you receive any emails later on in the evening, Monday, the 29th, regarding the student? Anything at all with him?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Okay. November the 30th, Tuesday. This has already been admitted on your screen here as People's 160. This is an email from Ms. Morgan. And who is she and what does she do?
Miss Morgan is a math teacher at Oxford High School.
Okay. So she sent this email to you as well as Mr. Hopkins Tuesday, November 30th at 9:32 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Up until this point in time, did you have any conversations regarding Jennifer Crumbley's son?
Prior to this email?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that, please.
So I was in my office Tuesday morning when Miss Morgan had walked down to the front office, just looking to share some information about a student that had drawn inappropriate things on a piece of paper. And I was the only person available to respond to that or to hear her out.
So let me ask you this. This is People 74. It's already been admitted. You said a piece of paper. Is this what you're referring to?
That is correct.
Okay. So prior to the email at 9:32 a.m., Ms. Morgan showed you this, which has been admitted as People 74?
She showed me an image of that on her cell phone.
On her cell phone, okay.
Yes.
Do you recall about what time that happened?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just know that it was during our second period of the day. However, I don't remember what time.
Okay, that's fair. Tell us about that conversation when she came and showed you this picture.
She had said she just needed to share that the student had written some inappropriate things on an assignment. And so I told her that I kind of waved her into my office since everybody else was occupied. And she had turned her phone around and showed it to me. And I had noticed the name on the top that I recognized from the day before. Ms. Fine had shared that information with me. And my response to that was, I need to go get his counselor. And her response was, I need to get back to class.
Okay. So that was in the second hour, you think?
Correct.
Okay. So obviously it was before the email sent at 9:30.
Yes.
All right. Now, what was your initial response in seeing this Exhibit 74?
That I needed to alert his counselor.
And why is that?
Because it seemed like he might need somebody to talk to, or we might need to figure out how we could get him some additional help.
Okay. Now, when you first looked at this drawing, what's the first thing that jumped out at you?
The state.
No, that was the ATF
The
agent
blood
from day
everywhere
one.
is what I noticed first. The world is dead. My life is useless. Those were the things that stood out to me.
Okay. So when you were shown this, were you thinking of a lens through discipline or through his counselor?
Counseling, 100%.
Why do you say 100%?
Because I don't notice anything on there that would rise to the level that there would be any type of student discipline.
Okay.
So you weren't concerned
what
either,
happened
sir.
next, please?
So she left Miss Morgan left my office. And I
At
left
least
my
he
office.
said that.
She returned to her classroom,
Yeah.
and I
He didn't
walked
skate
out
around it like the other dude.
area
Right.
To alert Mr. Hopkins.
Okay. And did you show this drawing to Mr. Hopkins?
I did not.
Okay. When you say you alerted him, what do you mean?
So when I arrived to the threshold of the doorway in his office, before I even said a word, he said to me, Ethan Crumbley, and my response was, yeah, how did you know? And so he had shared that he had received an email that morning from another teacher regarding Ethan Crumbley, and his understanding was that's why I was there, and that's what I had shared with him, that I had received a drawing from Miss Morgan with those statements on it.
Okay. This drawing right here, Exhibit 74?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Now tell us what happened next, please.
His response, Mr. Hopkins' response to that was, I'll go get him from class right now. And he stood up from his chair and walked down to the math class and grabbed Ethan.
Okay. Did you go with him or did you stay?
I remained in his office.
And did Mr. Hopkins bring him back to his own office?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what did you do?
I sat in there and mostly listened to the conversation.
It's a good point,
Let me
Joe.
stop right there. So, just so we're clear in the chronology, Mr. Hopkins retrieved the defendant's son from class, brought him back to his office where you were waiting.
Correct.
Okay. And then was a conversation ensued between Mr. Hopkins and the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he testified yesterday, so without telling us what words were actually said by each other, tell us what you did and why.
I just sat there to listen for one, to be an additional adult for support. I feel it's important in my job to know that there's more than one adult in the building that cares about the students. And so it was important to me that I was there for support, but also there in case there was a reason that there was behavior that rose to a level for discipline.
Okay. And during that initial conversation, did your opinion ever change to look at this as a counseling lens or a discipline lens?
No, it did not change.
Was a decision made to call?
Gonna go
the
check out and
student's
see what those
parents?
people think.
Yes.
Okay. And who made the decision?
Sean had made that decision.
Okay. And were you there when he made that phone call?
I was, yes.
And we have evidence to suggest it was at 9:24 and 9:27 a.m. when phone calls were made. Does that sound right to you?
Yes,
Were you in the office when the calls were made?
I was, yes.
Okay. Were you in the office when a portion of the phone call was on speakerphone?
I was, yes.
Tell us what you recall from that conversation.
So I recall Mr. Hopkins putting the phone on speaker so that the conversation could be had collectively. And so Sean Hopkins had introduced myself and said we were there with Ethan. And during that conversation, he had forwarded the email that we got of
That's a
this
good question.
assignment to his mother.
Is that the defendant, Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So that she could see it in real time while we were having the conversation.
Okay. Did the defendant make any statements regarding that?
I believe she said, "What were you thinking? Why did you do this?"
Okay. And that was while on the speakerphone where her son would be able to hear?
Yes.
Were you there when, Well, at some point, the defendant or husband arrived at the school.
Correct.
Okay. So in the time
care,
period that
Fox.
elapsed from that phone call
Enjoy
to
your
the
run
time
to
period
nowhere.
where the defendant or husband arrived at the school, what did you do?
So once the conversation had ended, we had already changed class periods and it was now our third hour of the day. And so his backpack was still remaining in the math class. And so it's a common protocol that our security or a hall monitor or someone will go retrieve the student's belongings if they're still waiting on a parent meeting or still having a conversation. That way it's not left when other students arrive.
Okay, so what did you do?
So I left Mr. Hopkins' office and walked down to Miss Morgan's classroom to retrieve his backpack.
Okay, and did you give it to him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At that point in time, with the COVID protocols in place for students using lockers.
Where do you draw the line, though?
So every student had a backpack with them at all times?
Every student had a backpack.
What's enough? What would these parents have done?
Now, what
Assuming
was your
there's still a school
expectation
shooting,
of
what could they
was
have
to
done
occur
where you think that they weren't
at the
responsible,
meeting
and
with
why?
James
And how do you
and
justify
Crumbley
that?
School?
And how do the parents know ahead
So
of
my
time?
understanding is that we were going to discuss what would be best to move forward next for getting him some additional help. And then that would be happening that afternoon.
Okay. And then happening that afternoon, what does that mean?
That he would be leaving from the parent meeting with his parents.
Okay.
But you didn't make them leave.
Were you in the counseling office during the meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley?
For most of it, yes.
Okay. And who led the meeting primarily?
Mr. Hopkins did.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how that meeting progressed.
So when I arrived, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were already in his office, and they had already began talking about the events that led to the parent meeting. And the edited drawing.
Yeah, you said, so this is exhibit 123. So is this what you're referring to as the edited
That
drawing?
is correct, yes.
Okay.
That was on the table because Mr. Hopkins had retrieved that from the teacher when he went to get Ethan from class.
Okay.
So that was on the table and for them to view, although, like I mentioned before, Sean had emailed a copy of the original document to Mrs. Crumbley. And so they were kind of discussing what was next, and she had a pamphlet or a packet of resources that the district provides.
So who gave her that?
No, this never
Sean,
happened, hey
Mr.
Joe.
Hopkins.
Okay. And we say resources, what do you mean by that?
Different counseling resources available in the area, and it's like a standard packet that the school district would have.
Hey, Nick.
Hi, Nick.
Have you been involved in meetings where that sort of information has been provided to parents in the past?
Yes.
And you said it's a standard list of.
That's what I
or
said,
It's just a
Nick.
general list, yeah,
Okay.
stuff in the surrounding local area.
Does that include facilities or organizations that allow same day counseling appointments?
That I'm not sure of.
Are you familiar with Common Ground?
I am familiar with that.
And what is that organization?
So that is, they offer a couple different things. So they offer mental health resources. You can call a hotline to speak to somebody. You can even go there for like day of intake screening assessments. And that is the organization that in previous districts.
All right, I'm putting a new poll up. Is this testimony helping the state or the defense? Your options are state, defense, neither, or both.
Okay. And they're here in Oakland County.
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, clearly your expectation of what was to happen at the meeting was not met. Tell us about that, please.
So throughout the conversation,
This is a weird question to ask. By the way, so this is a state's witness. So presumably everything that comes out of this guy's mouth should be helping the state, right? You should be more and more and more convinced that this defendant is guilty with these witnesses, each one. And I'm just not seeing it. You know, the knowledge, even the experts, the ones that are trained, the ones that deal with kids on a regular, the ones that have the education are not seeing it. He himself said, I didn't see any disciplinary issues, just a counseling issue.
his parents confirmed the things that Ethan was sharing with us in his office that were kind of explaining the drawings and the words that he had written that supported him feeling sad. And so he had shared that a dog had passed away recently, a grandmother had passed away, and then one of his close friends had moved within the last month or so. And then that he was very interested in designing video games. And that had led to a argument the night before that he should be more focused on his academics rather than the video games.
Did she provide any details about that argument?
No.
Okay. Did she provide any details about how the circumstance in which when his friend moved away?
No.
I'm sorry, please continue.
And that he really struggled through the pandemic with the virtual learning, as many students did, and that they felt like he should put more focus on his academics than spending time working through.
So the parents had a fight with Ethan the night before
any point,
about focusing on his
did you see this
academics
as
and not
anything different
focusing
than
on
your
being a
initial
video game
perception, which
designer.
was a mental health issue?
No.
Okay. You said you had the backpack with you and you provided it to the student. Okay. At any point, did anybody request to search the backpack?
They did not.
And did you search the backpack yourself?
I did not. It wasn't necessary or rise to the occasion that I do that because I didn't have any reasonable suspicion to do that. And I did that.
Explain what that means, please.
Sure. So reasonable suspicion means that there needs to, by law says you have to have some type of reasonable.
You can ask
suspicious
though,
activity
and the
with
parents are
searching
there.
student
You didn't
belongings.
ask.
And so typically
Yep.
that's like a report that someone has a vape pen or a weapon or.
You're saying that this
they're
was not reasonable
securing
suspicion
something they're not
to
supposed
check
have
the
in
bag.
school.
Why is it then
or
on the parents?
Nervous behavior when you have their belongings, which is very typical of students that we have searched in the past. They usually, their behavior will change when you're in possession of their stuff. And none of that's present at that moment.
And again, it's a lot of details. Well, have you ever met the defendant before, Jennifer Crumbley?
I have not.
You ever met her husband before?
I have not.
Prior to this day, you ever met their son before?
I did not know.
Okay. And was he wearing a face mask the entire time?
He was wearing a, yes, a COVID mask.
Now, was there a desire for him not to be left alone at this point?
That's what Sean had stated during the meeting when we were discussing what to do moving forward. And so his recommendation was that Ethan receive outside counseling as soon as possible today, if possible, meaning the 30th.
Mm-hmm.
And the response to that was, we can't take him anywhere today. We have to go back to work.
And who said that?
Mrs. Crumbley said that.
The defendant did?
Yes.
Okay. What was your reaction to that?
It seemed a little odd based on my experiences in previous similar parent meetings when students are being seen for mental health.
Tell us about that.
So we were like,
Could you rephrase that? Tell us.
But you
why
didn't
did it
seem
seem odd?
concerned either.
Because typically,
Right.
You know what I mean?
I'll pause
Like-
it for a second.
No. Well, it's just when I hate when they say, well, the parents have to go back to work. Well, you didn't.
Well, the
Right.
issue was him
concerned
not being
either.
left alone and being potentially suicidal, which is what the testimony was yesterday. Then why not leave him in school where he's not alone and the parents can go back to work and do what they need to do and then get him later, right?
right. You like she was trying to make the point of yesterday. You're not going to get an appointment that day anyway.
I'm
More
backing
than
it up a
likely.
touch because I just wanted to hear the question that was objected to.
Okay.
To that?
it seemed a little odd based on my experiences in
Yeah.
previous similar parent
Calls for
meetings when
speculation.
Students are being seen for mental health.
Tell us about that.
Could you rephrase that? Tell us about
So
it.
why did it seem odd to you?
Because typically,
Your Honor, objection as to relevance, what he's experienced with other parents.
Just it's similar to Mr. Hopkins' testimony yesterday.
Yeah, but you
The
ruled.
foundation that he's been
No.
in these meetings before.
Go ahead.
So, sir, you've had the
We'll be right
opportunity
back, guys.
to be in these type of parent meetings before with mental health issues?
yes,
Okay. And could you put a number for the jury and how many you've been a part of?
between 5 and 10 of them
Okay.
across the time of my education.
Okay. So calling in a parent for an immediate meeting, that's not a regular thing that occurs, correct?
It is not.
Okay. So that's something has to cause the school administration to do that.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you testified earlier that it was your expectation that the defendant or her husband would take the defendant's son home, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And this did not meet your expectation, but you found it to be odd. So comparing what happened November the 30th with everything in your prior experience, tell us why you felt that to be odd.
Typically, when it's recommended that parents take their children to seek out medical assistance immediately, they follow the direction of the mental health professional, and that's been my experience every time.
In this case, that would have been Sean Hopkins.
That is correct, yes.
What was your impression of how that meeting ended on the 30th?
It sort of seemed like it ended abruptly. It was a very short meeting. I want to say it was
Very short, average length.
Okay.
And once it was determined that they were not going to take him home, it was stated that he would end up having to walk home if he was going home and then be home by himself. And
Who said
that's-
that?
Ethan had said that.
Yeah, I know. Again, it's a what was that? It's a
My
trial.
kid.
Okay, it's a trial strategy. Like, well, you have to be quick on your feet to be a litigator. You have to know the objections. You have to be able to spot them and call it out. Just not like Joe said. She seems a little green, and she might be a little green, and maybe that's the issue. I really don't know her trial experience.
Okay. In front of his parents?
Yes.
Did either Jennifer or James dispute that?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Please continue.
And that's when Sean had responded that he really didn't want Ethan to be home by himself alone, and that he thought it was best that if he wasn't going to leave that morning with his parents, that he remain in school so that he could be surrounded by other people, and that he would monitor his attendance and check in with him.
Okay. I've nothing further.
Yeah, it's already been opened up, Andrew.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. In terms of your experience, I understand prior to becoming the assistant dean, you were a long-term substitute over in Lake Orion.
That is correct, yes.
And
Like
you have a
Orion.
degree in what?
I have a master's degree in education and human development and a bachelor's degree in sociology.
And did you ever have any training specific to disciplining students or discipline issues?
Yes, on-the-job training.
When you say you had on-the-job training, where was that?
So my job previous to being a long-term substitute teacher, I was the dean of students for an alternative program in charge of behavior and discipline. And then I spent 3 years for Brandon School District as an intervention specialist. And so I specifically dealt with student behavior.
In the trainings you did, were you taught signs of things to look for in students that would have discipline issues?
Yes, I was.
I believe you mentioned that one of those signs that you would know to look for in terms of thinking about what, if you need to search their backpack, would be whether they seem nervous when you're holding their materials, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this case, there was a time where you walked down to the classroom and retrieved Mrs. Crumbley's son's backpack.
Yes.
And you
I
carried
pronounced it
that
that way on
backpack
purpose.
to the office where
Like
you were
Ryan.
meeting with Mr. Hopkins and Mr. Crumbley's son, Mrs. Crumbley's son.
Yes.
When you carried that backpack back to Mrs. Crumbley's son, he did not appear to be nervous at all that you were holding his backpack.
He didn't appear to even care that I was holding his backpack.
And so based on him not caring or showing signs of nervousness, you had no concern there was anything in that bag.
I had no reasonable suspicion to search his belongings, no.
You did make the observation that that bag felt unusually heavy.
That is not correct.
Did you ever make the observation about how heavy the bag seemed?
I made a joke to Miss Morgan at how easily she picked it up and then handed it to me and my arm dropped. And so it was more of a joke of how strong she was compared to handing it off to me.
I see.
Hmm.
So you had
Okay.
training through your employment with the Brandon School District? Is that
Correct, yes.
You had training when you were working on your undergraduate degree?
Correct, yes.
You obviously have your advanced master's degree.
That is correct.
You have the experience from working in the school across state.
That is correct.
And you probably have attended other
Sounds
seminars
like she's
and
going
things to keep up to date on any recent developments in this area.
Yes.
how many additional hours would you say you've spent in those additional trainings?
No grand jury in Michigan.
Are you required to do a certain number per year?
No, I'm not.
But you do those trainings?
Yes,
Have you done more than one training?
yes.
More than 5?
No.
So your main job or responsibility at Oxford High School was to be in charge of discipline issues with the students.
That was one of them, yes.
And when you were looking at any situation involving Mrs. Crumbley's son, there was nothing that you determined required a disciplinary action.
M. Young, take the poll.
Required discipline in that situation, no.
So we talked yesterday about how Mrs. Crumbley's son was caught looking up bullets during class time.
Yes,
There was no discipline needed after he's looking up bullets in a classroom.
that doesn't reach to the level where there would be a consequence.
And with respect to that issue, there was a phone call and a voicemail left for Mrs. Crumbley.
That is correct.
You were present when Ms. Fine left the message.
I was not present when she left the message.
Mr. Hopkins was present when the message was left.
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. As far as you knew, Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to come to the school regarding the bullets,
As far as I know, she wasn't. No.
and Mrs. Crumbley was not asked to call back to the school, as far as you know.
She was asked to return the phone call if she had any questions about what had occurred.
I was going to say,
But
careful
not
how you
asked
answer
to
that, sir.
return
We have the
phone
recording.
call No matter what.
No, we often just give parents phone calls when we meet with students regardless of the issue, just to keep them informed on what we talked about, without a request to return phone call.
Now, when you were speaking with the prosecutor, you were shown exhibit number 158. I'm going to pull that up on the screen.
158. I don't remember what this one is. Oh, is this the email?
Okay, so I've got 158 up there.
Yeah, this is, I think, the November 29th email.
And this is an email chain that went between Miss Kubina and yourself. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I'll back up.
Yeah.
I can see that this
He
went
was aware
between
because of
Miss
the email
Kubina
that they're
and,
talking about right now.
Sean Hopkins. Were you made aware of the contents within this email that's in
Oh,
exhibit
maybe not.
158?
Yes,
And in exhibit 158, Ms. Kubina wrote, not only was he looking up the bullets, but that when she reviewed his previous work that he's completed, it leans towards the violent side, correct?
that's what it says, correct.
Did you go and ask Ms. Kubina to provide you some of the work he completed that appeared violent?
I did not do that as it wasn't necessary.
Well, in
So
hindsight, maybe it wasn't
For
necessary.
you to specifically speak with Ms. Crumbley in any way about the bullets, drawing, or research,
It was not necessary.
and it was not necessary for you to look at what were described as violent side indications in his prior work.
Okay, I'm
It
liking
was
this so
not
far.
necessary because another staff member had already taken care of this issue, so I didn't need to get involved any further.
Is the
And
help, is
you
the testimony
did not
helping the state or the
mention to
defense?
Mrs.
That's
Crumbley
all
at
that's
any
all.
point in time that a teacher had described prior work of her son to be on the violent side.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Did you ever talk to Mrs. Crumbley that there was an indication from a teacher that
Yes.
her son had prior work that leaned on the violent side?
During the meeting that we had on the 30th.
You're saying you
We
discussed,
discussed that during the meeting we had on the 30th.
but at that time, you didn't even have the violent leaning materials, correct?
That is correct.
And you didn't show her any of the examples that you would say would be violent leaning materials.
Didn't have those to show her, no.
And as far as you were aware, well, I'll ask if you were you aware if anyone ever discussed violent leaning drawings or violent
I won't
leaning
stand in your
work
way,
in
Mama
the
Swiss
past with Mrs. Crumbley? Are you aware?
I'm not aware of that, nor there was any documentation prior to this that would describe that.
Good morning.
Now, on November 30th, we know that you were told inappropriate things were being drawn on the math paper. Or I'm sorry, you testified that inappropriate things were drawn on the math paper, correct?
That is correct.
And when you're talking about the math paper, you're speaking about what we see in Exhibit 74 that has drawings and writings by Mrs. Crumbley's son on the paper.
That is correct.
You're aware that Mrs. Crumbley's son was drawing these things and writing these words during class time when he was supposed to be working on this review, correct?
Yep.
I don't know if they changed their policy, but there's a fundamental rule of evidence in Michigan, it's probably most other states, that compromise or a change in procedures cannot be used against someone to show their liability. So say, for example, say somebody trips on a sidewalk and they get sued over that. Well, if the company then fixes the sidewalk after the fact, you can't use that against them to show like, oh, they knew it was a problem, because the courts don't want a chilling effect on people fixing issues. They don't want to say, well, if they fix the issue, then they're admitting the liability, and then they're unlikely to fix the issue. So that's the rule. That's sort of the reason behind the rule. So no, the defense would not be able to use that, even if they changed their policies afterwards, even in this particular case.
And that did not create a discipline issue to you?
When he's seen for mental health, that supersedes any type of minor violation that this would potentially rise to, but this doesn't violate any of the code of our conduct.
But the parents really haven't had a chance to implement new procedures since their son's in prison, and so are they.
The fact that he was being seen by his
jail, rather.
counselor for mental health, that's what takes precedence.
It's just a rule of evidence that applies
That
to both
was
civil
explained
and
to
criminal.
Mrs. Crumbley. This is not a discipline issue. Your son is not in trouble for this drawing, correct?
Yes,
And you explained to Mrs. Crumbley, we're concerned about mental health, not disciplining him for this drawing.
yes.
And during that meeting, it was a conclusion by you that this was not, you and Mr. Hopkins together, that this was not a discipline issue, but a mental health issue.
So I was there for discipline and behavior, so that question was posed to me to make that call as part of my job.
And what was the call you made?
The call that I made was that there's no discipline warranted, that I'm more concerned that he gets the help that he needs.
During that meeting, were you aware that another teacher had reported Mrs. Crumbley's son was looking at a violent video in class?
Yes, that is why Sean thought that I had come to his office that morning. So he had shared that he had gotten an email from the other teacher.
Did you ask?
Salvador, that's an interesting way to look at it. I still don't think it would be allowed, but that's an interesting argument to be had, because the one you're using it against is not the other side, right? It's not the opponent. So maybe you could squeak it in that way. I don't know. We'll see if this defense attorney gets that far.
To see the violent video that Mrs. Crumbley's son had been watching while he was in class.
I did not ask to see that, as it wasn't necessary.
You found it to not be necessary to take a look at the video that he had been watching?
No.
You didn't even ask Mrs. Crumbley's son, hey, can I see it? Take a look at that video.
Well, since it was described as not like a live event, and due to the fact that most
So
kids are watching
the
violent movies.
school
video
didn't
games,
get all the
kids play them
information
into
from
it.
them, and they didn't get all the information from the school.
And it also didn't rise
Well,
to the
no.
occasion
So
that you felt
this is she's just going over everything that was done in school. So the looking up the bullets, watching a violent video, which was said to maybe have been a movie, or Ethan said it was a video game, and then the math worksheet is what she's questioning him about. And she's saying, in the email, they say on 29th when he was looking up bullets, well, the fact that he was looking up bullets led me to go back through his other worksheets, and some of it is kind of violent. Maybe we want to look into this. And this guy's saying, well, it wasn't necessary for me to look at it that ahead of time. And then she's saying, okay, well, he was pulled out of class for watching a violent video. Did you watch that violent video? And he said no, because I didn't think it was necessary at the time to watch this violent video, whatever he was looking up, because he said it was a video game and he's a video game designer. And it's like, well, why didn't you still just look at it?
But did they tell the parents that they had all these little red flags? That's what, like Nick's question up there. So this asshat knew all this and didn't tell the parents.
Yes. They told the parents during that meeting, I believe, about several of these things. But then again, the focus was on suicidal ideation or suicidal
Right.
thoughts or anything like that. It wasn't homicidal. So they just said he needs to get into counseling. We don't want him alone. Parents said, well, we got to get back to work. Can he stay in school? And they said, yes.
Right. That's
So-
all these people that are trained in all this stuff didn't see it coming.
Exactly.
But the parents are supposed to.
Yeah.
felt he should be disciplined for watching a video during class time.
That also wouldn't rise to the occasion of a violation of our code.
Yeah.
That would be more of a teacher.
What does?
Behavior. You would never be suspended for that, or that wouldn't rise to that occasion.
Really?
No,
I went
Kat
to
left
school in a
us.
different day and age where you had to do school during school. So it sounds to me like during school, Oxford High School allows more freedom than what I experienced. So it was okay that he was looking at the bullets. That's not a discipline issue.
It's not that it was okay, it just doesn't rise to the occasion that you receive a suspension as a consequence. We have to rely on restorative practices instead of going right to suspension, as you mentioned that you might have experienced when you were in school. And we have to consider how the student's behavior interferes with the day and discuss that with them and talk about how we could move forward. And that has to be considered for all minor violations before you would ever consider a suspension. And that's something that we have to do by law.
So
The only thing that's new in this trial that hasn't been brought out in the preliminary examination was their police interrogation video. That is it. Absolutely everything else was presented at the preliminary examination, and the court bound it over for trial. And then this judge looked at it all again on a motion to quash the bind over and said, nope, there's enough. So there's been nothing new presented. And with that, I don't think this court is going to be likely to dismiss outright. I think they're going to send it to the jury.
Right.
So far, I mean, I don't know. We have more witnesses. Supposedly, they're going to rest at some point this week, but it's only Tuesday. I don't think this court, based on that, is going to dismiss. Although they might said, well, we were hoping for something more than what you just brought at the preliminary examination, and we're not seeing it, so we'll dismiss. That's possible, I guess.
But when you're considering all these things, you're ultimately concluding these are minor violations, if they're violations at all, correct?
That is correct.
The looking at bullets in the classroom,
Yes.
the looking at a violent video on his phone,
Yes.
the drawings on this math paper,
Yes.
the drawings on the amended math paper.
I think the journals are going to be
where
key for
Mr.
this,
Crumbley's
Wallstrom,
son made other
but there's
marks
no
on
evidence
the
that the parents
page.
knew about it.
So the drawings at the moment were not as important as a standout as the statements were. So when you have the explanation of
Yes, this is still the state's case in
video
chief.
games, and that's how he was practicing the drawing, and you have the parents confirm that information, it lowers the level of concern immensely.
So you took into account the context of what you were understanding, and that was part of what helped you conclude this was not a disciplinary issue.
That is correct.
Now, in terms of any disciplinary issues with Mrs. Crumbley's son prior, would those show up on Power Schools?
They would, yes.
It's fair to say that when you look at Power Schools, you don't see any history of disciplinary action against Mrs. Crumbley's son.
There was no history of discipline for Mrs. Crumbley's son.
They definitively determine what sets the child off. No, that's partly why I watched the Miller hearing and his sentencing, and he actually spoke. Ethan did, and during his sentencing, there's no indication as to why he did this, other than he didn't like his life. He was unhappy, and he saw this as getting some notoriety. But it's very vague. There's really no definitive reason that was given by Ethan for why he did this or what set him off. It was very weird and vague.
All of his grades are available to be seen. Mrs. Crumbley's son, while he may not have had the best grades, had overall passing grades. Is that fair to say?
Pretty average for a student at the time, yes.
And when you're on Power Schools, you can also see.
Are you reporting
attendance
from Lon
records and be able
Seaward's
to tell
chat, Becca?
If the student was in school often or missed school often, correct?
Yes.
And it appears from Power Schools that Mrs. Crumbley's son had very regular, very good attendance.
He did have regular attendance, yes.
So when you are looking at Mrs. Crumbley's son, it's fair to say he comes to you with no history that would cause you to be on higher alert.
That is correct.
I wonder what
And
Channel
when I
7
asked
chat is
about
saying.
prior incidents of discipline or things along those lines, you did not see anything from the 2020 to 2021 school year documented regarding discipline.
No, we would be able to see anything that would be in the history of attending Oxford schools, and there wasn't anything.
When you heard
I want her to hop in chat so I could throw
the
hands with
phone
her.
call to Mrs. Crumbley where she was asked, or it was suggested that a parent come to the school, her immediate reaction, you wanted to see her immediate reaction to seeing the paper from math class, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure, and I apologize. You testified that you wanted her immediate reaction when she saw the math paper you were dealing with, correct?
I wasn't looking for her immediate reaction. It was more, we're going to send you this that he just drew so you have it in front of you.
But you did end up getting her immediate reaction because
Yes.
she was on the phone at the time,
That, yes,
on speakerphone.
yes.
And you testified that her first reaction was to ask her son, what were you thinking? Why did you do this?
Yes.
When you call parents and say, I need a parent to come up here for a meeting, oftentimes one parent or the other comes to the school.
That's not necessarily true.
Well, there are times where both parents come to the school together.
Yes.
There are also times where one parent or the other parent come to the school.
Yeah, fair statement.
And when you're asking for a parent to come to the school, you are not specifically saying it has to be mom, or it has to be dad, or it has to be both, correct?
It just has to be whoever is legally allowed to, yes.
And in this case, legally allowed to would be both mom and dad, Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley.
Thank you, Andrew.
So
See you in the
according
chat.
to your request for a parent to come to the school, it's perfectly okay if it would be Mrs. Crumbley who comes, Mr. Crumbley who comes, or both parents.
Yes,
In this circumstance, both parents came to the school.
correct.
And they both attended the meeting that lasted approximately 10 minutes, as you said.
Correct.
I don't believe him when he was trying to make
Now,
it sound like
this was the first
both
time
parents
that you
normally
ever
come.
had
Yeah.
the Crumbley parents come to the school.
Most
There's
don't.
usually one parent
Regarding
that
their
is
son,
the
correct?
school parent.
That I was involved in,
Mhm.
yes,
And that you're aware of.
that, yes,
You would have seen on Power Schools if Mrs. Crumbley had been up at the school many times the year before, or the year before that, or the year before that, correct?
it depending on the type of meeting, potentially. If they're meeting with the teacher, it probably wouldn't be listed in Power School.
So discipline meetings would have been on there, and you didn't see
Correct.
any history of Mrs. Crumbley coming to the school for discipline.
That's correct.
So she was a person that when she arrived, you did not know from prior occasions with, you had not had many communications or any communications with Mrs. Crumbley where you would know who she is or how she is.
That's correct.
During the meeting, Mr. Hopkins supplied Mr. Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley with the sheet of resources, including many therapists listed.
That's correct.
And on that sheet, there's also Common Ground is listed in some other mental health facilities.
I can't speak to what's.
Nice, David.
During
Like that?
that meeting, you indicated to Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley that you wanted
Are
them
you
to
trolling
get
another chat?
counseling
I am.
for their
Yeah,
son.
he said that they should be watching over here with us.
Mr. Hopkins did,
Yes,
but you agreed with that.
They're gonna yeet you.
And when that happened, there was not any specific
That's
direction.
WXYZ.
You
This
need to
isn't
go to
LMC.
Common Ground.
no, the direction was as soon as possible, that day if possible.
As soon as possible, that day is possible, if possible, but it's okay if it was going to end up being on a different day.
I can't speak to that. I can speak to the statement that was made that Mr. Hopkins would be following up within 48 hours to ensure that they had made arrangements for that, which means
Yeah,
they
so
had
within 48
48
hours, you
to
wanted.
secure some type of counseling.
And by secure some type of counseling, you mean scheduling an appointment, making steps to get mental health counseling, correct?
Correct, after they said they were not going to be taking their son out that day.
Now, during the meeting, well, as the dean of students, you're aware that there are some circumstances where children or students at Oxford High are not permitted to stay at school, correct?
You need to go tell everyone to
There are
watch here.
situations where students wouldn't be permitted to stay at school, yes.
If a student
nice.
comes
We
to
finally
school
got
and is positive for COVID, you would not allow the student to stay there.
That's a fair statement, yes.
If a student has a temperature and is sick, you would not allow the student to stay there.
We would request that they were picked up.
And if the parent said, no, I'm not gonna get them, they're fine, the school would still say, no, you have to take them home, correct?
We've said that in the past and it still hasn't happened.
It hasn't happened where a parent hasn't
Nice.
taken the child home.
This is what we were trying to get out of the counselor yesterday, and he was just stonewalling
that
the
what you're
whole
saying?
argument.
What I'm saying is, in that specific case where students have had a fever and the parents refuse to come pick them up, they remain at school. I've been in those situations before where parents were refusing to come pick them up.
So you end up letting parents, so there are times then where you want the child picked up, but they don't get picked up, and the school doesn't do anything about it to force the parents to come.
There's nothing that we have the power to do to force parents to do anything.
Yeah, okay.
If you said, if there was a discipline issue, if you had looked at this as a discipline issue and told a parent, your child cannot stay here because of this discipline issue, you do have the authority to say, you must take your child home, correct?
I have the authority.
Yeah,
to
I don't like
recommend
the
that.
sick thing.
However, I can't force them to do that.
Because it
If
limits the
doesn't reach
options,
to
right?
a level
only
where
if
there's
they're
any type of
sick.
Legal behavior, I wouldn't be able to do anything further than recommend that they get up there because the child cannot remain at school. But I can't force them to do anything.
Okay, but in this circumstance, in this particular circumstance, there was discussion where ultimately it was okay in your mind for
Ed.
Mrs. Crumbley's son to remain in school.
From a discipline standpoint, yes. There wasn't a reason to suspend him. There was was no violation of our code of conduct that reaches the level of suspension.
And if you thought Mrs. Crumbley or Mr. Crumbley were neglecting their son medically, you are mandated by law to report that, correct?
Yep, absolutely.
So it's fair to say that even looking at it from a
This is where
counseling
Joe's
mental
questioning could
health
come in handy.
perspective,
Which is what they would do if you refused to come
you
to
did
your
not
feverish
find that
kid.
Mr. Crumbley
They'd
and
report
Mrs.
you.
Crumbley were meeting a level of
Yeah,
being
Ken
so
was great on
neglectful
panel
that you
yesterday.
needed to call to report that, correct?
No, because I wasn't made aware of all the additional information that they were withholding.
It's important for you to have all the information you can, correct?
True. I
You
can't
would-
force people to share information with me.
You would also agree that the school had information they didn't share with Mrs. Crumbley.
We had shared
There we
all the
go.
information that we had with her at the time of the parent meeting.
You would agree with me that there has been claims of prior disciplinary issues that from your documentation in Power Schools is not even included, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand? Is those prior discipline issues are on there?
There weren't any prior discipline issues.
Right, so there's no prior discipline issues listed on there. You testified you never spoke with Mrs. Crumbley about discipline issues.
Yeah, that's correct.
So you don't have any evidence that Mrs. Crumbley received all the information that the school would have or could have known.
Can you rephrase that question?
You don't know that Mrs. Crumbley had received information about every specific situation with her son, correct?
The specific information discussed in emails that was shared with Mrs. Crumbley.
Right, so on that day, you're discussing with her limited information compared to the whole picture.
It was the information that we had at the time. All the information we had was shared with her.
Are you saying that when they came?
Yeah, but they also shared information with you.
The emails that we received from the teachers, correct?
Oh, okay.
You have more
At no
concerning
point
things
in
than
time
they
Did
do.
you believe that
Right.
Mrs. Crumbley's son posed a threat to the school?
He did not pose a threat to the school. No.
If he posed a threat to the school, that's something that you have been trained in to identify, correct?
Correct. We had previous threats that year that I.
Ethan did not pose
They were
a
threats.
threat
Correct.
to.
And when something is a threat, how is it that you handle it differently? Is the student allowed to stay in school?
No.
So you are the decision maker about whether or not there is a threat overall.
I wouldn't say that I'm the decision maker, but I have the power to heighten it to the level where we can get other people involved that can make a more informed decision.
And you're the one that has the training on that topic.
I'm one of them, yes.
And in this case, your conclusion was that the shooter's son was not a threat.
There was no threat present at the time.
You also took into account that what Mrs. Crumbley's son said made it sound like there were issues of sadness versus anything threatening, correct?
Correct, which is very typical of most teenagers.
Very typical.
Very typical of most teenagers, especially at that time with COVID, to feel sad. It was not unusual to hear that throughout the day.
Now, some of the statements
Hey,
on the
Baker.
math paper, you saw the statements that
Hang on a
say
sec.
things like,
Gotta see
I
the
love
top.
my
There we go.
life so much, and oh,
You been watching this?
Yeah, and I still don't get when do we come to why the mom is guilty?
Well, that's coming, Baker. That's coming, down the road a bit. First, we have to
Yeah.
establish all this bad stuff and what nobody knew. And then we'll say why the parents are so guilty.
But the school counselor who was supposed to check up on him and this dean who checked his bag didn't know anything, but the mom who wasn't at the school should know that.
Yeah, exactly. The parents shared everything with the student or with the school. The school didn't share everything with the parents. So by my calculations, the school has more information than the parents do at this time.
Yeah.
So they shared the fact that his son was moved away, or his friend was moved away. His grandfather died. The dog died. That he's
Kind
been.
of sounds like a country music song.
I know, right? Exactly. But the school didn't share with the parents right away about, oh, he's got violent papers that we're concerned about. He's got they both equally know about the math worksheet. They both, the parents shared the fact that, well, Ethan shared and the parents confirmed the fact that there was a new gun purchase, that they've been going to the range. So in my calculations, the school has more evidence than the parents do at this point. Plus, on top of that, they have all the education, training, and experience dealing with kids.
Yeah, and that's because they were very concerned about their kids being kind of a loner and depressed. So they gave him a hobby, a fully legal hobby.
Yep. And
it's just,
not only they exercised that hobby with them, they went out and spent quality time with their son engaged in that hobby. We saw 9 videos of it. So it's not like they just sent him off too and then went to their horses. They were actively engaged.
Yeah, and that's and I've been watching for the last 2 days now. I've been doing nothing. Oh, I just bought my ticket, so you better come to Tennessee.
Right.
But so far we haven't heard anything about why the parents should have known more than everyone else. And
yeah, we really haven't.
I know police doesn't have any obligation to save you, but how about all these school people who were concerned about all his behaviors? Did you ever send anyone home? No, not really.
No, not really. It didn't rise to the level of. He wasn't a threat. Specifically, the last thing that I wrote down is Ethan did not pose a threat to the school, according to the dean of students. That's kind of important to know. So if someone with all the information doesn't think that he's a threat, then how do you expect the parents to assume that he's a threat? And again, it could be that the school really doesn't see him as a threat and the parents actually do have personal knowledge of this. No one's talking about the journal, which is where all the actual threats are written. There's no evidence that I know of yet that says that the parents actually read this journal.
Right.
Yeah.
It was in
again,
with the firearm.
Again, it's turn it around. If it wasn't a political thing with the pew sticks, your kid goes out in your car because they're 16 years old. Legally, they can drive a car.
Yeah.
And they get a little of the wacky tobacco, and maybe they snuck some of Mama Farrell's Crown Royal, and they make a head-on collision. Are you liable for the 4 kids in the back seat on that car? No.
But
This is a
not.
stick.
Yeah.
What if they intentionally run into a crowd of people?
That was more kind of the a more direct analogy.
Yeah.
Like they intentionally run down a bunch of people. No, you're not going to be responsible.
Yeah, is
Unless
there
you knew that they intended to. You read their journal.
Is Dale Brooks' mom liable?
Well, she should be.
Yeah.
It was her car.
It was her car.
It was her car.
She provided her son that had no license to drive that car.
Yeah. So again, it's just and I know Eminem is liberal and all of that, but still, on the only thing here I'm seeing is this is hypocrisy. They are trying to do politics through the courtroom, and it's nothing else. And sadly, I don't like
only
this
because there's a
defense lawyer.
gun in a school.
Okay, so as an owner of a car, you can be sued. Yes, civilly. We're not talking civil. We're talking about criminal culpability, throwing you in prison for 10 years, 15 years. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the civil standard. So.
And as Ken says, if I go in and check my daughter's journals, that would be a breach of trust between me and her.
I don't get into that. I know Ken said that on the panel too, but as a parent, I'm going to look through everything. I don't care. But the point is did they look? Did they know? Did they have to look? Do you have to know?
Yeah,
How did Eminem get pulled into it? I don't know.
Because she's the only liberal I know.
Oh, McKinley. That's who you're talking about.
Yeah.
OHS, which I assume stands for Oxford High School, rocks, correct?
Yes.
Those kind of statements also, would you agree those are mixed signal kind of statements?
No, I would say it looks like you have a teenager who is trying to not get in trouble, knowing that the dean of students is involved most of the time. When I'm involved in student meetings, the kids always think they're in trouble, which is not necessarily.
Yeah, Becca, can you send me a DM
So I
too, by the way?
looked at that
About a
as
different case.
He was trying to
I
get
know
himself out
Becca.
of being in
She's
trouble,
in my chat all the times.
And you,
thinking he was going to be in trouble.
Apparently you don't know
from
she's
this-
liberal.
this meeting we were holding.
and that was something that's not
Oh.
unusual for you.
Well, she's
That's
young.
not unusual, no.
That doesn't mean there's a threat to you.
She's like 16 or something.
No, she's not. Is she?
In terms of Oxford and the area community.
I'm the person who called
you're
McKinley
familiar,
Eminem and
with
M.
the
Jung
fact
for
that
M. Jung.
students at the
Don't ask
school,
me
there
about
are
anything.
many who are interested in hunting, guns, target
She's
practice,
12.
that kind of thing, correct?
Yes, during hunting season, it's kind of like a reminder that sort of gets put out for students that go hunting in the mornings before the late start Wednesdays to remember to not come to school in their gear and or have weapons in their vehicles from that morning. And like we've also had
I'll be right
students
back.
that pose with guns for their homecoming pictures as well. So it's very common in the Oxford community.
Okay, so it's so common that there are students, they pose for homecoming
There have been
pictures.
students that'll pose with guns for their homecoming photos.
When you're talking about homecoming photos, you're talking about like the dance.
They're dressed up at home.
Yeah.
Correct.
So they're dressed up in their, little party dresses, and they're holding guns in the photographs before they go to the dance?
Yes.
And you're saying that there are students who go hunting in the mornings before even coming to school?
Yes, so at the time.
It's a rural area.
Late start Wednesdays.
Right.
So school didn't start till 10, 20-ish. So when hunting season would start, they potentially could be out hunting with their parents in the morning.
So in addition to what you did know in this case,
I know.
seeing
We had
a
a
gun
kid that
or
actually got
talks of a gun, that was not
I had a classmate that actually got expelled because they had to call the sheriff in. He drove his truck into the shop and had a rifle in the window rack. Didn't even think about it. It's just a way of life when you live out in places like that.
Right. Well, this is very good testimony for the jury to hear.
Yeah.
I think this is great testimony.
It's just how it is when you're in a rural area like that.
Yeah.
something that caused alarm to make you think there was some kind of threat.
No, nor
Guns-
was I aware that he even had a gun.
Guns at that school are very common, but it sounds like it's a common topic if they're in pictures.
Is
of
there any
dresses and things like that.
statistics
I would
on
say across many
school
schools,
viewings? Which areas that happen in
see guns drawn on
rural areas or
signs
inner
and
city
papers.
areas? Where is this most
There are
common?
certain books or,
No,
uh,
I don't know. I haven't
curriculum
looked into that.
And students have end up
Yeah,
drawing
Deanna, I don't
guns
like the way
and
she's
stuff in
standing either.
stories.
The defense attorney?
Now,
This is
my understanding is that you guys
Hunched over.
recommended immediate care. I'm sorry, I'm gonna strike that. I was going into a question I've already asked you.
Oh, yeah, we got one more joining us. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
So, what are your thoughts on this case this far?
Well, as I assume the dean of students is also one of these Rhodes scholars who were so scared of this kid we didn't check his book bag.
Yeah, no, that's exactly.
No, it's not my fault he shot the school up. Although listening to a couple of pistol magazines click and clack around in there should have been a giveaway.
Well, the other thing is that what the testimony right before you came on I thought was great. A lot of kids often pose with guns in their dance photos. Kids go hunting before school. This is a rural area. Guns alone would not indicate any sort of threat. The fact that this kid was shooting guns or anything like that. So I thought that was great testimony for this.
I mean, yeah, when I was I graduated high school in 2004, but still, kids having a shotgun, or even a friend of mine, he had an AK in his car, and it was like that was not a thing that anybody worried about.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. Well, since Jamie just kind of sits there quietly most of the time, she doesn't count towards the number of panelists, McKinley.
You did not think
I'm
it
being
was
respectful.
strange that the parents were not taking their son out of school, specifically with
All right, let me read
Mrs.
you the
Crumbley's
poll.
son on November 30th, correct?
I did think it was strange that they didn't take their son.
You've testified before in civil cases regarding regarding what happened at Oxford High School, correct?
I have, yes.
And specifically on September 14th of 2022, you testified in a
Cross helpful to
deposition,
the
correct?
defense.
That sounds about right, yes.
And when you testify in a deposition, it's not like a courtroom like this, right?
No, it's not.
But you still have to swear to tell the truth and take an oath before you testify.
Correct.
On that day, you were specifically asked, so them not taking Ethan home that day, you did not find that to be strange and out of the ordinary. Your answer was no. There would have been no reason for him to go home.
That was in regards to student discipline. So the context, I believe, is important there.
That's in regard to student discipline.
Correct.
But that was the question you were asked that day and the answer you gave.
In regards to being disciplined or suspended, correct?
And in terms of a mental health consideration, it was not something that arose to the level, whereas a mandatory reporter, you would have to report the Crumbleys for being neglectful. We've already established that, correct?
Yes.
So you agree then with that statement
I
that
like
it was
this
not strange
tactic.
or unusual? Yeah.
I like
In
that,
the
where
meeting
it's
we
not,
had, there was
children's
no
services wouldn't have been
indication,
involved, so how is it
and there was
neglectful?
Yeah, exactly.
nothing in Mrs. Crumbley's son's record to show there had ever been a previous concern about the need for mental health to Mr. Crumbley.
I think we've already answered this question.
No, I asked about prior discipline, but I didn't ask about prior notations mental health was necessary.
Okay, go ahead.
From a school standpoint, we did not have any record of mental health.
Now, when you testified previously, you testified that Mrs. Crumbley seemed receptive and willing to get mental health treatment for her son.
That was my understanding at the end of that meeting, yes.
Although maybe not that day, it was your understanding she was on board and was going to make an appointment or do something within 48 hours.
That was my understanding and hope.
When you were in the meeting and the struggle was discussed, ongoing struggle between the Crumbleys and their son, would you agree with me that the parents were making statements about they were concerned with their son's schoolwork and grades?
They just confirmed that they had the argument. They didn't provide any context or details about anything other than what he had shared with us before they arrived.
Were you aware there was a specific concern related to Mrs. Crumbley's son having missing assignments specifically?
The only information that she provided was that he struggled with virtual learning, which was confirming what he had also shared with us. But there was nothing specific that I remember her sharing.
And you would agree with me that when you meet with parents, parents all react differently to their child being brought down to the office.
That depends on the situation.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
depending on the
I'm not a
situation,
huge fan of
parents
her
may have
questions,
a
but there's
variety of
nuggets of gold in there.
reactions.
It depends on it depends on what the meeting is, yeah. What the meeting is about, why we're meeting with the parents and the child.
Obviously, when parents come
And the
to
nuggets
school,
she
they're
lays
showing
out
you
there,
a
they
level of
can't,
concern to
the
make
state
sure to
can't
handle
really
whatever
review.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
but there's
it
enough
is
of like
going on, correct?
meandering, it gets lost at times.
I know it does. I wish you would just do some short, quick jabs and move on.
Mhm.
Somewhat, yeah.
And you're aware that when the parents are coming to a meeting, they are going to be getting information and From you and from other professionals at the school.
as well as providing information that they have, because they're the experts on the child. So part of the meeting is to share what we have, but also to listen.
Oh,
to
they're the
information
experts on
or
their child
additional
because it's
stuff
convenient
that
right
they
now.
might be seeing outside of school, at home.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah,
And,
I'm an educator.
There was no
Mhm.
information
I
provided.
had a-
I went to
you
college
that
for
the
this.
And a family law judge that said we were doing some debate in Lansing about Child Custody Act. He said, "I have raised thousands of kids." Really? You've
Oh,
raised them?
oh, I hate
Well,
that. I hate like
there
relatives
are
do
some
that too.
counties
I
where that does
practically
happen,
raised
though.
those kids.
What were you saying, Sean?
See, there are some counties where the judge does end up raising the children for people. So,
I know it was just such a condescending thing to say. I don't wanted to slap him.
oh yeah, it's very
concerns
cringy.
over mental health issues. Fair to say?
That's fair to say.
I have nothing further.
You do it.
Thank you. Mr. Ejak, let's talk about the whole picture. Okay, so you testified that as dean of students, you needed reasonable suspicion to search a student's personal items such as a backpack.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And on November the 30th, 2021, it was your perception with the information you were given that you didn't possess reasonable suspicion.
That's correct.
And you also had a perception with the information you were given.
About
on
no
November
leading
30th,
questions?
2021, that
Objection?
defendant's son wasn't a threat to anyone else.
That's correct.
Well, that was long. It was
So-
compound.
You had told us that Jennifer Crumbley just confirmed some items that her son had told you prior to her arrival.
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that in March of 2021 and April of 2021 that her son was hallucinating, or at least expressing that he was hallucinating?
No, she did not.
Okay. Did she ever tell you in April of 2021 that she had told her friend that she thought her son was depressed?
No, she did not.
Did she ever tell you that
Oh my God,
as early
stop
as
with the
June
leading
of
questions.
2021, she had indicated
What?
that he had obtained his own
She's
firearm?
letting him.
No, she
Yeah.
Okay, now one of the reasons you told
Why
us
not?
about
We
Now,
need
the
the
hallucinating
suspicion, you
thing.
said if
Sorry, the hallucinating thing, real quick. You mentioned that's all a bunch of BS. He doesn't have hallucinations, and
Yeah.
the judge is preventing them from bringing in medical records to show that at this point, right?
Well, they haven't made the attempt to admit it, but the judge made a pretrial ruling that they could admit his medical records over and above Ethan's objections. So that was the
So
pretrial ruling, but it's still going back and forth because now
Well-
apparently he's not testifying.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're going to bring up, they open the door by talking about these hallucinations. Well, they have a right to prove those aren't true. Ethan, it sounds like Ethan hammed it up or was making stuff up. Well, I mean, they have the right
Yeah.
to show that's not true.
Yeah, his medical records, at least if they're the same ones that were used in the Miller hearing, shows that he wasn't hallucinating anything. He has no sort of psychosis or psychopathy. He has no mental health illness or anything like that. So that's what was brought up at the Miller hearing. And so I think the state, so far, the court is allowing them to bring it in, although it's not their case in chief. And the state's not going to bring it up.
you believe a student has a weapon or access to a weapon, is that important to you as dean of students?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. If you had information that a student had access to a firearm in conjunction with that photograph that you saw in Exhibit 74, what would that indicate to you?
That would indicate that I need to heighten it to the next level and involve our school resource officer as well as the administration.
Okay. And did Jennifer Crumbley ever tell you that she had given her son a 6-hour 9mm handgun just 4 days before this drawing was created?
She did not know.
Would that
If
have been
she
important
had
to you?
done it 5 days before,
Would
would
that
it
have
have been
helped you
okay?
get the full picture?
That's my point. Like,
Do you
we're
not
assuming
ask
the
these
shoot-
questions, doctor?
Exactly.
That's the
But
big
I
question.
just hate,
Oh, sorry.
I
He's
hate
just
this
drawing
court.
guns. And it's like, you have a problem. Oh, you ask the parent, like, oh, is everything? Nope, everything's fine. Oh, okay, cool, nothing further. Like, do you just sit there like a bump on a log? You never proactively look into things?
Yeah.
One of the things I've learned by watching trials on YouTube is the most used sentence by anyone in government is, "It's not my job."
Yeah. Well, I guarantee you, every other day, this guy has been knee deep in kids' crap.
Now, you talk about decision
Oh, yeah,
makers.
absolutely.
Between parent and child, who's the decision maker?
The parent.
Okay. And decision
Oh my
makers
God.
as to if a student stays
Outside
in
the
school or not.
scope.
Who's the decision
What are the
maker?
objections?
Parent or administrator?
I would object because
Oh,
in this case,
finally.
there has been discussion and testimony that the student was a part of the decision and so were the parents. And so I would say that the opinion on this question is irrelevant.
Part of the decision.
I take it the objection is on MRA 401 relevance. In response, counsel on her cross-examination specifically asked him about the decision maker, he being the decision maker, and I believe this.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow it.
Thank you. Okay, so between you, Mr. Hopkins, Jennifer, and James Crumbley, who were the decision makers?
So I would say the main decision maker would have been the parents.
The parent. And you've never seen the defense.
The next time the school calls and says I have to pick up my kid because he's being suspended, I'm going to say, no. I'm the main decision maker. He's staying in.
Yep.
And then son.
Your Honor, I would ask that the prosecution stop asking leading questions.
That's fine. Okay.
That's fine.
That's fine. He'll
5 minutes
continue
too
on.
late.
If you were given the full picture, what would have taken for you to tighten that to reasonable suspicion to search a backpack?
Any type of indicator that the student was going to be a threat to anybody, including himself. That would have heightened it to the next level.
You don't think drawing guns and stealing people's a threat?
Access to a firearm, or that he had made.
You just said it is so normal for your students to have weapons.
And if they would
So-
have suspended him and sent him home for drawing those things, they would have been completely justified. There would have been no opportunity to redress that by the parents, with the
Right.
school board.
Wanting to hurt anybody, any statements written on there with names, or I'm going to do this, I'm going to, like, those would have all been things that would have changed the process that we followed.
And when you have a meeting.
Why
with a
didn't you
parent
ask if
and
there
a
were
student,
guns
you
in the
rely upon
home?
the parent to provide information?
Absolutely.
He already knew. He didn't need to ask.
Okay, so the reasonable suspicion.
Your Honor, may I ask one question on redirect? You also, so you're from a community where guns are popular, you testified about that. You also
Yeah.
didn't ask if
Nope.
the Crumbleys had a gun, correct?
There you go.
No.
You're aware many of the families in Oxford have guns, but
I
you
was
did
aware of the
not
email.
ask them specifically if they had one, and they didn't tell you.
I didn't ask that question.
Thank you.
Good
That's
job, girl.
That's a good. That was
You can
good.
step down in your excuse. Who's next?
That was a good thing to close him out on.
He's in the hallway. There.
It's like she heard you.
Wait, sir.
That was great. All right, I was just scrambling to take my notes. No, that was good. Recross. Normally, recross is not allowed, but she's asking special permission for it when it's appropriate, and I like it. That's right. Just
Sir,
hear this,
you may be
guys.
seated, and would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Andrew Smith, Andrew Smith, SMI.
This is her former employer.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
Can you tell the jury what your
Oh, she didn't have to go to that meeting.
I work for a real estate company. I am the chief operating officer.
But you're also a lawyer.
I also
We allow parents to bring their employees to bring their kids in. She's not hourly. She could have gone to the meeting. She didn't. She could have taken the day off. Blah blah blah. That's what he's going to testify to.
You're not technically practicing law, is that fair to say?
Well, yeah, you're not going to come across.
Not normally, from time to time I will, but that's not my primary responsibility.
Okay, what are your primary responsibilities?
My title, I'm responsible for all the operations of a portfolio of real estate holdings, commercial, multifamily, industrial.
Make it sound so
And
confusing.
about how many employees in the company?
Approximately 700.
Okay, so you're the COO of a real estate management company that has 700 employees. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
How do you know her?
She worked for our company. She was the marketing director at my company.
Do you know what the time frame that was?
I believe she had been a marketing director for approximately a year or a little longer. Before that, she was on the marketing team in a different capacity. I'm not really sure when she hired him, but it was approximately 5 years, give or take, I think.
Okay. Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you tell the judge something she's wearing?
Tan brown, luxury sport coat, and glasses.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant.
The record will set with that.
So, did you supervise Jennifer Crumbley?
I was her direct supervisor when she was the marketing director, yes.
So how long was that?
I believe that was a year to year and a half.
You should
What
just
were her
have done like this.
responsibilities as the marketing director?
She was responsible for handling the marketing of our portfolio properties.
It was what?
Outside vendors, social media, dealing with reviews, online reviews, helping with leasing training, all that goes into marketing aspect.
Okay, and so does your company have social media accounts?
Yes.
What accounts do they have? In general, you don't have to
In
say.
general, I know they have Facebook accounts for properties and they have, I believe, Instagram as well.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what Jennifer's work week is? How many hours was she required to work, and what were the times that her beginning and end time?
I can approximate. She was a director, so I know she was responsible to work a 40-hour work week.
Sean, you have some technical issues? No, I think he said he's having some technical issues.
Okay.
So he might need to duck
Yeah,
out. But...
David, I'm gonna have to bow out. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Okay, I'll send
Thank
you a
you,
link for this
Sean.
afternoon if you want to jump back in.
Yep.
All right.
All right. See you guys.
Take care.
Bye.
Jennifer worked as a marketing director for a real estate company, essentially, and this was her boss.
The start finish time fluctuated depending on.
Sorry, did you want to hold up your
schedule,
picture again there, Baker?
9 to 5.
If you guys don't know, the Broken Baker, by the way, you all need to sub to
Or
him.
did it change day to day?
It was
In addition to
somewhat
being a
set for
baker
some
and a
flexibility
professional
depending
juror
on
in
what
Denmark,
I
does drawings.
believe she came a little bit early
Yeah,
for the-
this is safe
Okay.
because
Yes.
this is not
Ever-
letter
was she ever
freedom
allowed to
and
work
this
from
is
home?
not a pew pew.
Yes, there was occasions where she
The
would
text
work
says
from home.
so.
And so you're saying she had done that before?
Yes.
Okay. Talk to me about the company's culture in terms of families.
I think we're very family friendly, family first type atmosphere.
So do you have employees that have issues with kids or family or personal things?
We always allow them to
Included,
leave.
Sure, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
no problem. They can always bring
what
their
is
kids
the-
with
the
us to
company
work.
policy
With
on
them to
that?
work.
I think we're very big on family first culture. If you need time away we have a PTO policy, a paid time off policy to cover handling of your needs, but we also are very friendly when it comes to.
You have a PTO
needing
policy,
time
but it
for
doesn't
addressing
mean
what may be a child issue or
whatever.
childcare or-
What are you gonna say?
I have a PTO policy at my work, but you still have to get it approved, and he's not
Right.
probably the guy doing it. It's probably
Right.
based off of, you know what I mean? Like they say it like it's just free willy nilly. Like you still have to get approved.
I get it. Jamie's angry.
Just like no, the meeting wasn't mandatory, but everybody knows they actually are.
Snow days.
Yeah.
Things like that.
What happened when the pandemic was in full force? Were employees still coming in every day, or were they working remotely, or both?
There was a little bit of both,
Okay.
depending on the job and the ability to do so.
Okay. Does the company provide health insurance?
We offer health insurance, yes.
And do you know if Jennifer had health insurance?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know whether or not anyone else in her family was insured?
I have no idea. On our company policy,
Yes.
I'd have to look at those records. I don't know.
Okay, so if I handed you the records, would that refresh your recollection?
I'm not in charge of HR, but it would at least, I would assume.
They're trying to get at that
indicate whether or
Ethan
not
didn't have
she
health
was on our
insurance
health insurance.
under
Okay.
Jennifer's policy, but it doesn't mean that he didn't have it under some other
Who
policy.
does the human
Right.
resources person report to?
A few people to me included.
Okay, and do you, does the company regularly keep benefits documents
Oh,
in the
stop
normal course of
it.
business for each employee?
Absolutely.
I can't remember. It was a number of years. She's not a new hire. I can't remember exactly though. I don't want to give the wrong
I'm
number.
handing you a portion of the personnel file for Jennifer Crumbley that the defense has been provided. What is that?
This appears to be a 2021 new hire open enrollment form for what I believe to be healthcare options, medical healthcare options that year.
What year
Oh, was
that?
it her
And,
primary?
Um,
21.
May I approach? Is this what you're looking at?
So maybe she was new.
This is contained in there. I just want to make.
Yeah,
I
this has
thought
got,
she'd been there
this
for
is a
a few
different
years.
document, but it's similar, okay.
All right, and What is that document? That's also part of her personnel file, but what is that?
Okay, the document you handed me appears to be a Guardian life insurance, open enrollment form for 2021 for Jennifer Crumbley.
Okay, and the previous document you just had.
So that's
what
not
does
a new
that
hire
indicate?
form,
Who
that's
was
open
enrolled in the
enrollment.
health
Right,
benefits?
Young?
It appears to be for Jennifer Crumbley, and there were multiple options. It appears she checked, or someone checked the box. She did, I believe, for single medical low plan.
And how much was that per month, if you know?
Well, it listed as $102.55 bi-weekly, so I guess that'd be
This is BS, man.
$400 approximately a month.
And do you know approximately what the
Yeah,
cost?
Jen's
of
going to
rental
get on the
as
stand and
for
say,
the-
yeah, we had insurance for Ethan.
So if I, on this.
And this
plan,
whole
if I travel
testimony is
from
gonna be wasted.
single to employee
I'll be
plus
right back.
one, it would have been 404. Family, $533.81.
Is that once a month or 5?
These are all bi-weekly.
Okay. All right. Mary Prochati.
You're not marking it.
No.
Yeah, like, did James have all the insurance and then she just had like a plan for herself? Because you can do that. You can stack plans. That's how
I
people
again-
do it
about
sometimes.
November 30th, 2021.
Would
Do you
would it
remember
have
that
changed
day?
anything?
Okay.
Because
As a matter
the school
of
didn't
your
send him
daily
home.
routine, what were your
Would he have
hours?
talked to a counselor that
It
day?
depends on my day,
Maybe
where I'm
they
going, what's going on.
paid
that
for
day.
out of
It's
pocket.
Typical standard 40-hour work.
Yeah.
Some days can be longer, some days can be shorter.
What
You're
does
also
him
a-
having
a
insurance
parent,
have
so
to do with
did you come
anything?
in earlier? Did you come in late? What were you?
Well, that's why I wanted to ask
remember
David, are
that
they
day
making some
specifically, I
claim
was
that
coming
they
from
said
Memorial,
that
but I remember
he wasn't
I was
covered and it
driving
wasn't,
and I got
you know,
a
was
text
expensive
from
or
them,
something?
it was at 10 a.m.
Okay. I'm going to show you.
I'm sorry, how much was the plan? 400?
500
500 for a
Yeah.
family plan?
bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly? No,
Exhibit,
no, I thought that's
that's-
what they said like well, I don't know. I was getting, David, do you know if they're like why this is relevant testimony? Are they trying to claim, did somebody say like they couldn't take Ethan to the doctor because he didn't have insurance?
No, they're just making the inference. He doesn't have
Okay.
insurance, so they're not taking him. They didn't care enough to get him health insurance. That's why they didn't take him.
Oh, okay. Now I gotcha. Yeah, I
It's been
know. Okay.
previously marked. That is from Jennifer's phone. How did you communicate with Jennifer?
In person,
Text
email.
message or Facebook Messenger? I'm sorry.
Use text message would be primary, yeah, text message.
Okay. This has been marked 152. I don't know if the jurors' eyes are. Oh, thank you so much. This monitor is not on.
No, I believe it's not only been marked, but it's admitted. I
It's
just want
admitted.
just check.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's noticing that the TV isn't on. So I don't know how to turn it on.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I see that it's noon,
Oh, thank you.
but Nicholas is going to have to run Jody on his own because we're still in trial.
The jury let me know if they can't see. I have a little trouble with seeing that. But can you see on the monitor?
Yes.
These are
It helps if I
communications
unmute.
that
I didn't know if you were going to
begin
stop and come
that
back later.
morning or that day, just from Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
Good.
Looking through this exhibit, is that representative of your text messages that day?
Oh, he says they're waiting 5 more minutes for my case to go to lunch.
I recognize the first two texts, and I believe I recognize all these texts correctly.
Okay, is this the entire communication you had that day?
No,
So are you saying something's missing?
yes.
All right. I'm going to now show you screenshots that we received.
With a $5 super chat. Also, unless James lost his job exactly during enrollment, Jennifer could not have added them to her insurance. Well, yeah. And there's nothing to suggest that they don't have private insurance. This is just you didn't have insurance through her current employer.
Yeah.
Okay. Move on.
So, exactly.
From your phone and your text messages between Jennifer Crumbley that same day.
Use the ones I gave you, yes.
Okay. Is your testimony that these accurately depict the entire text conversation of that day?
Could you scroll down?
Sure.
Okay. This looks accurate, yes.
Okay, so the message, the exhibit I just showed you had 4 messages, around 4 or 5. This is actually several messages. Is this your full conversation?
This would be the full conversation, yes, I texted that.
Okay. And when did you never deleted any text messages that, okay. So this is exactly what it was that you turned over to law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The first text, if you can see this exhibit, if you go to the top, Mr. Smith, what's the time on the first text you received from Jennifer Crumbley?
This is Tuesday, 10:05 a.m.
And you said earlier, did you say you were driving to work or you were at work?
I forget, I was driving, where I was going, I don't recall. Probably to work or coming from property, but I was driving, yes.
Assuming you weren't reading your text messages while driving, this is when you received the text. Can you read her
we
text?
wouldn't do that.
I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30, 12 at the latest.
They're still not at lunch.
Okay, so that text
We're
came
20
in
minutes out.
at
She sent this to
10:05.
how many different people in her life?
she
The
is
horse lady,
Everyone.
Telling
this
you
guy,
exactly
yeah,
when she'll be
and none
back.
of them said,
That's what it says, yeah.
Okay, so
"Oh,
did
you should
then
worry
she
about
attaches
this.
a
You
picture.
might hurt someone."
Do you know what that is?
I know now what it is.
Did you look at it at the time you received it?
No, I did look at it. It was later that day that I looked at it, but not at the time. I was driving at the time. I just saw the text on my phone pop up. And I
Okay.
saw him.
I wouldn't share it with
Was
my
it-
boss.
Was
Yeah,
it
20 minutes
required
out, Nick.
that Jennifer let you know if
They're
she
still not at lunch.
was leaving and where she was
The court
going, or
started
was
late,
this
so they were talking about
No, I
like
mean,
maybe
we
even
walked
skipping
through the
lunch
list
and doing
of
like a
leaving,
10-15
coming,
minute
going.
break.
She was good about that. She let me know if she was
Feeding
coming
the
or
jury.
going.
Sorry, is there something going on?
No, okay, thank you. Can you, the next, I believe there's some issue with a camera in the back, but I don't know. Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's very distracting, so I'm just asking if
Wait, what do you
there's
mean?
What's wrong?
something happening.
Yeah, they're
Can you-
talking to the witness.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's hard to hear the witness of the conversation.
Oh, it's hard to hear the witness, yeah. Everybody has to be quiet, okay? Yeah. Yes, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
All right,
They
Nicholas
wouldn't
is
be
going to go
having
ahead
these
with 30.
problems
The next message.
if you were in there doing the camera.
Well, before we get to the next message, tell
If
me
you guys are so
when
inclined to
when was
hit
the first
up
time you
Jody
actually saw Jennifer
and watch the
Crumbley
Jody
that day?
Arias trial with Nicholas, and I think McKinley may be
recall-
filling in
I
with
remember
me.
the exact
Just
time,
put a
it's
link
been
in the chat, but I'm going to
years.
stay
I
here and continue
recall
this case.
Seeing her at the office around noon that day.
And where did you see her?
It was in the copy room. It's like an open copy room, storage type stationary area.
And did she say anything to you?
I recall walking up to her asking how was she doing? Was she doing okay? And I recalled her mentioning that she had to get her child counseling. She seemed down. I think she had mentioned a few things. I recall her mentioning that his dog had passed away and a grandparent or grandparents had passed away. She may have said more. I remember she seemed down. I think she said she felt like she was a failure or failing him, and she had to get him counseling.
When she said, I feel like I'm failing him, who was she talking about?
I believe her son.
Okay. And what was your
Believes that
response?
she's failing him. That means
I
that
remember
she's
saying,
concerned,
if
right?
he needs
Right.
counseling,
Yep.
get him
Yep.
counseling, get him the help he needs.
You're not, if you're not concerned, you don't care if you're failing your kids or
Jennifer have
not.
a friendship outside of work.
No,
Did you ever socialize together outside of any work centered event?
New poll going up. How
Did
big is
you-
the
you
insurance
said you
issue
didn't
for you
Facebook
guys,
message her,
for you
you
as to go through innocence?
Conversations were just text or calling or email?
there may have been a Facebook message where she would send me photos from a property because of the size or scope I remember, but that'd be about it. But our communication will be in person, email, phone, or text.
And before this occurred, what, if anything, did you know about
What, if
her
anything?
son?
I knew she had a son in school. When she mentioned small talk, I knew he was in school. I recall something about him being in a bowling, an avid bowler, I recall correctly. And I remember that she mentioned some vacations they went on, some camping, some family trips. I recalled her discussing, he had a part-time job, I remember mentioning it sometime in the past. Small stuff like that, nothing much more.
Okay, did she ever talk to you about taking him skiing?
I know she was big into skiing. I don't recall her mentioning her son skiing. I don't know.
How do you know she was big into skiing?
She talked about it quite a bit. I recall, I think she like volunteered, or she was like a volunteer ski instructor or ski school type thing. I don't remember
Or
exactly.
ski patrol?
Ski patrol sounds more like that.
Do you know where that was?
Local, one of the local mountains, local hills.
Mount Holly.
Was her son with her that
I
day?
don't know.
At the office on the 30th?
Yes.
No.
Oh, she probably worked
Would
at
that
Pine
have
Mountain.
been allowed?
Sure.
What was her schedule that day in terms of what she was required to be doing?
I don't know what her schedule was that day. She's the director. I'd give her some flexibility. I do know that we had a property visit scheduled that afternoon that she was invited to.
Was that a required meeting?
No, not at all.
Did you know at that time the school asked Mrs. Crumbley to get him counseling that day? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she just told me she had to give him counseling, was going to give him counseling.
It's
Was
not
there
really
any big
clear to me
project
because I missed the
or
testimony.
assignment that
How long she was
Jennifer
there.
Crumbley was expected to do that day, an upcoming deadline that needed to be met that day?
I can't think of any deadline or anything bigger than this, but I'm sure she had a busy schedule as a director. I just don't recall anything specific, no.
Okay. But I guess what I'm asking is, had she asked to leave that day, would that have been a problem for the company? Or you were her
It
supervisor?
would have been no problem at all.
Did she have any paid time off collected?
I don't know what bank she had for PTO, but it wouldn't have mattered to me.
When was the next time you had any contact with Jennifer Crumbley?
Which is fine.
You
It's
saw her in
all
the
hindsight.
copy room.
We had a quick meeting with another colleague shortly thereafter, 20 minutes, 30 minutes thereafter.
Can you give me a time frame about?
I think I saw her in the copy room about noon. And so 20, 30 minutes thereafter, around 12:20, 12:30 that afternoon.
See, that sounds more right. Like she was there for like 5 years, but she was only the media director for a year or something like that. She had been there a while, I thought.
And we talked about the property we were going to visit, kind of what our goals, why we were going there. And we had talked, I think, about some calls and things we had down the road a couple days later.
Okay, and when after that was your next contact with her?
I recall because I was in a Zoom hearing at the time about 1 o'clock, I think it was.
Okay.
I heard some loud commotion outside my office, like yelling. And
How close is Jennifer Crumbley's office, was it to yours?
10, 12 feet away.
Okay, and you said you
Literally have no notes for
I
this
don't want to
guy.
put words in your mouth. What did you hear?
No, I just remember yelling, like a commotion, loud noise, like yelling, screaming type noise coming from down the hall.
And what did you do next?
I stepped away from my hearing. I looked outside to see what the noise was, and I saw her like racing out of her office, racing down the hall.
Did you learn, or did she say where she was going, or what she was upset about?
I recall her saying there was an active shooter at her child's school, and I remember saying, "Go, go."
And so obviously you didn't have a problem with her leaving.
Not at all.
When was the next time that you had any contact
No,
with her after
you have
she
to go
left
to the
at 1
meeting.
o'clock?
I got the text on this thread, the one on, it says 123, the gun is gone, so the bullets was the next time I received any communication from her.
Okay, so she leaves around 1. The text comes in at 1:23. Let's talk about this for a second.
I think she meant to
Did
text
you know
her
something
husband
about a gun
or someone
prior to
else.
this?
No,
I don't know.
Did you know that she had purchased a gun for her son?
no.
Okay, so when you got this text, what were you thinking?
I didn't know what to think. It alarmed me.
Okay,
She just run out and I got that text. I was really confused and alarmed.
all right, and what did you respond?
I responded by saying, I'm praying everything is okay.
And then the next text was from her. Can you read what she texted you?
There was a phone call that came in before that next text, it was just for timeline. I remember that, but
Yes, I'm sorry.
Nice. Tell the prosecutor.
These
Good.
Doesn't know her own
She
timeline.
made a phone call that came in at what time? 1:25?
I don't remember the exact times. I can remember what happened.
Okay, so do you remember when the call, you're saying the call came after I'm praying everything is okay.
I remember this because I wasn't a hearing, it was in a court hearing, covering hearing, and I stepped away and I got that because I was so alarmed by it that I walked down to my human resource director's office to let them know what had just transpired, to show her this text. And when I was in
And
my.
when you say this text, you mean just the one, the gun's gone and so are the bullets?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Correct. Then I recalled receiving a phone call from her. I was in my HR director's office at the time. I put it on speaker and I remember there was a conversation.
And can you tell me what the conversation was about? What did Jennifer say?
I can't remember everything, but I remember vividly the sound of sirens in the background.
Was she in her car driving? Was she at home?
I believe she was in her car. She was in her car, I believe, driving. I remember her saying she was trying to get to her child's school.
Okay. So what did she say?
I remember her telling us she was trying to get to her child's school. I believe she said something about the gun was missing, or family gun was missing. It was me and our HR director we just both said call the police, please call the police. I remember her saying that her husband had already called the police.
Okay. And were you aware that if her husband, first of all, had you ever met James Crumbley?
I never personally know.
Okay. Were you aware that he in fact did call 911?
No, I mean, just what she told us.
Okay. Did she say he had already called or he was going to call?
I believe she said he had already called the police.
All right. What happened after that? Did you end the conversation? Did she end the conversation?
I don't remember much more. It was short. And they've said, let us know if anything we can do to help, or let us know what we can do. Then I stayed with my HR director because we were trying to find out what was actually going on. And I got these next texts.
So you ended the call.
He's an overshare.
Yes.
I agree,
You're
Jen.
still in the HR director's office, or were you in another room?
If I left, I would have left. to
She
go
might
back
not
to
have
my
any
office,
friends.
Which is about a minute away to log off.
I know Baker shares way too much with
Or
me, but he doesn't
I
have any
can't remember
friends.
exactly, but it would have been
So
there or her office.
All right, and then
That's why I spent so much money justified to
was
Tennessee.
from you or Jennifer?
It's from Jennifer to me.
Okay, and can you read that?
OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
okay, see, that's the thing, right? At the time, there's an active shooter. That's all they know. And they've been talked about for 15 minutes or so with the counselor, showing all this stuff, thinking suicidal ideation. And now the gun's gone. He's going to kill himself. That's what I think she's thinking right here, right?
'cause
No one's
everybody
thinking
thought that.
homicide. Yeah, everyone thought that.
All right, now there's no timestamp on those specific messages, which normally would indicate they're coming in along the same string. Is that correct, or do you remember there was a significant period of time that lapsed?
I don't remember the exact times, but I want to recall those being somewhat close in proximity within the same hour time frame.
Okay, and then the next text,
I need a lawyer at substation with police.
and then the next text.
Ethan did it.
Okay. What's going through your mind at this point?
Shock, fear, sadness, all of them. Loud.
I have no idea.
Okay.
She has family.
And you testified earlier after I asked a few questions that you're actually a lawyer.
Yes.
Okay. Do you practice any kind of criminal law?
Never, no.
Has she ever asked you for a lawyer before?
I get asked that question a lot by people. She may have. I don't recall.
Why would she not?
So it appears from this text string that you didn't respond via text right away.
No, I recall there was another phone call.
Okay.
Sometime shortly after that last text, Ethan did it. There was another phone call she made to me. Because I remember I was still in my HR director's office at the time. And we were together. Maybe another colleague was there.
Was it on speaker or?
Yes, I put on speaker.
Okay. And what did she say?
I believe she said she was at the police station or had been at the police station and that she needed a lawyer. Could I recommend a lawyer?
And what did you say?
I couldn't think of one at the time. It's not my area. And
If you watch the,
I told her I'd ask our corporate counsel.
If you watch the police interrogation video, remember they kept saying she was playing with her phone. She was texting this guy saying, I need a lawyer. Can you refer a lawyer?
what was going on at the office?
And even
at
James
this
was
point?
like, Andrew's not that kind of
Were
lawyer.
there
She's like,
people
well, he
around?
might
Did
know
your
someone, you know?
People in the office, did anyone have any outside
Yeah.
knowledge of the shooting?
I don't know. I was working with human resource at the time and we were trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. What eventually did you decide? Did you guys go back to work? Did you just wait for another?
Hey, welcome, good
communication? Did you start
logicers.
looking for a lawyer?
I did not look for a lawyer. I mentioned.
If you guys are new from Good Logic, look like you just rated us. This is the Jennifer Crumbley involuntary manslaughter trial. And this is Jennifer's former boss that's testifying that he had a very family-friendly environment and that she could have absolutely taken her son and done whatever. But still, to me, doesn't mean that she needed to. Like there were any warning signs or anything like that.
Yeah.
But welcome. Let us know if you have any chats or questions.
I don't like that they're even able to talk to him about this, because they're trying to imply that she was looking for her lawyer for her damn self.
Right. When it's clear from the police video that we need to get Ethan a lawyer, he should have a lawyer. We should also have a lawyer. Let's call Andrew.
Yeah.
Kelly, do they have any family that's close? I don't know, honestly. I believe, based off of the bond hearings, from what I can remember, their only family was in Florida or something. And that's why one of the issues that they said that they were a flight risk is they have no family connections here. They're all out of state. So, and that's why they've been locked up for 2 years. But welcome everyone from Good Logic.
As I told her, I mentioned to corporate counsel that this is what we just learned and she's reaching out. If you could reach out back to her, let her know. I know we were closely watching the news, trying to figure out what was happening, what had happened. And I remember I left a little bit early that day to remember my family.
Why'd you do that?
There are a lot of emotions going on. I just want to get home and see my family.
Okay. At some point, did you receive another text from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, at 3:39 when this thread says I got a text that
So that's about 2.5 hours after she left the office when the shooting occurred?
approximately, yes.
All right, what does the text say?
I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
What did you think when you received that text?
I was a little taken back. I was surprised that she was worried about work like that.
Did you respond?
There, she was getting messages all over
5:47
Facebook and phone calls with people that were hating
So
her
at this
because of
point,
what her
were you
son
at
did.
work or were you home with your family?
Right.
I think I was home
Right.
at that point.
Okay, and
Why would you
your
not
response
need
was
your
what?
job?
Remember, the state even showed the Facebook messages, 2 days ago? Maybe it was on Friday, or maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember, about all the hateful messages that she was getting on her Facebook post. So of course she was going to think, "Don't hate me. I need my job. Don't blame me for
Right.
what my son did."
Exactly.
Joe sent me like and subscribed. If Joe likes you, then you're good people. Yeah, thank you very much. Joe was actually on a little bit earlier this morning before his live stream to give his 2 cents on this defense counsel, who he's not a fan of. I'm really not a fan of her style either. I think she could be doing a much better job. But right now, this is direct examination, so we're just hearing from Karen, the prosecutor.
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations. And Carolyn's our corporate counsel.
All right, and did she respond?
She did. I don't know what time, but it was later after that text. They were taking my cell phone.
Was that the last communication you had with Jennifer Crumbley?
That's the last time I can recall communicating with her, yes.
Okay, at some point, did the company terminate her employment?
Yes, she was terminated.
Okay.
Because
Do
she
you
didn't
remember
show
when
up
that
because she was in jail.
Yeah.
I want to say it was a couple of days. I don't remember the exact date. It was some days after this incident, November 30th. Whether it was 2 or 3 days, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. At the beginning of this, I showed you
That
the
sucks.
text string from
She got
Jennifer's
fired.
phone versus your phone. Was there any ever discussion or comments from Jennifer about why she's deleting text messages to you?
Did she ever talk to me about the, no, I never had that conversation with her.
Do you know why?
I don't guess, no idea.
All right, nothing good.
Your Honor,
How
I
would he
have-
know?
I have.
Why should she tell him?
Because
That's so
there's
stupid.
Previous testimony.
Yeah.
Is it a good time to break?
No.
Okay.
They started late,
Alright, just-
so they're
if
like
you
going
just
right
answer
through
the
lunch
question,
today.
excuse this
Yeah,
witness.
yeah, we we're 2 hours late
Okay.
today.
I have
would
no-
like to know- You guys aren't starting with that over there, are you?
I have
Okay.
no problem. Okay,
Okay.
all right. Mr. Smith,
So we
I just
have
want to go back to a couple of things you said. You and Jennifer,
We have
you
about
met
10
you guys were
minutes
friends outside of work,
before they
correct?
go on a break, and then we
They're
can try to
coworkers
catch you guys
from
up on
network.
stuff.
Okay, friendly at work, you guys would make small talk,
Sure, yes.
and you, when you heard that something was going on at the high school, you would agree with me that Mrs. Crumbley sounded very frantic.
When she called us the first time I heard the sirens, she definitely sounded frantic, yes.
You would agree she sounded shocked and concerned?
Yes,
And you testified that when you saw her at the office earlier, coming back from the school, she had appeared sad.
yes,
It was during that time when Mrs. Crumbley was at your office that you guys discussed the meeting she had had at the school earlier that day.
yes,
And during that meeting, she told you that the school wanted her to get her son in some counseling, correct?
I don't know if she said this, I think so. I know she said she had to get her son counseling.
She was planning to get her son
Yes,
counseling.
yes, yes,
And it's appeared you were aware she was worried about her son at that time.
yes.
Who made that noise? Did you hear that? Was that in the courtroom?
Yeah.
It's appeared you were aware she was worried about her son at that time.
Yes,
That was interesting.
Mrs. Crumbley is not someone who had a history of constantly disrupting her day at work. Is that fair to say?
it's a tough question to answer, but yeah, it's fair. I don't remember disruptions, no.
I suppose a better question would be, she was not a parent who was constantly having to leave work to go to her child's school for different reasons.
That I don't recall any other examples of that.
You never had any concerns personally about how Mrs. Crumbley parented her son.
This is large.
I never had concerns, no.
And if anything, you would just hear about little bits and details about him. I think you testified about bowling, vacations, camping.
I recall her mentioning, yes.
You recalled the part-time job, skiing.
I don't know, I know she skied, I don't know if he did, I don't remember that.
Okay. And in terms of Jennifer working at the company prior to
No, they
her being
didn't. Actually,
terminated,
that's a good
you
call,
would agree
Em.
with me-
So they used this witness and another employee to establish that Jennifer might have been having an affair. They're staying away from that, it sounds like. So maybe they're not going to get into that whole issue.
Good.
that
Because
she was
it was all just rumors, it was conjecture. There was no like actual evidence, and it's not really relevant.
a pretty consistent hard worker.
I would agree with you, yes.
And Jennifer appeared to take her career very seriously.
I agree, yes.
She was diligent about attending meetings she was invited to or supposed to attend.
Yes,
She was somebody the company could count on to do her job.
I thought so, yes.
And there were times she took advantage of the flexibility that your company offered to allow her to go handle different matters she may have needed to handle.
I know she would have taken advantage of the flexibility to do what I don't know, but sure.
Okay, and I'm correct when I say that Kathy Poliquin, she's the manager of HR, correct?
She was what at the time was the director of human resources.
I'm sorry, Director of Human Resources? Okay. I have her listed as a witness, but I may, based on the prosecution's questions, I may be able to just ask you. But if you're not the right person, can you just let me know?
Yes,
Okay, so you testified that to have a single person on the company's insurance was approximately $200 per month.
that's what I read, yes, yes.
And you would agree, well, and I'm sorry, when you say $200,
It was bi-weekly, so I don't know if you.
okay, that's what I was just gonna ask. So it's $200 twice a month.
My understanding is yes.
And if she had had another person added to the insurance, it would have been approximately $500 twice a month.
I don't have the document in front of me, but I know.
That's what
it went
you
up,
read out earlier. $1,000 a month for health insurance.
Okay, and when it goes up for family, are you aware of what it would have been for there to be 3 people on the insurance?
I'd be guessing. My understanding is family covers as many families you may have, immediate family. I don't know if it's 3 to 10. It covers your entire family. My understanding.
It's fair to say that in the past, you have complained that the healthcare costs taken from your paychecks is significant.
Have I complained? No, because I'm not on the health plan.
So you're not on
Why
the health
not?
plan at Princeton, correct?
He's not on their health plan. Why not?
But I assume you have healthcare.
It doesn't provide for mental health therapy. So.
And in this case, with the Crumbleys,
different plans
you're not aware if they had healthcare through another source, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, Mr. Crumbley had a job, a professional job in the past. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I remember he had a job, a career, and I think he was laid off in between jobs at the time.
And you're not aware if Mrs. Crumbley, Mr. Crumbley, or their son was covered on Mr. Crumbley's insurance?
I'm not aware.
In addition to the insurance offered at Princeton, there's also a plan through Allied that you guys can take advantage of where you get virtual doctor visits. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, yes.
And those virtual doctor visits are free as part of the Allied benefit.
Ken, that was a joke.
Yes.
And
I love
you can
virtual
also
doctor
get
visits.
Aflac supplemental insurance for
It's hard to bend over and
yourself
cough
and your
virtually,
family
though.
members.
They're getting in the HR world, but
It's
my
okay, David.
understanding
We'll
is,
practice
yes,
later.
that you can elect those benefits.
Thanks, Pharaoh.
You're going to play doctor with
Now,
Dave?
the open enrollment period is right in approximately November every year. Is that
Is
right?
mom still here?
I honestly
Crap.
don't recall when, but I know it's every year at the same time, and it's open for approximately 30 days, I believe.
And you may not be the right witness, and if you're not, just let me know.
Okay.
Are you aware that in November of 2021, Mrs. Crumbley was doing anything with her insurance?
I'm not aware now.
I hate these arguments so much.
Now, when you were texting or exchanging messages with Mrs. Crumbley, there was not any point in time where she said to you, "Hey, Andy, delete these texts," correct?
That's correct.
So she texted you over a photograph of that math paper.
She sent that to me, yes.
Obviously, when you look at that math paper, especially knowing what we know today, it's very alarming.
Yes.
And she texted you openly that the gun was gone and so are the bullets.
That's what she texted me, yes.
And when you were texting with her,
I got my stress ball going.
exchanging back kind words to her, supporting her, and saying things along the lines of, "I'm praying for you.
You get white
I hope
coat
everything's
syndrome.
okay," things like
Okay.
that, correct?
Well, not things, that exactly.
That exactly. And you knew at the time that you were communicating those things to Mrs. Crumbley, she was in a high state of stress.
I saw her run out of the office in panic.
Not only did you see her run out of the office in panic, you heard her screaming when she heard about the open shooting.
That was your testimony.
I heard her like yelling, screaming that she had to leave. There was I forget exactly, but there was a shooting event going on at her child's school.
Definitely a strong reaction from Mrs. Crumbley about what was happening.
Yes.
Now,
Let's argue over whether
after
she was crying or not.
Mrs. Crumbley found out more information. We saw the text where Mrs. Crumbley is saying, "I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did," correct?
That's a text, correct?
Now, at that time, you're aware that James Crumbley was laid off.
I knew he was in between jobs. I don't know what he was doing at that point.
And so Mrs. Crumbley is certainly voicing the concern to you, "I don't want to lose my job," correct?
She sent a text, "I need my job."
As far as you knew from working with Mrs. Crumbley over time, she liked her job, was good at it, and valued that job.
I thought she was good at her job, yes.
And her text indicating she wanted to keep her job, you have no reason to believe she didn't want to keep her job.
No.
I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor. May he be excused?
Yeah, you may step down and you're excused.
Thank you so much.
All right, your lunch is there.
Right. All right, I'm messaging
How about
Nicholas.
We lost some time today. I think one of the jurors was making a snowman, another one was.
Yeah, just so we had like 4 inches of really wet snow drop on us just as everyone was driving to work in court today. So the jury showed up late. Everyone everyone started late. Let's see what time they're going to have everyone come back at. We're about 20 minutes behind, so we can get caught up most of that. And then we'll go over the case real quick. If you guys are new to it.
You may be seated. You know, could I have the prosecutor approach on an unrelated matter, actually a sort of related matter, which is the other, are you off? Are you off? Yes.
No.
I just want to.
Oh, I hate when they do this. Okay. So snow is wet. Yes, wet, heavy, wet snow, slippery snow. All right. So this is where we're at. Well, let me fix this. There we go. Hello, everybody. All right, Baker, you've been watching for a few days. What are your thoughts?
I'd love this case about everything other than the mom's responsibility to a kid. The closest we are now is she didn't want to lose her job because the son. That's the first time we directly can add it to the mom. We learned about horses. We learned about pew sticks. We learned about government workers have no obligations to do their job. We still don't know why she has a special obligation. Again, it's politics done through the courtroom.
Yeah, and that's essentially what it is. The nature of the charges are involuntary manslaughter, requires a reckless act, a grossly negligent act, or a reckless act that causes the death of another. The problem here for me is the causation, because there's an intentional wrongful act committed by a third party, which is an intervention to that. But even if you were to take that out, you still have to have the reckless act, which is knowing that a situation is likely to cause great bodily harm and or death, and then your failure to exact or to take any sort of appropriate measures to prevent that. So even if you take the intentional wrongful act of a third party, that being Ethan, out of the equation, you still have to show that she knew absolutely that this was going to happen and then failed to take the appropriate steps. I don't see how you get there either way.
No, and it's again, it's the same as we see every time we're watching those cases. Is we just throw everything and the kitchen sink and your grandma and everyone else at the jury so they don't know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Because with all this evidence, which isn't evidence, she must have done something bad.
Right. Because obviously it happened. And that's the problem I have with this rule. Like, so I like my bright line rule of the intentional wrongful acts of a third party. It's a nice bright line rule. Take that away. It's she should have known. Okay. Well, what does that look like? Does she have to have read a journal with the script planned out? If it's something less than that, what does it look like? Tell me ahead of time so I know how to avoid this, state, right? But you can't identify it ahead of time. Well, let's assume the appropriate measure part of it, right? What's the appropriate steps to take to address this known issue? Well, did she get him into counseling? When did she get him into counseling? How many times does he have to go to counseling before this happens? Because in our scenario, he commits the school shooting. Is that enough? Is that enough reasonable steps to attempt to avoid this issue? How do we know that that's enough? Because the state tells us after the fact. Okay, cool. But what about before the fact? So I know I'm not going to get charged with a crime. It's all kinds of bad stuff can come out of this case.
Yep.
Oh, Wicked Psych with a $5 super chat. Thank you for your time to put into streaming these trials. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Baker. No love for Farrell. Look at that.
It is what it is.
Oh, maybe she was thanking you for streaming this, Farrell.
Yeah, that's what it is. No love for you.
Stray with the $2 super chat and says, please take a moment to subscribe to VL Hammer. Yes, VL Hammer. If you guys don't know VL Hammer, he's got a YouTube channel, VL Hammer Media, where he has remastered the audio for a lot of these cases. He remastered the police interrogation from this trial, helped out with that yesterday, and even posted a newer version today with much clearer audio. So take a second and go check him out. I think Stray posted a link to his channel in the chat as well. I was saying good enough for government work. I used to say that just working construction, when we were like measuring stuff out, we're like, it's close enough for government work. Is it possible? Okay, so there's an interesting case from this past summer. Megan Amirowitz is an 18-year-old that was charged with unaliving her father by throwing a lye on him while he was sleeping, and he got burns and subsequently died from them. I covered that case. That was a local case as well out of the Oakland County Circuit Court. And then I interviewed her and her mother. Well, come to find out, she made friends with Jennifer Crumbley in the jail. And so we talked a little bit about Jennifer on my interview stream with Megan. I saw Megan in court when I went there in person the other day. And then apparently she's also on the state's witness list. So that's a little background behind Megan. And they ended up removing her from the courtroom because of that. But so the question is it possible that Megan on the witness list, because she was there to support Jennifer, and they don't want her being able to be there? That's possible, although it was specifically mentioned on the first day of trial that Megan was there, and the prosecutor said she's on our witness list, and I didn't ask her to show up, and we intend to call her, is what he was saying.
Well, maybe she told her something while they were in there.
I know, it'd be curious, and I thought maybe we would get to her today, but it doesn't sound like it. Also,
Why on earth did she show up? She didn't.
She just showed up to jury voir dire. I just saw her. She was sitting behind me. I don't know. I didn't talk to her
Well, like
much.
she should know that she's on the witness list, right?
Yeah, but she's probably a little
She's
naive.
Megan.
Yeah, she's Megan. She's Megan. If you guys saw my interview, she's a young 19.
Yes.
Now, very young 19. So Megan is Megan. She just showed up. But her mom also showed up in our chat and then came up and interviewed with us, and she was a witness in her case before she showed up in our chat. So
Yeah.
that
was interesting.
Well, she wanted to come on, and I was like, "Oh, you're a witness? No, you're not coming on until after you testify. Then you can come on." But she was still in our chat, obviously watching the trial. But I don't think they explain these things to people. And in fact,
no.
I don't know how much I can say. Let's just say there were conversations after Megan's case about instructing witnesses that a lot of these things, whether we know it or not, are being live streamed. So please don't watch it. There were additional conversations had. We'll say not that long ago. We'll say maybe Tuesday last week. So, so this is a new thing for a lot of courts. Courts are not hip and up to the most expedient technology. So the fact that their trials are being streamed out there on YouTube is a new thing for them, and that they have to instruct the witnesses, don't watch the trial, don't talk to any about it, and then also don't watch it on YouTube if it happens to be streaming. Let's see. If the Crumbley son used a Jodi Arias knife in the unaliving, I highly doubt that we would be here today seeing this. Yeah, exactly.
Right. It's all because it's a pew-pew.
And in fact, during jury voir dire, one of the jurors that ended up getting booted had said, well, it's not like it's a kitchen knife. A gun is a weapon. It's made to kill people. So guns are bad in general. And that's when the judge instructed everyone, like, listen, we're not debating guns being illegal. Guns are legal. It's lawful for them to own them. Nothing they did about having guns or taking their son shooting was illegal. Can you guys kind of understand this? But the juror who said, well, it's not like it's a kitchen knife or something, that guy got booted. because a lot of people think that it's just the gun is scary. I don't know how many shootings do you have in Denmark, the greatest socialist empire that has banned all firearms?
Well, actually, last night we had a guy being chopped in the head with an axe. So,
well, outlaw axes now. Come on, that axe just jumped up and bit him, right?
we're not allowed to carry axes around without a
They already have.
So, no, but it's again, it's only because it's a pew stick, and we want to make politics through the courtroom. We have shootings, not all the time, but we have more and more shootings because there's a certain something going on in Europe right now, and whenever you nice Americans, taxpayers, send a lot of hardware over here, a certain amount of that goes straight into the bad guys' hands. And as I say, just ban all guns because then not everyone who has them are criminals, and that's why we have in Denmark. And it doesn't stop anything, but we can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's my assessment. I believe what the state is trying to do here is make it so uncomfortable to own a gun, because if someone steals it and uses it against your will, like steals it and then uses it in a crime, you could be criminally charged, because that's essentially what happened here. According to James and Jennifer, their son stole the gun and went and used it to commit a crime. But because they didn't take whatever appropriate steps the court or the state has deemed necessary after the fact, they're being criminally charged. So they're trying to make it as disfavored to exercise your Second Amendment rights. We can't prevent you from buying them or owning them or keeping them, but we can sure punish you if they are used by anyone to do anything. Let's see. Will Megan throw Jennifer under the bus? I have no idea what she's going to testify to. I have no idea why they're calling her. I did call Megan when I first heard of the bifurcations of the case. So James and Jennifer were originally scheduled to be tried together. And then there was a rumor of an affair or a breakdown between James and Jennifer. And there were two witnesses that were being called to testify. I don't know if it's in James' case or Jennifer's case. They're out of Florida. No idea who they are. I suspect it's James's case because Jennifer filed a motion to bifurcate the case. So since Jennifer filed that, or when she filed that, I reached out to Megan just to be like, hey, did you hear anything of a falling out between James and Jennifer? And she essentially said no, she doesn't know anything about that. But I have no idea why they'd be calling her.
Yeah, that's weird.
They have axe throwing in bars. How crazy is that? Yeah, we've done that. I had an axe bounce back at me. Do you have axe throwing bars in Denmark, Baker?
I think you might be able to find it, but we
It's
don't
an
throw stuff
underground
around since the 90s. And Jamie is really interested in what we threw around in the 90s.
Little people.
Oh, did you see the AI thing we made the other night, Jamie? Well, the one Baker made. Oh, he needs to send that to you.
Wicked Psych with a $5 super chat. Can the defense recall the state's witness when it's yes? So they can call rebuttal witnesses, including state's witnesses. And don't know if Farrell was there. Oh, yeah, you say you didn't know Farrell was there. Yeah, she disappears into the background. I get it. But
listen,
yeah,
I will send you my children and then you stream.
they can. Generally, the court will ask, are these witnesses free to go? Are they released? The judge has not been asking that. So if they're not officially released, they can be subject to recall. So that's sort of the default. So most of them should be then exited out and told not to continue to watch any of the trial or anything unless they're specifically released. Then they're, it would be very weird to call them. It would probably be a big hill to climb to get them recalled if they were released from their obligation under the subpoenas. It's not illegal to own a handgun.
No, and he's correct that you can own a handgun, but if you think that you have wrong rules, a guy like me probably wouldn't be able to. I have to join a shooting club. and can only own it. I think I have to be a member of a gun club, and I can't own it for personal defense. I can't carry it around without being in a lockbox. I can only use it on gun ranges, because you can't use a small pew pew to hunt anything. You can't carry it around. You can't conceal carry. There's no legal way you can have it outside of a shooting range than in your house, in a gun safe. And I think the gun safe needs to be either put in a wall or bolted to the floor.
So it's not like our gun safes that you could just carry around. So did Ethan really steal the gun? It was bought for him, and IIRC, I don't really care. I don't know what that means. Anyways, okay, so here's the issue with the gun.
I can tell you just in Denmark, you have to be 21 or older, and you have to have been in a gun club at least 2 years. For a rifle, at least 18 years, and 16 years if you have permission from the parents. So you can't buy a gun without being a member of a gun club.
So just to answer John's question here. So if you listen carefully to the police interrogation, James says that the gun was hidden away in a closet and the bullets were hidden somewhere else. Then we haven't seen it yet, but if Ethan's journals are entered, there is a journal entry that says, I have my plan. I know what I'm going to do as soon as I find where my father hid the gun. So it's obvious that the gun is hidden from Ethan in his own handwriting. The fact that they paid cash for it, I think that's just a rumor. I have heard no evidence whatsoever that Ethan gave him money. I haven't seen that in a text or anything like that. The only thing is that James paid cash for the gun, not a credit card. But the gun store and the ATF guy testified that everything that was surrounding the purchase of the firearm was completely legal. And if you look at the range videos, you can see that the parents are carrying the firearm. The parents set it down. Ethan takes it out, fires. It's Jennifer fires when the gun's done. They put it away, and Jennifer's carrying it out. So it's safe storage. It's safe handling. It's all lawful. Nothing that anyone has testified to regarding the gun was unlawful. So that's how the evidence is played so far. Let's see. An info exchange between you that could possibly make you a witness. No. I mean, in theory, I could be a rebuttal witness to her testimony to make her less credible, but I'm sure they're going to have better witnesses than me.
And just to again, if you have a gun, and it's not legal, it's at least 5 to 6 months in prison. If it's under aggravating circumstances, it's at least 2 years in prison.
I thought Megan was convicted. How is she out? She was sentenced to time served. The judge said, I think it was like 18 months or something that she had been serving already in jail because she was never out on bond. And the judge said, the time that you served, you're out. She is 5 years probationary period, and she does have regular check-ins for that. But she was essentially sentenced to time served. Someone asked a question.
She had to finish school as well.
Yeah, she had to finish school as well. She had to do therapy. This was not a good childhood, right? Her father was drunk most of the time. He was drunk naked on a couch with her friend walking around. It was her birthday. They said that she threw lye on him. She said she threw stuff at him. There's a huge reasonable doubt in my mind that he might have just dumped this lye on himself because he was lying in it and the camera's right there. And anyways, it was just a disaster of a house. I think the judge felt sorry for her. I know you think she's guilty. I know you think she's
guilty.
No.
And I'm not watching testimony on it anymore. But I have to go.
Oh, okay. Bye, Farrell.
I gotta run to the bank. So bye,
Thanks
guys.
for joining.
Farrell.
See you later.
Did you find out anything about the juror questions?
Oh yeah, did you?
As far as what, the questionnaires?
No, you said you were going to
Oh,
email her and ask her
oh.
why we couldn't have jury questions.
Yeah, so in the state of Michigan, juries are allowed to ask questions with the court's approval. If the court says, hey, the jury's going to be allowed to ask questions, they're not allowed to ask questions in this case, which I'm disappointed about, and I don't know why. I had emailed the clerk to ask if they were allowed questioning. She said no. I said, was this a pretrial motion? Was it stipulated to by the parties? Do we know why? And I've gotten no response. So I don't know why. So sentence for involuntary manslaughter is 15 years, and we serve concurrent, not consecutive. So Jennifer will get 15 years max. She might not even get 15 years, but we don't serve it concurrently. We don't serve it consecutively, meaning if she got 4 deaths, 15 years, she shouldn't get 60 years. She'll get 15 years. Let's see here. Anything else? Dave, if convicted, what would your sentence prediction be with this judge, including time served? I feel like it's going to be probably closer to 5 years. My understanding, I haven't scored them out. There's this chart thing, sentencing guidelines. I haven't scored them out. I'm just sort of guesstimating because there's no criminal history that I know of for her. I don't know about James. And because of everything that's going on, I think maybe it would fall into the 5 years range. She's already served 2, so she would do another 3, I think. But the judge might feel pressured to give more time because she doesn't want political blowback or something. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. I would sentence her to time served, but that's just me. That's why I'm not a judge. If she was convicted. If I remember correctly. Oh, okay. IIRC. See, I don't know. I'm not hip to all these acronyms.
Me neither.
You don't speak kids.
I don't speak kids. Wendy gifted 10 memberships. Can I go back up and see these names? Oh, God, I can. All right, I got to read them. All right, Patty Cakes, Britt Bratt, Monica Franz, Sniper 79, Jojo, Wheezy 2.0, Rosman Ranch, Carolyn, Pixie 78, and Valhalla awaits. Really, Valhalla? I'm taking it away. Valhalla awaits for all gifted memberships. Thank you very much. I recognize most of your names. If you guys are new, make sure you click the member tab and take the link to my Discord where I have all of my member content, including notes from this trial, other prior documents and exhibits that have been admitted, pretrial motions and orders, all that stuff, as well as documents from the other cases that I cover are all in my Discord. That's where I do most of my member stuff. So go in and enjoy. And if you guys get hung up in there, tag Jung or Jamie or myself, and we'll try to square you away.
Do my best.
We're still waiting on the court. They took the cameras away, so I don't know how long we have. Wait, why isn't it playing? Oh, I've been watching this thing the whole time.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
good.
gonna jump off and make myself some dinner. Thank you for having me, Dave.
Take care, Baker. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you maybe later. We'll see you around.
No.
Everyone, go check out Broken Baker's channel. He's Danish. Don't hold it against him, but he does cover U.S. trials and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, I'm probably going to look into that Bradle case.
Ooh, your audio just got really weird.
Yeah, it's my mic that's so shitty, so now I'm on my camera. But I'm probably going to look at the Bradle hearing from the Turtle Boy case later today.
Oh, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I've been looking at that, but I don't have time to stream it. So I'm glad you are.
Yeah,
I
probably
know.
going to do it in
I'm
a couple of
dying for
hours.
you to say something, David, but Baker will do it.
I haven't read into it. I don't have the time right now. Been covering this case nonstop, but all right, everyone go check out Baker. And oh, good. Stray put a link in Baker's to Baker's channel in the chat. So thank you very much.
Have
check
fun.
them out, guys.
See you all later.
Right, see ya.
Bye.
Bye. Just leaving too? All right, David.
No.
Oh.
My wife, so all the snow fell. My wife decided not to go to work, and that's normally fine, except when I'm streaming now in the house because my tree house is having technical issues, and she's doing like work calls and stuff. Let's see. Was going to know that they needed to turn off the cameras. What is going on that they need to turn off the cameras? So Apparently, they needed to approach, and it sounded like on James's case. There might have been something that was filed or something going on with James's case, because she said it's not related, but it kind of is related, which would mean either James's case or Ethan was doing something. But I don't know why she would only want the prosecutor if it was Ethan. So my money is on they were discussing something going on with James Crumbley's case. And they wanted the cameras turned off because they didn't want it broadcast all over the world.
Oh.
How much snow? We only got like 4 inches or so, but it was like that wet, sloppy snow, and it was falling right at rush hour. So everything was backed up, and drive times were twice as long. So she just decided to stay home.
Especially if you have the option, why not?
Yeah. I would say Michigan is touch and go. Actually, I can give you guys some context for the jurors. Since a lot of you are newer to this, you might not have heard it when I streamed the other day. So there's 17 jurors, 10 are women, 7 are men. There's 1 black man. Everyone else seems to be Caucasian. Juror number 1 is a white female. She works in human resources, has 2 adult children rather. Her father was a hunter. She gave up watching the news in all of its forms 6 years ago. So I don't trust her already in all of its forms. She says she's pretty uninformed. I would imagine you're really uninformed if you're not watching news anywhere. Regarding her father's guns, I know my dad had guns. They were locked away. It was not for us children. Juror number 2 is a 26-year-old married man. Says he grew up in a strict Christian home. He works in sales for the mortgage industry, or for the mortgage industry. That seems weird. He took hunter safety classes when he was 16, but he's not an average hunter. His father had guns and has a concealed carry. The juror said that he doesn't have a strong opinion on guns one way or the other. He doesn't have cable TV, although I doubt most of us have cable TV anymore. And let's see. And he tries to stay off social media and despises TikTok. He despises TikTok.
I love that. That's something he had to note.
He despises TikTok. I just love the way he says that. This already sounds bad. Okay, well, let's keep going. Juror number 3 is a white female hairstylist. She says familiar with the case and has no issues with gun and can be impartial. So that's good. She said she could be impartial.
Okay.
Juror number 4 is a white female engineer. Husband is a lawyer. She said that she could be fair and impartial and that it's not a good / bad parenting decision that the jury will be making in this case. It's not why we're here. That's her words. She did note, however, that she no longer goes to theaters or shopping malls following a mass shooting in Colorado that shook her sense of security. Juror number 5 is a white female married, has guns in the house, and says that they are locked up. She has 2 grown children and recalls taking gun safety classes as a family when the kids were in elementary school. She works for a bank, and her husband is in advertising. And she says, I feel I can be fair. Juror number 6 is a white female, married and retired compliance specialist. Her husband is retired meat market owner, and her daughter is a special education teacher. She was on a jury many years ago, but remembers little to nothing about it. Juror number 7 is a white male doctor who says, I've seen a lot of gun violence, owns multiple guns, and they're stored in a safe. He calls himself a very strong proponent of the Second Amendment, goes to shooting ranges about once a month, maybe even twice a month. And he has lost 2 loved ones due to suicide by gun. So see, that's like, it's back and forth. It could be one or the other. What are we watching?
Yes.
And what was your role with this company?
I worked under,
If you worked with them,
roughly 2017 to 2021.
Sorry, we'll get back to that,
up
folks.
until November.
I don't know. They just jumped in like the middle of conversation. I thought they're going to be back a lot earlier, and this is a different angle, so I don't know what's going on. I'll try to find a better feed. But if you are a member or a new member, go check out my Discord because all of the juror demographics are listed. Actually, they're even listed under my community tab on YouTube. So you guys don't have to be a member. That one you guys get for free. But there's a couple of really good jurors. There's a couple of not so good jurors. And then there's a few people like, I don't know how they're going to decide. So we'll get going with that.
2021?
Better feed.
And what was your role with this company?
I worked under the operations director, so I was his direct assistant.
And who's his?
Andrew Smith.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Make sure you keep your voice nice and loud for us, okay?
Sorry.
Okay, I see. So the cameraman in the courtroom, their feed is still dead. So this particular station went straight to the Zoom feed. So that's what's going on.
And what specifically did you do there?
I was the operations assistant, so I helped him with all of his daily calendaring and projects. I assisted other departments.
I have no idea who this person is.
Administrative work.
Okay. And what about the defendant? What did she do, if you know?
She was
I
the
helped
marketing
Andrew do
director at the
officey
time.
things.
Did the two of your work overlap?
Occasionally, we had meetings together sometimes. I prepared spreadsheets and things that she would receive as well. I'd help with some projects of hers as well.
Okay. Did the both of you work for Andrew Smith?
Yeah.
Okay. So both of you reported to him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell us about the physical proximity between your respective workstations, you and the defendant.
She worked directly across the hall from me, so if I was sitting here, she was probably where you are, her office.
So I'm about 7 or 8 feet away, would that be right?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. And were you in an office or in a cubicle or different?
A cubicle.
Okay.
And her office was directly across the hall.
And the defendant was in office?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about Mr. Smith's office? Where was his at?
The office direct diagonal from mine. So I was on a corner and he was in the back corner.
Okay. So the three of you, generally speaking, were in the same proximity to each other?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specific to November of 2021, what hours would you generally work?
Yes, this is they're going to go into the affair thing right now. This is the eavesdropping coworker. Yeah, she was the one that would listen in on the phone calls and do stuff like that. So yeah, that's who this is. Eavesdropping coworker.
9 to 5.
Okay. And what about the defendant, if you know?
She got in earlier than me and she left around 4. I'm not sure what time she was in.
Again, nice and loud, please. Pretend I'm at the very back and you're shouting at me. It's okay.
Okay.
How would you describe your relationship with the defendant?
We were
Hey,
friendly
welcome back from
coworkers.
Jody,
We
guys.
talked on a daily basis, work together.
Did you ever socialize with her outside of work?
No.
When you say you spoke with each other on a daily basis, tell us about that interaction, please.
In the morning, if you work in an office, you say good morning to people, you talk to them, you keep cordial relationships with everyone to keep the professional relationship normal.
Okay. So fair to say that you get in the morning and say hello when you got there?
We'd say good morning, ask about our days or nights, just kind of check in with each other.
Okay. Did you know that she was married?
Yes.
Okay. Had you ever met her husband?
No.
Did you know that she had a son?
Yes.
Had you ever met him?
No.
Did she ever talk about her son?
Not often, but occasionally.
Okay. And those occasional times that she spoke about her son was in a positive or negative context?
It wasn't either really. It was kind of just, that he had bowling or he had, they were camping or, so it wasn't necessarily negative.
Okay. Now, in these conversations, would she keep you abreast of certain things that were happening in her life?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also keep you abreast of certain things happening in her son's life?
Not as much, but yes.
Okay. Did she tell you about any of his friends?
One friend.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
When I heard about the friend, it was just that he was leaving and she was concerned about her son being lonely with his only friend going away. That's really all I knew.
Do you recall, can you give us a time frame when this happened?
My time frame is kind of rough. I'm not sure exactly when I'm not sure when that happened.
Okay. It was before the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a year before the shooting, a week before the shooting, a month before the shooting?
It was that year, maybe in the few months leading up to it,
Okay.
roughly. but I'm not positive on the timeline.
Did she ever tell you anything of a concerning nature about her son?
There, just that he was lonely with his friend gone. So that's, you know, always with teens, you know, you always worry that they're going to be sad or lonely with that. They had a couple fights, but other than that, nothing crazy. She didn't. There was one time where he had fainted at work. She mentioned that before too, but nothing that really stood out to me before the event.
Now,
Did she already testify as to how long she was with the company?
Some of the specifics, so we all understand. Tell us sort of some of your job responsibilities as an assistant operations.
I helped with a lot of claims. Andy was a lawyer, so he did a lot of the subrogation claims that came in through the apartments. So I worked on a lot of the claims. I worked.
All right, I got a better feed. Sorry, guys. I am going to present. I know the volume is going to be a little low, but I like the image a lot better, and I have a feeling they're going to admit exhibits, and the Zoom feed will not allow us to do exhibits. So I'm going to play this one. I boosted it. You might need to turn up your volume a touch.
I was with Andy probably for 4 of those 5 years. We were in the legal department for 1 year, and then I was his assistant for 2 or 3.
Okay. And how long did you work with the defendant?
We were close to probably for those 2 years, roughly, when I worked with Andy and we were in the same order together.
Okay.
There's a lot of shifting in the company.
Now, you said you were friendly at work, but you didn't socialize outside of work?
Correct.
Okay. Did you follow her on social media?
We were friends on social media, yeah.
Did you keep that public or private?
It was public, like you could see we were friends. A lot of my coworkers, just in any company, I friend everyone that asks, but I don't necessarily follow their feed. It's just something I like to do, so I don't like to see all of my coworkers lives all the time. So we were friends on Facebook.
So I'm talking about Sue. I was supposed to have my own cameras in this courtroom, and they said, no, these guys are professionals. They do it better.
So I want to direct your attention now to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Hey, Fast Group.
Were you working that day?
Yes.
Do you recall if Jennifer was also working?
She was.
Okay. Now, do you recall if you had an initial conversation with her in the morning when she got to work?
Yes. We kind of just had the good morning, check in with each other. So we could talk briefly in the morning.
Now, you mentioned that she had talked to you about fights before. Did she tell you about a fight the night before?
It was brief. She just mentioned that they had a fight. I'm not sure who initiated it. I didn't ask questions. It was kind of just, I asked her how her night went. How is she?
Mm-hmm.
She said she had a rough night, that they had a fight.
Did she say who's they?
No, it sounded like it was all of them, but she said that Ethan was out of the house and she locked him.
She locked him out of the house?
Yes.
Did you have a response to that?
No, I kind of I didn't really ask questions. I didn't push it or anything. I just kind of let it go.
Okay.
It was the morning.
Did you give her any indication? Well, let me ask you this. What did you think about that?
I kind of just gave a look and,
What do you mean gave a look?
kind of just like surprised,
Okay.
but I didn't really go into detail about
Did
it.
she react to your surprised look?
Water Cooler
no,
Queen.
I don't
You know what?
say
That's her
that.
new name.
Okay. Did she say anything else about it?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
Okay. Now, in the past, the 2 years that you had worked with Jennifer, you said that she would occasionally talk about her son. Is that, you have to say yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just listening.
That's all right. No, that's fine.
Yes.
And you were aware that the defendant was afraid that he would be lonely. Is that right?
Mhm.
Is it? That
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever tell you about things going around in the home that caused her concern, or at least not concern, to talk to you about?
Around the home, the only thing that was concerning, I don't remember when this happened. She just mentioned that he was hearing things in the house, but I didn't hear. She didn't go into detail about it, or I didn't ask questions.
Now, as far as time frame, are you able to give the jury an idea of a month, a week, a year prior to the shooting, or you're not
It
sure?
was within the year. I want to say within again, maybe 6 months, 7 months, I don't remember, but it was definitely the year of the shooting.
Okay. Now, in regards to the conversation you had with her on November the 30th about the fight that the defendant had the night before, did the defendant tell you that she had locked him out of the house before?
I thought maybe I don't remember the exact conversation. I tried to think back at it and I don't remember.
Locking James out of the house?
Okay. So what stands out to you the most about that conversation?
I mean, just that was the end of the fight and how it was handled.
And how the defendant handled it?
Yeah, I'm not sure who did it, but they just said that he was locked out. I don't know who did it.
Okay. Now, we know from other evidence that's been admitted already that Jennifer arrived to your place of employment at 9:04 a.m. on November the 30th, 2021. Does that sound right to you?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember if you arrived before or after?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Usually I arrived after her though, so I would assume that, but
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine.
yeah.
After you had that conversation with the defendant, are you aware if she received a phone call?
I believe so. And she received a phone call in the morning. Yes.
That morning, of November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. Were you made aware of who called her?
I believe first call, I believe it was from the school. Yes.
From, do you know which
All
school?
for speculation?
Oxford.
Oxford High School?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when she received the phone call?
I was, yes.
Okay. Now, when I say there, in her office or were you in your own workspace?
I was in my own workspace.
When she received the phone call, was her door to her office open?
Yes.
So if her office was about the distance between me and you, where would she be seated at inside the office?
She's probably a little bit further back, so the first row of seats was probably where she was sitting.
So maybe 15, 20 feet?
Yeah, because she sat a little bit further back in her office, and I was a little pushed back from my now too, so there was a little bit of distance. But
Okay. And how were you able to tell who called her?
I just heard the phone call. I didn't know who called her at first, but she mentioned she had a call from the school afterwards.
Okay, so she told you about the phone call afterwards.
Yes.
And do you
The only thing
tell
I
me-
know that this witness has to offer is rumors of an affair.
About a
I
conversation.
don't know if that's what they're actually calling her
She
for.
received a call, and there was another call afterwards, so there was a little bit of time in between the call. But she talked to me as she was about to leave because of the call. So she came over and showed me something on her phone and said she had to go.
Do you remember
Legally
what she
Live,
showed
there's
you?
a banner.
She showed me the drawing that her son had drawn at school.
Okay. Did she tell you how she got that drawing?
She said the school had sent it to her.
Okay. And how did she show it to you?
It was on her phone and she just held it up and she said, "This is what I got from the school today."
Okay. And what was your response to that?
I looked at it and I thought it was scary. I thought it was intimidating to see the pictures that were on there.
And what was Jennifer's response?
She didn't seem overly worried, but she didn't seem like she was blowing it off. I think she was getting ready to go to the school. She was coming over to let me know she was leaving. I don't think Andy was there yet. So it was more of like a, if you see him, let him know.
Okay. And if I were to tell you that there's surveillance footage that shows her leaving at 10:12 a.m., does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. So just so we have an idea of the chronology of November the 30th, and I know you want to be accurate, so I want to make sure that this is all accurate. Jennifer arrived at 9:04 a.m. You don't dispute that.
No.
Okay. You arrived close in time, the same time.
Probably close in time. I was
Okay.
usually, sometimes things happen and I'm a little later, but I was usually there at or around 9.
Okay. And then you had your typical initial check-in conversation?
Mhm.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. And in that conversation is when she shared with you about the fight the night before?
Yes.
And then sometime later, you were aware that she received that phone call and then she left that night?
Yes.
Okay. From the time that she left at 10:12 a.m. and went to the school, before she came back, did you have any conversation with her?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Did you see her again that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see her again back at your employment?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any phone calls or texts with her from the time that she was gone to the time she came back?
No.
Okay. So if evidence shows that she arrived back at work at 11:24, does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with her when she came back to work?
Yes.
All right, tell me about that, please.
She came in and it was kind of just, she has kind of a sarcastic personality, you know, so when she came in, she kind of visibly slumped and was, you know, said, I feel like a failure as a parent. And she said that there was a meeting at the school and that there were the drawings and they were worried about him and that he needed to get into counseling within 48 hours.
Okay. What was your response?
I just said that was, you know, I said I was sorry. I think I said something along the lines of that, you know, just showing concern and compassion for what was going on.
I feel like a failure as a
went
parent.
into
I feel
a
like
little
is
more
a
detail about
good
the
thing
drawing and
for
talked to me about it.
the.
And
Did she show you the drawing while she gave you detail about it?
I know I saw it before the meeting, but I don't remember if she showed it to me again, to be honest. So I don't remember if I saw it after too.
Okay.
But we talked about it and I just remember telling her that, you know, it was scary and, you know, maybe she should spend some time with him to make him feel better.
Did she ask your advice?
She didn't ask for it, no.
Okay. But what was the advice that you
You
gave?
pull going up.
I just said that I think I would have brought my son home if it had happened to me. Something along the lines of that. I just said I would have brought my son home.
Okay. So if she arrived back at 11:24 a.m. and we know that she left at 1:18 p.m., do you recall
Yeah, I
about
don't
what
think
time
it
you had
is.
a conversation with her?
No, I was right after she got back. I think when she was coming in, she stopped at my desk and
Oh, before she even went to her office.
I think so.
Okay.
I don't remember though, but it was very quick when she did.
Okay. After you had the conversation with her about the drawing and you giving your advice on it, did you speak with her again?
Not until she left for the day.
Okay, and tell me about that, please.
That was when she got the call. I'm not sure who called her, but somehow she got the notification that there was the shooting at the school. And she very abruptly, very, you know, like anyone, jumped up and was nervous, scared, you know, ran out the door.
Did you understand what was happening?
I mean, at first no, but then she went over and told Andy, and I sit, my desk is kind of like two back walls that are full, and then kind of like this, two half walls, so I can hear anything that's going on. So she told Andy, and that's how I learned what happened.
Okay. And if I told you it was 1:18 p.m., would that sound right to you?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with her after that one?
No, I reached out to her just because I didn't know any part of the situation. I didn't know if it was her son. I didn't know if it was someone else. I didn't know. So I reached out to her and just told her I was thinking of her and I hope everything's okay. But I didn't talk.
Okay. She did not respond?
No.
Okay, one more round.
Is that it? Are we done already?
Yeah, what's the point of this lady?
I don't know. They didn't get
Ms.
into the
Holland,
walk across the
You
street.
have previously testified in a hearing in court about this case, correct?
Yes.
And that hearing took place back in April of 2022. Do you recall that?
I don't, was it April? I thought
Would it
it
be spring?
Yeah, I thought it was maybe February.
February. It was February. February 4th and the 18th. How do I know this, defense counselor?
February 24th, 2022.
24th. I said 18th.
And that would be a lot closer in time than.
I was closer than
obviously
defense
now.
counsel was.
And in addition to that, when law enforcement was investigating.
Don't
you
cross her too
cooperated
much.
with
This was
law
great.
enforcement and did interviews with them, is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, on December 10th, 2021, you wrote a statement.
Seriously, what was the point of this? I have no idea what the point of this was. Now, originally, during the preliminary exam on the 24th of February, not the 18th, she testified that she would often leave work, then go across the street to a restaurant with some guy or whatever. I don't know. It was just rumor. Like, she didn't have any heart. She's, wasn't an affair. I don't know what they were doing. They just had lunch. Could have been a customer. Who knows? Anyways, but they didn't even bring that up. I have no idea what the point of this witness was. Anyone have an idea?
Well, I missed the first part of it. I had a phone call, but what I heard was just her really verifying when she left and when she came back and how she acted.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was that it? Really?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Okay.
Statement about anything you knew regarding the Crumbleys, correct?
Yes.
And the law enforcement wanted to know information about Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley and their son. Is that a fair statement?
cross.
And on that
so
date,
much.
you provided, I don't know, it looks like you typed the statement out on December 10th, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send it to law enforcement that same day?
I sent it to the company attorney. I don't know what they did with it after.
Okay, and if you need to see your statement, let me know.
But her opinion doesn't mean
I will have
anything.
a couple of questions about it. So I just want to make sure I understand
Yeah,
you,
I don't know.
you're involved in this case, a little bit in the investigation you were involved.
Yes.
You wrote the statement.
Yes.
And you've testified once before.
Yes.
Now, when you testified before, you were directly asked if you were friends
That's
with
who
Jennifer
is correct.
Crumbley. Your answer was, no, we are not friends, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer Crumbley is not someone that you consider to be a friend to you.
Correct.
And you guys were polite enough at work, talking back and forth,
Yes.
and you were polite enough to be friends on Facebook, but didn't really monitor or pay attention to her page. Now, you are aware, obviously, that Mrs. Crumbley had a son named Ethan.
Yes.
And on November 30th, there were a couple of times that day, we can agree, that Mrs. Crumbley was concerned about her son.
Yes.
When she came into work on November 30th, she told you there had been an argument the night before.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's your testimony, you can't remember any details about the argument.
You didn't go like a
remember
direct
something
witness.
about Mrs. Crumbley saying she locked him out.
There was an argument. I didn't ask questions or go into detail. I didn't think it was something I wanted to really engage in. She mentioned there was a fight and she mentioned that he was locked out.
You don't know anything about him being locked out, any details beyond him that there was a claim he was locked out.
Correct.
Who is the he? I
So
keep
you
missing
don't know
that.
if he was locked out because he made an accident and left keys in the house, or if Jennifer Crumbley intentionally locked him out. You don't know the context
Who
around
is
any
him?
of that, correct?
I thought
I'm
she
sorry,
said
I don't know.
Ethan.
Now, when she was talking to you about going
That could be
over to this, or I'm sorry, when she was talking to you about Ethan Crumbley, she expressed that she was concerned specifically about him being lonely, correct?
Yes.
And she also said that she also appeared to be concerned about the
Vio Hammer, I'll
drawing
get
when
back to
she
your
saw
question.
that.
Yes.
And she showed you a picture of the drawing.
Yes.
And ultimately, when she left to go to the school, she appeared to be very nervous and scared. You testified to that.
When she went to the meeting,
When she went to the school the second time, when
responding to the shooting?
Yes.
Yes, she was then.
she was very nervous and scared, and that's when you testified she ran quickly out the door, correct?
Yes.
When she went to the school the first time, there was not any hesitation expressed to you about going over to the school to meet with the counselor, correct?
I felt like there was maybe a little hesitation. I think she called her husband first. So it wasn't an immediate leave to go there.
At that time, there wasn't anything like a shooting going on or something crazy urgent in the same way there was in the afternoon, correct? So she left the office though, and she did physically go meet with the school, and then she returned back to the office.
Yes.
You and Mrs. Crumbley discussed the time, the appointment she had over with the school and the school counselor.
Yes.
It was your understanding that she planned to get counseling for her son.
I don't know. She said it was a requirement from the school. I don't know what the plans were.
Okay, so she said that the school wanted her to get counseling,
Yes.
and she didn't tell you, I'm not getting him counseling, or I think that's a garbage request, correct?
Correct.
And you gave her some advice, being, I think it would be nice if you spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
And you suggested maybe they go have a mother-son experience, like seeing a movie or taking him out, just the two of them, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you know Jennifer from work, as you've described, but you don't know Ethan Crumbley at all.
Correct.
it's also fair to say that you don't have teenagers of your own
That's what I was
that
just
you
thinking, John.
parent on a daily basis. So any advice you gave to Mrs. Crumbley about you should spend time with him, go see a movie, you don't have personal experience about a mother-son experience with a teenager, correct?
I'm a parent, but no, not.
Why are you questioning her about this stuff? Who cares?
Yeah, this cross is making Jennifer look worse than the direct ever did. So the things I got out were great. It's like, you don't know if Ethan was locked out because he forgot his keys or because it was some sort of punishment. You have no idea. It could be anything, right? Right. You're not really friends with her. You're just politely friends with her on social media. You're not monitoring it. Right. Right. Done. We're done. Everything else after that is made Jen look way worse.
Yeah.
Not
you
way
don't need
worse,
any
but
of
worse.
this. Yeah.
Dear God, this is horrible, Lars says. I agree.
To understand how I would handle that situation.
Okay, so you have judgments about how you feel Mrs. Crumbley handled that situation. Fair to say?
I wasn't judging her. I was giving her what I would do.
Okay, well, right now, saying what you have your own personal opinions, that those are the
argument, Judge.
Yeah, stop. Shut her down. Shut her down, prosecutor, please.
So you've never met Ethan Crumbley, and you don't have much awareness of how much time Mrs. Crumbley would spend with him. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Now, although you guys were Facebook friends, you testified.
I don't think
you
she knows
obviously
when
did
she's
not
ahead in real
follow,
time. She's not thinking.
Follow her on Facebook and see every single post, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you are aware on Facebook she would post about a variety of topics.
Yeah, I saw a few things, yes.
So some of the things you saw were about her horses.
Yes.
There's definitely pictures she posted, including her son.
I don't think I saw her son.
Pictures of holidays.
Who cares? Who cares?
Pictures
Who cares?
of. And do you recall seeing? You don't
Say
recall
it,
seeing any
Jamie.
pictures
Say
of
it
her
like you
son?
think it.
I don't recall.
Do you recall seeing photographs of the
I
family
want to
home?
erase this testimony.
When she was working on it,
This
but she would
cross.
show me pictures too, so I don't know if I saw that on Facebook or if she showed it to me.
So one of the interests Mrs. Crumbley would talk to you about is home improvement, doing things, house projects.
Yes.
Stop asking
Were
questions you don't
aware
know the
that,
answer to. Even
Mrs.
John
Crumbley
Gary is on
went
top of
camping
it.
with her son and on
John Gary
vacations?
wants this woman convicted
yes.
in a heartbeat.
Did you ever see the photographs of those things and boating and things along those lines on Facebook?
I don't recall. I don't think so. But they, like I said, they might have been posted, but I didn't follow a lot of my coworkers, so I didn't see a lot of their posts unless I was actually
Okay,
friends with
then.
them and
Move
hung
on.
out with them and interacted with them outside of work. I
Stop
didn't
talking.
really see their posts.
Can I will
I
it?
didn't follow them.
So
if
it's
I wish I had the Jedi mind trick.
I know you're like,
It's fair to say you have
just
no
shut up and
personal
sit down.
awareness of any of those things, whether they were on Facebook or happening in her life, correct?
Correct. A lot of the times, unless she showed it to me, I wouldn't see it.
She doesn't
So
need
it's
to
fair to say
though.
that there
Okay.
were
The
certain.
problem
With this
is
witness,
that
she don't need to. Does
this
she?
witness, she doesn't need to do all this because this witness doesn't have knowledge of this. So stop asking the questions. Ask the questions. You know, this is cross-examination. So they got out that Ethan was locked out of the house. Okay, cross on that. You don't know why. You don't know if it was punishment or because he forgot his keys, right? Okay. Get out, you know, she testified that she was friends with Jennifer on social media. Okay, but you were friends, but you were just being polite. You're not actually real friends, and you're just sort of monitoring, or you're not monitoring her social media, right? You're not looking at everything. Okay, good. We're done. She doesn't know anything else. Just hit the parts of the direct that might hurt the your client and move on.
Certainly topics going on in her life, if those topics are true, like posting pictures on holidays and things like that, activities with her son that you're just not aware of.
She's not aware of it. Who cares? And don't let her answer one of these questions where she's like, oh no, I never see pictures of her kid on Facebook. Like,
I don't know what
come on.
happened to her co-counsel. He wasn't there
Now,
yesterday.
you testified that you were alarmed by seeing the math paperwork when you first saw the worksheet, correct?
Roaster and mash. Oh my God! Stop! I raised myself from a sick bed to tape this. It's
That
today.
the drawings on the page did not concern you so much that you expected there would be a school shooting later that day, correct?
Without context, yes, correct.
you didn't expect that some major tragedy would unfold based on what you saw in that photograph.
Correct.
And you were aware that Mrs. Crumbley had returned to work and her son had stayed in
Where's
school.
my stress ball? Need my stress ball.
No, I wish I had one.
Getting so
You
stressed.
agree with me that Jennifer Crumbley, and I believe you testified to this on direct, can have a sarcastic personality.
I know, Lynn, you get to step
So there's
away.
oftentimes things where Jennifer will say something, but you can tell because you know her that she's being sarcastic.
Yes.
Now, when she said she's a failure as a parent, you said that seemed sarcastic to you.
Yes.
It's also fair to say that while that may have been partially sarcastic, Jennifer Crumbley was certainly expressing
There was no
concern to
sarcasm,
you
no.
that day
Oh my God.
about her son.
That testimony was beautiful. You don't need to cross that. You don't need to cross that. That she said, what did she say? Was aware that Ethan was concerned. She said that the witness said that she was aware of Ethan and that when Jen returned, she appeared to be concerned about Ethan. You don't need to cross that. You don't need to say, oh, she's a little sarcastic, but it was apparent that she was concerned about Ethan. Okay, forget about the sarcasm thing. Stop talking.
Maybe. I don't know if it was concern. She was showing me the photo. She told me a lot of stories.
I can't even take notes.
She maybe, but she showed me in
So
in
irritating.
normal manner. She didn't seem overly upset or concerned about it.
See, now
Okay.
you just, what you did here, see, this is a class on how not to cross. What you did was you just had the witness reinforce the state's position because you asked a stupid question. And now you literally have the witness reinforcing the state's own position. You're not helping your client. You need to stop asking questions and sit down.
When you've testified previously, obviously it was closer in time to November 30th of 2021. Yes?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was the question.
Is
Yes.
that, okay?
Yes, I did.
And when you testified that day about what Jennifer Crumbley said, you were asked, what did she say? And I'm on page 136 of the transcript. You said they were concerned with his drawing and they were concerned that he may be feeling
now
badly.
she needs to
and
walk
it goes
back
on
her
from
own
there,
cross.
Correct? And so based on her saying that she was concerned, you're saying now that you don't know if she truly was concerned? Is that your point?
I was just,
Oh my
I think at the time.
Oh my
I
God.
was
You had it
assuming
right
she
on
was concerned,
direct.
But like I was trying to portray now, I just
You
don't-
screwed it
I
up
don't
and now you're
know
walking
how she
back
felt.
your
I
own
didn't ask
cross.
her how she felt. She didn't tell me how she felt. She came over and showed it to me and we talked about it, but she didn't say anything specifics.
Do you recall being asked by Miss McDonald, I'm on page 137 of the transcript, what was her, meaning Jennifer Crumbley's demeanor when she was talking to you about this? And you testified, my initial thought was it was a little sarcastic, the way she said she felt like a failure. As she was talking, it was a little concerned, meaning Mrs. Crumbley was a little concerned.
Yes.
It's fair to say over time, you're looking back at what happened on November 30th with more information than you had as that day unfolded, correct? What happened on November 30th when kids were killed, people were injured, that was something you never expected in your own head, correct?
Correct.
When there was news that there was an
Don't even
open
get me
shooter at the
started on this
school,
one.
it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley appeared to be very surprised and shocked that that was unfolding.
Yes.
And we can agree that looking back at the
Could
events
NASA really have been
of
innocent?
November 30th,
This was
you
Larry
have
Nasser's
different
attorney.
information today than you had now,
John.
correct? And over these
Oh my God, Farrell. Okay. I know I'm stopping this a lot, guys. I'm sorry, but this is my MO anyways. So this witness testified on direct that she was friends with, Jennifer. She was a coworker, but she was friends with Jennifer. She followed her on social media. She testified that that Jen had locked Ethan out of the house one day, and then testified that Jennifer's a little sarcastic, but when she came back after the counseling meeting, the witness felt like Jennifer was concerned about her son. She knew that there were some issues with her son. And really, that's about it. It was like it was not harmful at all to Jennifer. So then the cross started off fine, that they're not really friends. She just follows her on social media, but she doesn't monitor it. She doesn't really follow like that closely the social media. That she was aware of Ethan, and that Jen was concerned about Ethan. And the whole locking out of the house thing, she doesn't know if that was like a punishment or if Ethan just forgot his keys, doesn't know about that. But then she went into this whole other line of questioning, which completely destroyed all the good points on direct. And now she's crossing her own cross, try to recover from it. It's just a disaster of a cross. It's the most annoying thing ever.
2 years that have
So there,
elapsed,
now you're caught up,
you
girl.
have had zero contact with Mrs. Crumbley. And you have had contact, however, with the prosecutor's office.
Correct.
You had contact with the prosecutor's office about your testimony today?
Correct.
And about your testimony back at the preliminary exam, some of the testimony I referred to.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I please have one moment?
Sure.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Yes.
God, you shouldn't have had.
When we met with you, what did we tell you to do?
To tell
Don't even need
Is that what you
redirect.
did?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to refer you back to the same page that counsel just asked you about. It's page 136, specifically line 19 of the preliminary examination. You were asked, okay, this is starting at line 9. How would you describe the writings on the worksheet? Your answer was disturbing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the question, okay, what was your response? Answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, I'm sorry, you said what? Your answer, I told her I thought it was scary. Question, okay. Answer, that he would draw that. Question, line 18. And what was her response? Line 19, she agreed. So that's, you recall that conversation with Jennifer
I
Crumbley?
do, yes.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt. This is an hour and a half before the shooting. What are you supposed to do with
Going
this
back to
new
the
bit of
comment that
information
Jennifer
that's now
Crumbley made
scary?
to you on the morning of November 30th, 2021, did she tell you that her son locked himself out or she locked him out?
Your Honor, I would object because I believe the witness has said she doesn't know. Or she answered me that she didn't know.
Well,
Yeah,
do you know if, do you know?
I don't know. I know that there was a comment made that he was.
That was a
locked
good
out.
quick
I don't
objection.
know How that happened.
Okay, let me ask
She
you, the
didn't
comment
say
was
anything.
he was locked out.
Yes.
Okay, but she didn't go into any specifics.
Your Honor, I would object to further questions on this, that the
Witness says
witness
she
has
doesn't
already
know.
answered the question.
Well, I guess I would have to say that once he asked the question, you asked the question, I was confused.
Just want to clarify.
Yeah, but you don't know.
No, clarify. She just
I
said she
know
doesn't know.
that there was the comment that he was locked out, but I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, so stop asking about it.
Her exact words, the best you can recall.
To the best that I can recall was that he was locked out.
Okay, those are the words from Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
But you can
Oh my God. Why are they?
Who's next witness?
We have Detective Storia, she should be here in the hall, Judge.
I really hate when the state has such a bad case that they're petty. They're so petty.
That cross was so infuriating.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like gonna walk away from the stream.
Just stop streaming the trial altogether.
I was like, I'm done with this. I'm done with this.
Yeah, she can't see it. So
So frustrating.
it's not.
That's a masterclass on how not to cross. That's law school level cross examination. That's what you see like when they're in their second year and they're first taking trial skills and we do these mock trials. That's what you see. You see people stepping all over themselves and making the case worse.
Oh man.
Prosecutor's skirt is way too long. I was thinking it was way too short, actually, legally live, but I agree, Stacey. The parents should not be on trial. And it's a travesty of a defense. It really is. It's been disastrous for the first week. Yesterday was pretty good. And today, up until this cross, has been fine. But I'm concerned that these little things are gonna get in the jury's head.
ADAMSTOYEK.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Just under 12 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Just under 4 years.
Where exactly is your, well, that's a bad question. You're a detective at what substation?
I'm assigned to the city of Pontiac.
Okay, so you work out of the Pontiac substation?
Pontiac.
What sort of things do you do there?
No, you live in
Investigate
Flint.
crime reports that come in on a daily basis.
I know about the Pontiac though.
We have periods of being on call.
You don't know where Oxford is.
investigating
apparently.
homicides, assaults, things like that.
Okay. Now, prior to being a
Yes, I
detective,
did.
what did you do?
That was
Central
misconstrued,
County
David.
Corrections Division, I was in the courthouse. Went to road
It's by Lake
patrol,
Orion.
Pontiac, different shifts in Pontiac.
Lake
I
Orion.
was a school resource officer in Pontiac for a short period.
It's just south of Out Lemons.
Yeah, I wanted to see like what big cities it
I'd
was
like
by
to direct your
'cause
attention to November the 30th,
I knew where
2021.
what
Do you recall
direction
that?
it was in, but I didn't know where it was at.
I was.
Were you made aware of the shooting at the Oxford High School that day?
I was.
And tell us, please, where were you when you were made aware of that shooting?
I was at the Pontiac substation at my desk.
Okay. And how is it that you came to learn about the shooting?
I had the my computer screen up, which had all the pending and active sheriff's office calls in the county, and I actually saw the call at the school go up on the pending calls on the screen, and I read it.
Okay. What do you mean by that? You saw it up on the pending call on the screen.
So yeah, it has like the active calls going on within the sheriff's department, and then on the bottom it will have like calls.
Julie,
having
don't even get me
dispatch.
started. I have no
I
clue
saw
where
one
she's
from
going
high
with these
school go out.
witnesses.
I read what about the multiple calls that was going on at the high school. When I alerted the rest of the detectives of what was going on at the high school, and they all responded.
Okay. When you say we all responded, tell me what happened, please.
Initially, when we got there, it was still pretty active. So my partner and I kind of linked up with a couple different guys, and we were searching classrooms. Some of the classrooms were still occupied by students, assisted with escorting them out of the school. Eventually, they called everybody to the front of the school, and we were tasked with searching certain classrooms.
Okay.
And we did that.
Now, what specific area of the school did you go to declare?
Initially, we went towards where the gymnasium was, towards the cafeteria and the gymnasium, which I believe is on the southwest corner of the school.
Okay. You said some of the classrooms were still occupied?
Correct.
Occupied by whom?
Students and teachers.
Okay. So tell us how that process worked to clear these rooms.
Yeah, so in a couple of the classrooms, the teachers were kind of initially hesitant to open the door. Kind of had to go back and forth with them explaining that we were the police, and eventually they did open the door. There wasn't really a whole lot of words exchanged. Everybody just kind of looked at you and didn't really just kind of listen to what you told them to do. They were, escorted out of the school, and we would clear the classroom to make sure there's nobody else in the classroom.
Okay. And you said it.
Steve with the $5 super chat. Maybe she's secretly giving Jen an ineffective appeal, just in case. I don't know what's going on. It's who knows at this point. Why not? Why not it be that, right? I guess. But thanks very much for the $5 super chat.
At some point while you were on scene, you were redirected to the office area of the school?
Yeah, they had like a command post kind of started in the front of the school, and we redirected there.
And tell me what happened next.
Command officers were having us link up in teams, and they would give us specific classrooms to go search just to make sure that the classrooms were unoccupied and there was no one else inside of them.
Okay. And you did that assignment?
Correct.
At some point, were you tasked with going to 112 East Street in Oxford?
Yeah, at some point after we cleared the classrooms, Lieutenant Hicks gathered a few of the Pontiac detectives, and we were told to go to 112 East Street and secure the residence prior to a search warrant being drafted.
So why were you directed to that specific residence?
That was the residence.
This guy's going to admit all those photographs of the
And so
Crumbley
I
home,
think at that point in time, the school shooter
liquor
was in
bottles and
custody,
all.
Correct.
And officers had learned his identity, where he resided, and who his parents were.
Correct.
Okay. So did you go there?
I did.
At that point in time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
Okay. So did you have any information if there were going to be other casualties or anything else going on?
No, so at that time we didn't know if the house was going to be occupied or, we didn't really have a clue what we were going into.
Okay. Who did you go there with?
My partner, Detective McPherson.
Any other officers?
Detective Peschke at the time, Detective Steele, Deputy Zajac was there, Deputy Mozak. think eventually Agent Brandon came to.
Okay. From the ATF?
Correct.
Okay. So you're a detective on that day. Are you wearing plain clothes or uniform?
Plain clothes.
So were some of the officers uniform?
Correct.
Okay. So tell us what you see when you arrive, please.
When I got there, the James and Jennifer were being escorted out of the house by deputies.
Okay. And tell me what's at this location? Is it a single family residence? Is it a
Well, the
multi-unit
house
dwelling?
is relevant.
Yeah, it's a single.
I will say the house is relevant because part of the argument is did they secure the firearm, right? Or did Ethan have full access to it? So this line of testimony is relevant, but a lot of these pictures aren't. The defense had a big motion this morning regarding excluding several of these images. I don't think it was successful, and all the images are coming in. The particular one was like pictures of alcohol bottles in the kitchen or something the state wants to introduce. But I think she could really knock that back on cross-examination. You have no idea when these were drank. They could have been sitting there for months. You have no clue, right?
Yep.
So you told us that you went there to secure the scene pending search warrant. What does that mean?
Yeah, so you'll go there just to do an initial sweep of the residence, make sure no one's inside. You don't want anybody coming inside, obviously. It's more of a preservation of evidence thing to make sure that nothing gets taken from the house prior to the search warrant being completed.
Okay, is that something that occurs in every case with the search warrant?
Yeah, generally, correct.
Okay. Now, search warrant, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's authorization from a judge or magistrate to enter a person's dwelling and to seize certain items.
Correct.
Okay. And was your understanding that the search warrant was being obtained for that location?
Yes.
So when you enter a dwelling to secure it, do you actually search at that point?
Prior to the search warrant?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just kind of doing an initial sweep to make sure, no one's hiding inside. There's no one inside that's not supposed to be.
Oh yeah, the home is a disaster. I mean,
Okay,
by
so
my
you folks
standards,
looking
but
for other individuals,
not by
but not
everyone's.
for
It's they're not like quarters. But
Yeah, I
it's
mean, you're looking for individuals, but I mean, obviously, if there's things in plain sight, you're still observing things.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I went through my house like 6 months ago and looked for every possible like alcohol bottle and just cleaning stuff up. There's stuff everywhere. And I don't drink, as if anyone has seen my streams before knows.
That's what we did last night. What you guys thought, so.
So this is exhibit 161. Can you see that on your screen?
I can.
Okay, so what is this that I'm sorry, 162, thank you. What am I showing you right here?
It looks like that'd be a sketch or a drawing of 112 East Street.
Okay, so this is a sketch of the home if you were looking down on it, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So would you call this a small home or a large home?
It's a fairly small home.
Okay. I'm gonna move on here to
Oh, damn it.
164. First of all, tell us how many bedrooms were in this home?
Hang on a second, guys. Sorry, I just wanted to get
It's a
this.
fairly
switch.
small home.
Okay. I'm gonna move on here to
Okay.
164. First of all, tell us how many bedrooms were in this home?
There was 3 bedrooms and a bathroom and then a basement as well.
All right, so going back to 162 here.
And these are all admitted, right?
Correct, Judge.
Yes, pursuant to prior court rulings or stipulation.
So if you
Yeah, I'm not a
could
real lawyer
show
'cause I
us,
don't drink.
please,
You want to see me? I'll get some
tell us
Prosecco out and we'll
about the
start calling the
layout.
courts.
So
It
tell us where the
might,
front door is. I see that at the top of the.
I might
drawing.
like that.
Is that correct?
Yeah, towards where the sheriff's office emblem, you can kind of see the indentation, which would be the front door.
Okay. And the front door opens to a living room and dining room?
Yep, correct. You walk in, there was a living room to the right. To the left was kind of a smaller dining room. You walk in to the kitchen, which is visible there. Just off the kitchen, there's a small hallway, bedroom to the right, bathroom straight ahead, then another bedroom. You walk down that small hallway.
That's
looks
right
like
too.
there's
They wouldn't take recyclings. I remember that. Like it was a whole ordeal to take recyclings back. This is in 2021, right?
I believe
Is
there's
that still going
it's a
on?
washer and dryer. That would lead you into the master bedroom.
what's the problem?
Off the master bedroom, there's the backyard.
We were coming out of
And then
lockdown
off
when
the
everyone
master
had to
bedroom, near where
hold
it
their
says washer and dryer
recyclings.
with the stairs to the basement.
Okay.
Really?
So when we're saying master
remember
bedroom, is this a
No.
A room that was added onto the home, or was it naturally the master bedroom? What was your impression of it when you went there?
Yeah, so to me, it was a master bedroom. It looks like it had adult clothing in it. It had a king bed. It had just more stuff in it. it was clear to me that that was the adult's bedroom.
Okay, and you obtained information, what individual stayed in which rooms prior to entering? Or
Correct.
At least prior to executing the search warrant?
Correct.
Okay. So let us know as we go through some of these pictures if you need to refer back to this.
Okay.
So here's 164. So did you learn if the shooter had one bedroom or two bedrooms?
Two bedroom.
Okay. And so which bedroom is this that we're looking at?
So when you come in off the kitchen, there was the hallway. There was a bedroom to the right. There was a bathroom straight ahead. This would have been the bedroom to the left.
Okay.
Immediate left of the hallway.
So photographs are generally taken when a search warrant is executed. Is that right?
Correct.
Are those photographs taken before or after things are
Like you didn't rummage through this. This is how it
Kind of
existed,
depends
right?
on if someone at the scene is able to take pictures before, if there's an evidence technician.
Okay.
Generally, before you go in and search, there'd be pictures taken.
In this case, there was an evidence tech available. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was Detective Vizio, I believe.
Correct.
Okay, so these pictures were taken before the search was executed.
Yes.
So for lack of a better term, this is the natural state of the home as you found it November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here in this photograph, exhibit 164?
Yeah, so this was, I was made aware this was the shooter's bedroom. The bed was covered with various things. There's some school books on it. There was targets visible on the wall that there was apparent to be bullet holes in them.
Okay, I'm going to do another angle here. This is 165. This is the same bedroom.
Correct.
So what are we looking at here?
We don't know, Jim.
Yeah, so that was, the shooter had a dresser, it looked like TV. There was things all over the floor. There was things all over the place, really.
Okay, so that boarded up window in the back, that it was adjacent to the master bedroom, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so the picture that we just looked at with the targets on the wall, that would be if you.
By the way, I'm putting
taking
all
this
these
picture
in Discord,
behind.
so if you guys are members,
Yes.
you can check it out.
Were you able to tell why that window was boarded up?
Yeah, you know what? I don't know why that was boarded up. I was
Okay.
never made aware why that was boarded up.
And that led to the master bedroom, is correct?
I would believe so.
Okay.
That would lead to the master bedroom.
So
So this
Ethan
is
had
one-
two rooms.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I would have no objection for the prosecutor to just say why that's boarded like that, just so it's clear for the jury, so I don't have to go back to it. We don't
I
have
don't
to
know
go
if he
back to it.
knows.
I asked. Is that what's in there?
Oh my God, quit
Yeah,
coughing.
I-
No, on our question.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that he could, Mr. Hees could say it if he wanted to.
Okay, the witness doesn't know those.
Okay,
So, okay, this is 166. This is the same bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, just a different angle?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, David.
And 167 is also the same bedroom, the other angle?
Yep.
Okay. This was identified as one of the shooter's bedrooms?
Correct.
168, same bedroom?
Correct.
And 169, this is the same bedroom as well? This is the closet in that room?
Yes.
And this is 171, just a different angle from that closet?
Correct.
Okay, 172. Are these the targets that we saw initially in exhibit 164?
Yes.
Okay. And had these targets been used or unused?
Yeah, they appear to be used.
That's 172. 173, this is just further down the wall with one of the two targets.
Yes.
This is 174. This is another picture. This is of the shooter's bed.
Yep.
Again, 175, same bedroom.
Correct.
You have the police outside your door?
Oh, did you
This
hear
is
that?
176.
They went by.
This is the nightstand in that room. Would that be right?
Correct.
Now 177. So you had talked about that the shooter was identified to have two bedrooms.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the second of the two bedrooms?
Yep. So that was a bedroom on the right side of the hallway, just across from the bedroom we were just looking at.
Okay. So again, this photograph was taken before the search warrant was actually executed.
Correct.
So it's 177. This is 178. This is the same bedroom.
Yes.
Seems like this is the bedroom that he might
179,
have
this is
slept
the
in.
closet of that bedroom.
Yeah.
This is 183. This is on the bed of that bedroom. Would that be right?
Correct.
Okay.
See, A and W
184.
here.
Same bedroom, different angle.
Correct.
185. Same bedroom. This is the TV in that room.
Correct.
All All right, this is 186, again, same room.
Yes.
This is 188. There was one bathroom in the home?
Yep, that was, when you walk in that hallway bedroom.
Poor
to the
Jen
right, the bathroom
has
is straight
to
ahead, the other
see
bedroom is
her
to the left.
house
Okay,
showing
this
like this.
photograph fairly
Yeah.
accurately depicts the condition of the bathroom on November the 30th.
It does.
That's 188. Okay, this is 189. Sir, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Yeah, so when you
This
walk out of
looks
that
good.
hallway, you go down another hallway, and there was what was described to me as the master bedroom. When you walked in, that was the bed that was in the bedroom, and there was an open gun box with an empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed.
Okay. Now, is this the condition that this gun case and empty box of ammunition were found on November the 30th, 2021?
Correct.
And that's on the master bedroom
Yes.
bed?
Yes.
This is exhibit 191. This is the same master bedroom. And then this is on the nightstand?
Correct.
This is 192, it's the same room.
Yes.
Again, 193, this is also the same room.
Correct.
Some riding boots.
And 194, what are we looking at here?
So when you walk into the bedroom, immediately to the right of the doorway.
master
was-
bedroom?
Yeah, the master
Okay.
bedroom was an armoire.
Okay. 195, this is the same armoire with a slightly different perception.
Correct.
196, is this still the room?
Yep, so that would be the door that would lead out to the backyard, and then a TV stand.
My
with
brother
various
goes to the
drawers.
court. He's going to get sick. Everyone coughing.
Okay. And were these doors eventually searched?
They
Yes.
were.
197, same TV stand?
Correct.
198, is the same room, just a different angle?
Yep.
199, again, same master
Well, they're
bedroom?
obviously guilty because they didn't clean their house.
Okay, this is exhibit 200.
Is that what you're thinking,
we're
Jamie?
Clear, moving back to exhibit
Hey,
197.
excited.
What'd you say?
These drawers were.
I said they're
searched.
obviously guilty because they didn't
Who
clean their
actually
house,
directed
right?
Where to go to?
I was.
Okay.
Clearly.
Who directed you?
James Crumbley.
Okay. And so specific to the, if we're looking at this photograph, the right drawer, I'm sorry, not drawer,
Because like, what are we looking for?
you tell me.
State says they're going to
Which area
finish their
did you
case
find
in
was
chief
located
this
in
week
exhibit
at some point.
Yeah, so when you're looking at that picture, to the right door there, you open that up, and there was two shelving, shelves on it, and the gun safe was on the top
Okay.
shelf.
And who told you where to look for that?
James Crumbley did.
Okay. And that's already been admitted into evidence, and that has a locking mechanism on it?
It does.
Okay, were you told what the combination is?
I was.
Objection, Your Honor, just irrelevant to Jennifer's case, unless the information came from her.
Okay, well,
I'm sorry, what James would say is hearsay to this officer, so I would object for that reason.
isn't it?
I agree.
Judge, it's relevant because the firearm was found in the defendant's home, shared home,
Okay.
and it
But that-
shows how the officer opened the case and recovered other weapons in the trial.
Your Honor,
Okay,
the
but what he
objection,
said is hearsay. So you had a conversation with James Crumbley.
Yeah.
And then you
I mean,
found that.
unless you have a
Correct.
wife
And Judge,
that
I'm
really
sorry, she
insists
also
on
testified, or
minimalist,
She also said in her statement
who has a real
to
clean
the
house.
officer yesterday, Joe Bryan, in the interview that was admitted as evidence that she knew where the firearm was found. And later on today,
Your Honor, she did not say that.
like,
She did not say that in the video.
Jennifer is testifying on Thursday at 2:37. We've already established that. 2:37
She
p.m.
did not talk about these firearms.
Sergeant Pesky is going to testify later on today. We're going to admit an in-car video where Jennifer's recordings will be admitted as an exhibit. And she's asked specifically about this.
And Your Honor, I would ask that the jury wait until then because I disagree with the prosecution's description of what that evidence will show.
Okay, but he already testified. They had a conversation with James Crumbley, and then he went to this location.
Yeah, I don't like the
and
speaking
that he then
objections.
Opened that
I know.
safe.
Yes.
Isn't that sufficient?
It's an opportunity for the
Well,
attorneys
how
to
did you
argue,
open
but
the
it goes
safe?
both ways, and I don't like it.
Did you have to crack open the safe?
I did not.
Okay. So you were given the code to open the safe?
Correct.
Okay. And were things recovered from that safe?
What's the
Yes.
joke?
So without having to crack open the safe to recover the items, you learned how to open it?
I did.
Okay. And then how did you open the safe?
Your Honor, I object to him saying what the code was because Jennifer Knowledge had no awareness of the code. And that's what the prosecution is hoping to slip in here as hearsay that James told this officer.
He said he had a conversation with James and then he opened the safe. He didn't say that Jennifer gave him the code,
Okay,
right?
yeah,
Right?
true.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right,
Oh,
so you talked to James
Jesus.
Crumbley and he gave you the code for the safe.
He did.
Okay.
To be fair, yes, the judge has, when the defense has been cross-examining somebody and she's got a convoluted, weird, follow the dot kind of question, the judge has simplified it, asked the witness, and gotten the answer that the defense was looking for, and then moved on. So she's done it both ways.
And tell us how you got the safe.
By using the code that he gave me.
And what was it?
It was 000.
Okay, and that's the default code for that case.
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 200. Okay. Now this is 201.
Because
we're looking at the same drawer here.
Christine kept
I keep
asking
calling
me
it
when
drawer.
the
It's
defendant was
better to call it
testifying.
shelf, right?
So I declared
Okay.
More of a shell.
on Thursday
so
at
We
2:37
have
p.m.
this
or on
case that's
Thursday.
been admitted into evidence, and then it looks like an article of clothing. And then underneath that, what did you find?
I was a holster, which is on the right there, and then 2 magazines, and there was a baggie of bullets in the back. Can't really see it there.
Okay. And this is 202. All right. You see 2 magazines and a baggie of bullets. That wasn't on the
And a
shelf
Nintendo?
when you walked into the bedroom, right? So that's what you pulled out of
I
there?
don't even know what
Yeah,
that is.
so that
What
was,
am I
at
looking
that
at?
point, it had been removed from the shelf and it was placed into the bag, and the magazine was placed on the top of the TV stand there.
So this is 203. Again, this is the locking case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us what was found in the locking case.
So I located a 22.
They're calling it a
Caltech
locking case and not a
handgun,
gun
and then
safe like they
22
have been the whole
Derringer.
time.
The Caltech's the black handgun, and the Derringer is the silver handgun with the brown handle on it, and then some ear protection.
So this is what it appeared, and this is what it looked like when you opened the case initially.
Yes,
Okay. Here's 204. What is this?
that's the 22 Derringer.
This is just a closer room. We already have that in there. 205 is the same
It's a little
firearm
baby.
from a different angle.
Little baby gun.
Yeah, it's a little baby gun. It's
Okay,
kind of a
210, what are we
jammy case
looking at?
now.
That's the 22
that's kinda
Caltech.
cute.
In her
covered
slip.
from the safe.
Yeah.
211. This is a close-up view of the
What
Derringer.
gun?
Correct.
How many pictures of the guns do we need?
Okay,
Yeah.
212. And we're going back to one of the
It's not
shooter's
even one they
bedrooms.
use. Or he
We
We're
used.
just
saw
going
that
all over the
Cather's
place.
helmet
Now we're
is
back to the other
different
bedroom.
This is a close-up view of the nightstand.
Correct.
Okay, and what are we looking at?
See, your dogs are even
Those
upset
would
about
be
this.
spent shell
She was
casings
yawning.
from,
She's a brute.
fired from a weapon.
Okay, and that's the condition
It's
in which
actually a
you
gun
observed
safe.
it on November the 30th, 2021.
Correct.
So is that 212 or 213?
That's 212, Judge. I think we just have a 213 is slightly similar picture. All right, 216. This isn't a real firearm, is it?
No, it was I believe it was a BB or a pellet gun. It wasn't a.
But that's
Oh, Deb. Hey, with the 499 super chat. Hey, Dave, replay crew, day 3 p.m. Oh, day 3 of the afternoon. Can you please put the numbers in the thumbnails that display on YouTube apps? Also, oh, do the names not display on the YouTube apps? All right, I'll do that.
Yeah, it like pushes it out.
All right,
Like,
all
you
right.
can't
I'll
see
switch
it. You
everything
might put it
around.
in before, yeah.
I'm not going to do the new thumbnails because I found it easier just to do one thumbnail. But what I'll do is I'll do day 1 afternoon. Something like that. I'll put it in the front so you guys can see it all. But I appreciate the 499 super chat. I'll go around and fix the names.
She said your voice is like chicken soup to her ears. Aw.
I will take that as a compliment.
I've never heard that before, but I like it.
I like it.
on November the 30th, 2021.
Yeah, on the computer chair in the shooter's bedroom.
It's a BB gun, right?
Okay, 217, just as
That's what he testified to.
Yeah.
218. What are we looking at here?
That would be a drawer from the dresser in one of the shooter's bedrooms.
219, same drawer.
Correct.
Okay. 220. What's this?
Empty bottle of whiskey next to one of the
Oh,
shooter's beds.
Jesus.
Okay.
Here we go.
Judging by the wall color,
Well, it's
that'd be the
empty,
same
so
bedroom that
you didn't
targets
drink
were
it,
found.
obviously.
Well,
Right. Here's 221. This is the same bottle of whiskey, correct? Or empty
Yeah,
bottle?
just at the end of the bed, just sitting on the floor.
Okay. If you're a parent of teenagers and you have
222,
not
what is
found an
this?
alcohol bottle
I don't
in
know
your
if
kid's
those are
room,
covered
raise your
from
hand.
I believe one of the drawers in the bedroom. Got the drawers in the bedroom.
223, what is this?
There were various knives that were found in the bedroom.
Okay, where were they found?
I believe right on, I think it's on the one of the shelving units in the room.
Okay, so one of the earlier pictures, we saw a wall shelving unit. Would this be a close-up view of that?
Correct.
Okay.
Was that his undies? Yeah, I think it was them, Young.
This is 231. Now, what's this a picture of?
I'm not ignoring
This
chat. I'm
view
just
would
trying to
be-
grab
that
the
door would be
images.
the front door if you were exiting the residence. When you were coming into the residence, to your immediate right was the couch. That TV was on
People
the
are just
wall,
making
which was
comments.
facing the front of the house. So that was a view of the living room.
Okay, so the door that we see in the right-hand side there, that's the front entrance door.
Correct.
Okay. So this is what you would, when you walk into the house, this is what you walk into.
Yes.
Okay. That's 231. This is 232.
It's a ways to keep the bottle
Same
full.
thing. When you'd immediately walk into the house, that's what you observe. That's the living room area, the couches, the TV would be just in front
Well,
of
it's
that.
not the worst. Better than their living quarters.
233.
Same thing, just a different view. So this angle
Sleeping
would show
quarters,
that
rather.
hallway, which is observed or straight ahead, would lead directly into the kitchen.
234. This is also the living room.
Yeah, it's a TV stand.
Okay.
Usually your bedroom is messier
Okay,
than any
235.
other
What are we
space
looking
in
at
your
here?
house anyway.
So that's the
Yeah, because you hide it.
kitchen had
Yeah.
an island.
Most people don't
Just
go
throw
there.
everything in
The
there.
island, there was various.
I've seen
drawers
Jamie's
that
bedroom. It
opened
was a
up
disaster.
Or shelving units and stuff. That
But
was
it
the
is
box
messy.
for the 22 Keltec that was recovered.
He had dogs running around in there tearing
That's,
shit
that's
up.
an evidence as well. 236 is just a different angle view of where that Keltec box was found.
Correct.
Okay, was the Keltec box open?
It was.
Okay, what was found in there?
When I opened the Keltec box, it was a secured cable lock for a firearm. It was in the packaging still.
So 237 is just the side view of that.
Of course it
Keltec,
is, Billhammer.
box
I
you
know.
found.
Correct.
I don't expect
And
less from you.
238. You said it was still in the packaging. Is this how it was found?
That's how it was.
Okay.
There was a text message from March. I want to say March or April. I think it was March. That says, wasn't there a text that James and Jennifer saying EC was hung over? Is that why they wanted this pick in? Potentially, probably. Although they weren't saying, if you read the context of the text, they're not saying he was hung over or that he had been, drinking definitively. They asked how he was after this fight that they had. And he said he woke up as if he had been drinking all night, like he was just sort of groggy and that sort of thing. That's what I got out of the text. They weren't definitively saying he was in fact hungover, just like he was acting like that. But thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat.
There's still keys in that locking mechanism. Is that right?
That's how I took
Yeah,
it
there
too.
was the keys were at the end of there.
Yeah, don't trust someone who keeps their house clean,
Where it
right?
looks like a black
Wallstrom?
box there.
Yeah.
And that's also another. That's 238. 239. What's this a picture of?
I believe that's a PlayStation unit or a gaming system that was recovered. From
Oh, he's got Breaking Bad stickers on it.
So then things
snap.
from the Crumbley home, such as video games, proceeds as well.
Correct.
Gaming system. Okay. So here's 242 with some of those.
Correct.
243 with more.
Correct.
They were laid out like
244
that?
as well.
Are you telling me that they were laid out like this?
With a vehicle search as well?
No, I
They
doubt they were.
He testified
Okay.
that they
Hey.
took these pictures before
back
they
of-
searched anything. And I doubt very much those games were laid out like that, right?
Are they really? I mean, is this what we're doing?
This is what we're doing.
We're taking pictures of video games.
I'm just saying, violent video games. We got to get them in. We got to get him. This is a school shooter. We got to get the violent video games. He doesn't have the Marilyn Manson records, right? So we got to get the violent video games.
Ugh.
But you telling me that he had those laid out just like that on his dresser? That's what you're saying, because you testified that you went in and you just started taking pictures before you searched anything.
Yeah, he's a liar. There ain't no way.
Shh, he's not a liar. He's a cop. They don't
Oh.
lie. Jamie. Cops never lie. They are your bestest of friends. The state is your best friend. You should always trust them.
Always keep your enemies close. That's what he's saying.
Okay. This 245. 246. This is the same vehicle.
Like going
just different angle.
kayaking. What's up?
Correct.
Cushions.
This is 248. Okay, so there was no garage at this home, is that
I'm
right?
gonna zoom in on the clutter on my
No, there
desk
was behind the home.
next
or
to me
adjacent
real
to the
quick
home,
and
was
show
more like
how
a shed
disastrous
that
of
was
a
behind
house
the
I have.
Okay. Was there like a
Yeah.
overhang type area where a barbecue grill is at?
Yeah.
I haven't
Okay,
done
so
dishes in a hot minute,
248,
so
is that
oof.
to pick that?
Yeah, correct.
And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so those would be BBs for a BB gun.
Which ones are you looking at?
Looks like a plastic container.
Okay.
Yep, and then it looks like there's more in the
Did my sarcasm
the
not
original
resonate
plastic
with you? I am
container.
Dave.
Some nails. I'm not sure. That looks like that's probably something you use to clean a grill next to it.
Okay. So this is now going to be 253. You said there was a shed?
Correct.
Okay, and so the shed was searched as well?
It was.
Okay, so what are we looking at here in Exhibit 253?
So that'd be immediately when you walk into the shed to the right. There was multiple shotgun style BB guns located.
Okay, and 253 depicts one of those?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, here's 254. What is that?
Yeah, same thing. So that was when you walk in, there was in the shed, there was like
Another BB
tool
gun.
bench. On the tool bench, visible is another like Uzi style BB gun. That was visible on
Uzi
the
style
bench as you
BB
walk in.
gun.
Okay.
Well, how would you define it?
255, what are we looking at
I
here?
don't.
Yeah, same
I just
thing.
think
It
it's
was,
wordplay that drives me nuts
another,
with these
I believe it was a
people.
BB or pellet gun. That was also located. Kind
This
of
is a
behind
pellet
the,
gun, not a BB gun.
original picture where the Uzi style gun was, or BB gun was.
256. Tell us about this picture.
So that would be when you walk into the shed. It was there were some chairs on the ground. You can see behind it where like the shelving unit is. Yeah, just some chairs where it looks like somebody had been sitting in the shed.
Okay. 268. Tell us what we're looking at.
Snow on the
Hard to
ground.
tell, but you can see the silver in the snow there. It was empty CO2 cartridges.
Were there just one empty
He
CO2
didn't
cartridge?
shoot up the school with a BB gun.
I believe there's multiple. You can see, it's kind of hard to see, but there's multiple in the snow there.
Here's 269. This is a better view.
Yeah, there's multiple in the snow.
Okay. You know what those are used for?
Yeah, for the BB guns or the pellet guns at the inside of the shed.
Okay, now a second search warrant was executed at 112.
It's a cute little house.
Is that true?
Correct.
I could do a lot with
it
this.
is,
Obviously, when we were
actually.
looking
I
at
love.
before, it was at night.
Oh,
That
I
was
love those kinds of
the
porches.
evening of November the
I've never
30th,
seen the outside of
2021.
their house.
This is the daytime, so anytime you see daylight, that would be the second.
Is it the
search warrant.
ugly green
Correct.
color like mine?
Is this the front of the house? Exhibit 272?
Yep, correct. That
Yeah,
was
it
the
is,
front of the
isn't
house facing East Street.
Good, someone else has one.
This is 278. This is when you walk into the home, oriented to the left.
Yep, so you walk in, to the right of this picture would be where we saw the couches and the TV. This would be to the left, you can see the dining room area, and then kind of straight through that picture would be directly into the kitchen.
Okay. In those boxes, they weren't in the home November the 30th, 2021. Do you know if they were left on the porch or do you not know?
I'm unaware of those were
Okay.
put in the house.
So here's 279. Is this standing as you walk in, turn to the left?
Yep, so you walk into the left, and that was kind of like the dining room area with the table and the various Christmas decorations.
Okay. This is 280. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so that would be if you'd be walking
exhausted.
through living room would be
And I'm just looking
living
at
room with
pictures.
The couches on your right, dining room on the left, and then straight ahead is the kitchen, and where you can see the open door at the end, of the very end of the hallway. That's the master bedroom.
Okay. So earlier you testified that the Caltech box was in the kitchen island. Do you see the kitchen island in this picture?
Correct.
Where is it at?
So you can see it with the it's got like the white board on it, the white board with the top. It looks like there's a binder. The black binder would be the top of the kitchen island.
Okay.
Where's
So
it?
here's 281. Is that the kitchen island we're referring to?
Correct.
All right. Now this is also the kitchen, 282.
Correct.
283.
I was looking forward to the exhibits, but now I'm
Correct.
exhausted because I keep taking a screenshot of each one.
Island as well.
Yeah, so those two open, at the bottom of the island there, you can see the two doors. That's where at the bottom of that
question.
was an open area where the Caltech gun box.
How does this prove anything?
Okay, so on the bottom right of the screen.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. 285.
There are gun cases everywhere.
This is
Nothing was
also the
secured.
kitchen?
Correct.
Okay, so
They didn't
So
have
that's
the guns
picture
everywhere.
orange to
They had the
left,
cases
the orange to the
everywhere.
right.
Correct. Yeah, on the outside of that would be where the driveway was, the side of the house.
286, what are we looking at here?
Yep, so when you were in the kitchen, I kind of described it earlier, you take a right, there's a small hallway. At the end of the hallway.
The
was that
hallways aren't
bathroom.
clogged up.
To the right was one of the shooter's bedrooms, and immediately across the hallway to the left was the second bedroom.
Oh, this is 287, what do we say here?
Yep, so that'd be the first bedroom to the right. It had a bigger bed in it from the earlier pictures.
All right. 288. Now, this is after the initial search was executed.
Yeah, this was done the next day, different after the home had already been searched by detectives.
289, this would be identified as the shooter's second bedroom.
Correct.
Okay. 290, same bedroom, different view.
Correct.
This house says bed sheet.
What do we see
Yes.
to the left of the bed there? The shooter's bedroom.
Are we referring to the stand kind of to the left of the bed there?
On the ground.
The way he said that, on the ground.
Was there a litter box on the ground?
Yeah, it had a litter box.
Objection leading.
That's 290. 291, this is the same bedroom, now looking towards the closet and the door.
What does the litter box have to do with anything?
I don't know. He really wanted to identify it for sure.
Really wanted him to know,
So
yeah.
he broke the rules of evidence.
Yeah, just directly across the hall was the first bedroom.
Okay, 296, this is the room with the boarded window.
Correct.
From the hallway.
I feel like this is more than 55 pictures.
297, again, this is after the initial search warrant was executed.
Correct.
300, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this would be if you were standing directly in the kitchen, you look down, there was a small hallway, narrow hallway with a washing machine, drying machine on your left, which you can see. And then walking straight ahead is to the entrance to the master bedroom and the sliding glass door that would lead to the backyard.
In 301, you identified earlier the washer dryer unit. Is this what you're referring to?
Correct.
302, what's this?
Yeah, so when you were walking from the original
Brendan, let's
picture,
go
you saw
actually
the washer
Donald
and
Trump.
dryer,
That would be amazing.
to the left of the washer, and prior to getting to the washer and dryer to the left was a small little hallway that was filled with various items. And that was what you're looking at right there is kind of like the landing leading to
This
the
is a
basement.
drying machine.
Just have a few
Mine's
more
not
here.
working. It doesn't dry very well.
303, what are we looking at here?
It's just a
That's the
machine.
entrance to the master bedroom.
To the master bedroom, okay. 304, this is taken in the master bedroom. So the TV stand is to the left of this picture,
Correct.
and that's where the Caltech and Derringer were found.
Yep, you're looking at that TV there. It was in one of the open doors. You can kind of see that door open on the right side of that was where the safe was found.
Okay.
In the master bedroom in a closet.
305, this is also the master bedroom.
Correct.
This is so
Continuing to the
annoying,
right,
David.
It was
I know, that's
king-size
what I
bed
said.
and
I'm
a
kind of
couple,
getting
incubators
exhausting of
next to
this.
it.
Let's give you like
And
10
here's
photos.
306.
Well, he didn't commit the crime at his
To
house.
the right was
I feel
that
like-
armoire, which you would see.
Well,
when you
he
walk
didn't,
in
but
to
she
the
did.
right,
Mom
you come into
did.
The bedroom, just a different angle of the bed. With the
Oh
armoire.
my God.
And here's 307.
I bet you they took all these pictures after
Kind of
the
sitting on the bed, you'd be looking at the TV with the TV stand. The door in the bottom right there, that's semi-ajar, was where the safe was.
Okay.
With the weapons in it.
And here's 308, what are we looking at?
Imagine being a police officer and having to go
308
to this
would
house.
be what I referred to. I believe that's to the landing area that leads to the basement.
Okay,
It's a different.
here's 309.
It's a landing area that leads to the basement.
Ooh, are we going to see a dungeon?
On
Coffer, go get
316,
a
So he
drink
had
and get out.
already looked at the picture of the barbecue grill. You identified that there was no garage.
It'd be
or
funny if
shed.
my brother
Where would
does
be
go
the
to court
shed?
and I hear him coughing in the background. I'm going to know it's him.
Yes, this would be
That
if
was
you go that door, the landing
That's
was walk
distinctive
out.
Damn it,
Bob.
Michael.
This little area with an overhang with the grill that's visible there. If you were to walk straight past that grill into the yard there to your left would be the shed.
And here's that.
But explain to me what
317.
evidence of a crime they're
This
going
is
to get
for
from
the,
these pictures.
Overhang area there.
I think they're just showing like
kind of
they cared
to
so
the side of the
little
house.
that they couldn't even keep their house clean. And they got alcohol everywhere. They don't know what they have. They say they put away the gun. Okay, well, everything's everywhere. And so it was easily accessible to the sun. I think that's what they're going with. I've been right so far in the prosecutor's angles.
Yeah, well. It's because they have no case. They gotta
Yeah.
On November the
nitpick.
30th, when we first entered the home to secure the home for the search warrant,
If anything, we
were
have
you aware the
cat.
stove was on or off?
Wake up, cat.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Okay, that's our other officers. That's all.
Oh, and she's
Open the
now.
kitty up.
Nothing further. Thank you,
That was it.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
She better not
Um,
ruin this.
she's going to.
Initially, when you got to the house, you said other officers had already arrived there, correct?
Correct.
What was happening with Jennifer the first time you saw her?
She was being hailed out of the house by another detective. By hailed, I mean being told to come out of the house.
And at the
She
time,
complied.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, she
All right,
complied.
all those pictures are
She
up on.
complied and came out. At the time when she was coming out of the house, being hailed out, she was on her cell phone. Is that fair?
So when I got there, I don't recall exactly what she was doing. She came out of the house. I just got there as she was walking out of the house. I don't recall if she was on her cell phone.
While she was walking out of the house, there were guns drawn. There were guns drawn, correct?
Correct.
How many?
So the timeline is at 1 o'clock ish or so. They got an email that said that there was a pew pew at the school. James around 1:15, actually, I think he got it. And then like at 1:18, he called or texted Jen and said, "Hey, there's something going on." Then at 1:20 p.m., he was back at the house, and he had called 911 because he had saw that the gun had been taken as well as the bullet. So he called 911 and reported that. And then later on that evening, around 5 o'clock or so p.m., is when they went there and took all these pictures. So that's the timeline.
Police officers had guns drawn towards Jennifer Crumbley as she walked out of the house.
Hey, I turned to the good side
When I
eventually.
got there, she was already being told to come out of the house. So at the time, I wasn't really focused on who had their guns out. I was focused on watching the house and making sure nobody else came out. So I couldn't say how many people had their weapons drawn.
Would it be fair to say it was more than one gun?
Yeah, correct.
More than three?
Yeah, there was multiple detectives and officers there when I got there. Again, I don't know how many of them had their guns drawn. I know that I had my gun drawn.
You did have yours drawn?
Correct.
Why?
And pointed
Okay,
at
wait.
Mrs. Crumbley.
No, so when I got there,
What is he saying? Did they go and like pull guns on them? Like, wait, explain
Yeah,
that
they
again.
showed up with a bunch of guns. You want me to back
Why?
it up?
No, but
It's a crime scene. They don't know what's going on. They don't know if he booby trapped the house. They don't know.
Ethan was caught right away, right? I don't understand why you're going to links.
Because police can pull their guns whenever they want to, and they're very skittish. But God forbid you do.
I know, but I'm just
There was-
so
it was more
irritated
than
by all
one gun?
this.
yeah, correct.
More than three?
Yeah, there was multiple detectives and officers there when I got there. Again, I don't know how many of them had their guns drawn. I know that I had my gun drawn.
You did have yours drawn?
Correct.
And pointed at Mrs. Crumbly.
No, so when I got there,
No,
she was
no,
already coming
no,
out of the
no, I
house.
didn't do
was-
that.
Like I said, I was more focused on, I believe I was near a tree.
It'd be different if Ethan ran back to the house.
At that time, I don't
But
think I had my gun pointed.
what are you doing here?
After Mrs. Crumbly came out of the house, and she did come out, correct?
Correct.
She was handcuffed.
So I didn't take part in her. being
That's
taken
not the
to vehicle,
question.
so I'm
The
not-
question wasn't did you handcuff him? The question was, or her. The question was was she handcuffed? You could see with your own two eyes and convey information, right? It's possible for you, officer.
She's handcuffed.
And that's fine.
I'd be
I'll
still
ask a different
condescending
witness
right
then.
now.
So
No,
after
don't
you
ask
got
another
to the
witness.
house, You saw her come out.
He backs
saw the
off way
guns
too
drawn.
quick.
Did you see Jennifer Crumbly any further that day when you were in the house or otherwise?
After we had executed the search warrant, she was brought back into the house with James, and I saw her inside of the house. I didn't have any further communication with her, no.
I just want to be clear about the guns and gun cases, boxes, some of the things we saw on the screen. If you need me to put an exhibit back up, let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so the 6 Sauer 9mm gun, the case for that gun, you saw in the master bedroom, open on the bed, correct?
Correct.
I blame Walmart. Jamie, don't you? For all the laundry that we have these days. If clothes weren't so cheap, you know, there used to be a day when
Oh.
you had like 3 pair of clothes and that was it.
I blame Shein because I have so many clothes in my closet right now that I don't even wear because Shein is so cheap. It's like a online shopping.
And there was a box of bullets or an empty box of bullets next to that empty case, correct?
Correct.
In that case, the gun was not there.
Nope. When I initially came into the house and then we conducted the search warrant, it was an empty box.
And you know, and if you're not the right witness, let me know, that James Crumbley had gone to the house and discovered the Sig Sauer was gone from the house.
Yeah, so when I went to the house, I had no knowledge of anything that had occurred prior to me getting to the house. Like I said, I just observed the box where I saw it initially when I did the search, and then after, I don't know how it was placed there or when it was.
So when
Nobody
you
knows
were-
how the gun case was.
I just want to
placed
be
on the
clear, the Sig Sauer was ultimately not in the Crumbley home.
Correct.
The Kel-Tec and the Derringer were found in the Crumbley home.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Correct.
They were found in a gun safe.
Correct.
And they were found in the gun safe that was in the cabinet in their bedroom.
Correct.
And there was not ammunition stored with the Kel-Tec or Derringer.
Yeah, so the safe, which we saw the pictures of, had the 2 firearms and some ear protection. There was ammunition found in that same dresser area behind it.
Okay, but not in the same, not within the the exact location of the safe, correct?
Yeah, it was behind. So I can show you the you can kind of see the picture. The picture has the safe, and then behind the safe, there was some clothing, and underneath the safe there was the 2 magazines. There was the gun holster, and then behind that you can kind of see a box with that did have ammunition. I don't recall what kind of ammunition or how much, but there was some located in the bedroom.
Okay, and that's ammunition that goes with those 2 guns, not the Sig Sauer.
Yeah, so the ammunition that was the empty box on the bed was 9mm. I mean, to be honest, I don't recall what ammunition was found behind the safe, but there was ammunition found.
I feel like that's an
behind the safe.
accurate
Okay,
description.
and then I just want to be
Gun
clear about
without
one other
ammo
thing. So
is
there
a
was
hammer.
a kitchen closet we saw where there was like a blender and some other appliances kind of on the floor. You testified that you found the box to the Kel-Tec in that little kitchen area. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, correct.
And that box was while that box was in there, there was no gun in the box or anything along those lines.
Nope, it was the Kel-Tec box just had that cable lock, which was in the bag. That was all that was in there.
So the 3 guns that Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley had in their home, well, the 3 that we've talked
Welcome,
about
Amy, Ohio.
include the Sig Sauer, the Kel-Tec, and the Derringer. It's fair to say there were not any other guns in the home aside from BB guns.
This is a horribly worded question.
Like, I don't. She
To your
loses me
knowledge.
every time.
To your knowledge, the defendant along with her husband owned 3 guns, right? Amy, welcome. Make sure you click the member tab, take you to my Discord where we have just a bunch of photos were just dropped in there from this trial, as well as a bunch of other documents. Thank you very much for joining the pre-law crew.
Mm-hmm.
Or pellet guns.
Yeah, so I located the 22 Derringer, the 22 Kel-Tec, and then obviously the firearm, the Sig Sauer was recovered at the school, and I didn't have any part in the recovery of the actual weapon used.
Well, to me, it looks like they've got a lot of guns.
When I get
but can't tell
frustrated
the
with,
difference between a BB gun and something
this
else.
attorney
So
now,
I
I'm
just
just
want to
gonna
be
do this.
sure, aside from knowing about the Sig Sauer at the school and the Kel-Tec and the Derringer, all the other guns that we saw in the pictures, those were BB guns or pellet guns.
Correct.
And the casings that we saw on the ground in the snow, those were from BB guns or pellet guns.
Yeah, so the CO2
That was
they
quite
used to
apparent from the
operate,
testimony that was
some
provided
of
on
the BB
direct.
guns that were found in either the shed
We
or
don't need to cross.
bedroom.
And in the backyard, you could tell that they had shot BB guns there before because there's also targets up, correct?
Go back to cat
I
calls.
recall the BBs that were located. There was the empty CO2 cartridges, which would indicate that they were used. I don't recall specific targets in the backyard, but I do recall the other things there.
And then when you were testifying, there was very brief testimony that there was a litter box. That was in the second bedroom of the Crumbley son, correct?
Yeah, when you walk to the right and left was bedrooms, that was the bedroom to the immediate right, and right next to that was the bathroom, and across the hall was what I think we described as the first bedroom.
And just very quickly, when you were executing the first warrant, the Crumbleys had a dog in the house.
Aww.
Yeah, there was a dog in the house.
Doggy.
I didn't have any dealings with the dog. I believe
What?
the uniformed officers went to the house first, and I think the dog was friendly, so we didn't have any issues with the dog.
And then there was a cat and a kitten. Do you recall that? And if you don't, that's okay.
I don't recall the cat and the kitten.
What happened to the animals?
They went to someone.
Detective,
Better.
why did you approach the home with guns drawn?
Yeah, so I mean, again, we didn't have a whole lot of information about. Obviously, we had just come from the scene of shooting. Yeah.
So the information you were given, well, you knew that there was a mass casualty event at Oxford High School.
Correct.
And you found
No
out,
matter, I would just object to the leading questions.
just trying to orient the witness to where he
No,
was and why.
don't ask a leading question.
I'll take that, yeah, question answer, please.
So you had already been at the Oxford High School?
Correct.
And you knew what had happened there?
Your Honor,
Okay.
I would object to the leading.
Well, that was a yes or no. Did he already know what had happened at Oxford High School? That would certainly affect whether or not he approached a house with his gun drawn, right?
And the assignment to secure 112 East, you told us that you were given an assignment by Lieutenant Hicks?
Correct.
Okay. And at that time, did you know what you were going to find there?
No.
And what information did you have at that point?
That the shooter resided there, and to go to the house and secure the house prior to the search warrant being drafted. There wasn't a whole lot of information given at the time. Everything was kind of quick moving at that moment.
Okay. Now this is Exhibit 200 on the screen here. You were asked about the 22 ammunition. So in that locking case with the 000 combination, there was no ammunition in that case, correct?
No, there was not.
But you did find ammunition in this same location.
Yeah, so I guess you can't see it, but it was underneath the.
So I'm
Yeah,
moving to
you can kind of see where the two magazines are. There's a box behind it. It's
like gray and red and black.
Yeah, yep, that's the box to ammunition. I don't recall what specific caliber was recovered, but it was a box with ammunition. It's right behind the holster right there.
What was that
Yeah, I'm
sound?
not too further, Judge. Thank you.
So you can step down and you're excused.
Okay,
Who is the next
nothing.
witness gonna be?
Bunch of
Sergeant
pictures.
Esther.
Okay, short, long, medium, long?
I mean, I don't want to read, not short. So if we could take a brief 10-minute break, might be a good time.
Okay.
If the court is so inclined.
Yeah, sure, sure. Okay,
All right.
so- 10 minutes. Okay.
Jamie, what are your thoughts?
All rise for the jury.
Nope, Jamie's thoughts. Okay. I'll give my thoughts. First, I'm just going to see if there's any questions I missed in chat. I was distracted by all those wonderful photographs that mean absolutely nothing.
Sorry, I was going to go throw a load of laundry in because I thought he was still going, but we're not now.
I have a cat named Mount, or your aunt has a cat named Mount. That's awesome.
I got a note from the jury during the break.
My thoughts are.
Oh, hang on. Note from the jury during the break.
Oh.
As long as the stir can be fair and impartial, I think. See, there's an issue.
You want me to ask?
I would
Oh,
ask only
jury
because we had
knew
witnesses
somebody.
From Princeton testify, so I'd ask that we inquire into the juror.
Boot him. Juror knew one of the witnesses.
Uh-oh.
Boot him. You have 17. You only need 12. You're already almost halfway through the. You should be, at least according to the state, halfway through the direct or the case in chief.
A juror says,
Your Honor, we have made a concerted effort to not say any of the places of employment or businesses
Yeah.
for any witness, so just.
yeah, well, someone said it though.
I
was a
believe
witness.
opposing counsel did, but we made an attempt for all of the witnesses not to identify specific places.
Your Honor, I didn't mean to identify, I didn't even realize that the prosecution, there's no order preventing the release of the name of where Mrs. Crumbley worked. I didn't violate any order.
I'm not suggesting that, Your Honor.
Oh, maybe we're
I
same
think
place.
that saying the work location triggered number 15 to send us this note.
Number 15.
And it sounds like she works indirectly with someone who is with Ms. Crumbley's former employer. She doesn't say that she knows anybody from there. But after the break, I'm going to bring her in and ask her.
Okay.
Okay.
Works directly with
Sounds
Jennifer's
good.
She
former
doesn't say she knows
employer.
anybody, but she just. I
Works
actually
indirectly
understand
with
when
Jennifer's
they
former
say that
employer.
I maybe know someone. I think they're doing what they're supposed to.
I think she knew this guy, or at least
I
knew
just want
of
to
him.
make sure, I didn't do anything wrong by saying the name.
You didn't do anything wrong.
Okay,
I didn't suggest you did.
Yeah, that's what
I
I
was
have.
just trying to give the warning to the court.
Yeah,
It's-
well, that's the reason that the juror recognized.
got it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be back.
All right.
25 something. I don't know what that is. What is RON? Is that rubles?
No.
You gotta tell us what that is. Is that rubles? Anyways, with 25 somethings, is a defense lawyer a public defender? Thinking about Veronica's often used phrase, you could end up spending tens of thousands before the trial starts. No, she is retained. There was a retainer, I believe, paid. That's probably long gone, and she's essentially doing this pro bono at this point. But no, she is retained counsel. And James and Jennifer retained two attorneys from the same firm. They originally screened themselves, and then they bifurcated their firm. And so now James and Jennifer have two different attorneys from two different firms, but originally they were part of the same firm. So I think they were doing it because they have an issue with this case too, like with the idea of these charges. But thank you very much for the 25 ruples. I'm going to call them ruples, unless you tell me otherwise. All right. So, Jamie, what are your thoughts so far? Are we guilty or not guilty? We still have a poll up. It looks like 90% are saying not guilty. If you had to vote right now, you were
What's
on
her
the
name?
jury.
Shannon. Shannon needs to just zip her lip a little bit because in my opinion, the state is making the case for her. She's not really having to do much work. But then she starts crossing and she's just undoing all the good work the state has done for her. That's my opinion.
Apparently, they are Romanian. Romanian lion? Is that how you pronounce it? Lion?
Lou? Romanian Lou?
They are Romanian new lion. Okay. Well, welcome from Romania. I dated a Romanian girl when I was younger. Hey, you know where there's a bunch of Romanians, Jimmy?
Where?
In Pontiac.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't hang out over there, so
I know.
I'll take your
You
word
leave
for
your
it.
driveway. You don't even go to Flint.
I do.
It's like you live in Flint. You don't even go there.
I like to stay towards the lands.
John Gary couldn't have said it better. She is not guilty, but Shannon is working on changing that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue that I'm having with this.
She needs to stop harping on all these little stupid facts that don't matter. Like questioning this woman over and over again if she's friends with her and sees her Facebook posts. It's nonsense.
A girl I met her, a cam girl. Well, I met her in real life. Does that count?
A cam girl.
She had an apartment right downtown Pontiac. All right, let's get caught up and see where we are. All right. Looks like we're still waiting on the break. The thing is so this is on the second floor. They have to take Jennifer out into the hallway, down to an elevator, all the way down to the basement, put her in a holding cell until it's time to come back up. And so it takes like 10 minutes to get down there. So by the time they get down there, they literally turn around and come back up. But they're not allowed to hold her in the hallway or in any room on the floor. So when she's not sitting there, she's literally going up and down, and then back into the courtroom. Because the Oakland County Sheriff has decreed that she shall be held in the holding cell. Everyone has dated a Romanian girl once. All right, fair enough. The defense attorney is so pretty, she's gained nothing by acting completely incompetent as a lawyer. I don't know her trial experience. I hope after the end of this, I haven't trashed her too bad on my stream that she'd be willing to come on. But I do see some serious procedural litigation mistakes in her case. I still hope she wins in spite of it, and then she'll come on for an interview because I'm curious. But I call things like I see them here. RUB is a Russian ruble. I deflect. All right, I'm going to end this poll because we are at 10% to 90%. 10% of you say, or 9%, I guess, say guilty. That's fair. I'd take those odds on a jury any day because the 90% can convince you. Not that I'm aware of. Let's see here. Dave, do you think she has electrodes attached to her leg as well? I don't think so. That's why I think there's so many officers there because they don't have anything restraining her. Once the shackles come off her waist and the cuff comes off her hands, they don't have anything restraining her. And there's also officers out in the hallway.
Did you say they do this for all of the inmates?
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's such an overkill.
You should see when they march them in. It doesn't matter what their charge is. If they're being held at Oakland County Jail and then they're brought here for an arraignment, they march them all in. They're all chained together, and then they march in and they file into that jury box, and they just sort of like line up, and they're all like shuffling their chains around and getting themselves oriented.
Oh my God.
And then they all line up there, and they have to sit there and wait for everyone's case to be called, and then they're all shuffled out again. They're chained at like the ankles and the wrists and the waist. They're just paraded.
Well,
that way one can't get away because he's tied to a bunch of other ones.
Or they all get away.
If she is found not guilty, do you think that they will? Yeah, no. They will step on James.
Stop.
They'll go through with James's trial. Absolutely. If she's acquitted, they'll still go through with James's trial.
Because they just want to get one. They could care less. They just want one. They want both, but if they got one, they'd be happy, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I agree. And the facts are different, right? Different people, different facts. James is the one that went home. James is the one apparently that purchased the gun and stored it somewhere.
Yeah, that's why I think it's worse off for him than her, to be honest. Like,
you didn't miss anything terribly important, man.
They could make it worse on him,
Aaron, you are a member, so you could go to my Discord and check out all the photographs that they introduced in the last hour. That's really what was introduced, like 50-some photos.
Are you waiting for me to tell you you're good to go? Oh, no, this isn't, no, I was talking to the camera guy. I don't know if he's
I didn't know if you were talking, you're all right. I didn't know if you were talking about the juror. That's what I was waiting
oh, yeah, you're waiting for the jury to come in. Okay. All right.
Well, the one particular juror that we talked about before you left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yes. I'm going to bring 15 in briefly. This is prosecuted. And we're going to bring number 15.
$10 super chat from Carolyn asking, for the cat toy, Loves seeing animals on screen. Yeah, she has a few toys. She was chasing them around earlier. I was going to try to get her on here, but now she tuckered herself out chasing this little blue ball. And so
Look
she's
at
just laying
her.
here.
She's so sweet.
And then the second we want to go to bed, she's jumping on our faces.
I mean, good.
Thank you, though, for the $10 super chat. You guys having a conversation without me?
I thought you had a law coming in.
No.
Oh, Lars and excited. They've been going back and forth. Oh, what happened? Is the jury coming in and they got scared and they
I
blacked
think
it out?
so.
Oh, I
Maybe
really
put
don't
you in-
understand your point. I think the community will hate Sharon regardless. You think they'll hate her? I don't think so. She's just doing her job. It's not like this weird little petty thing going on. I mean, okay, so Jack Kevorkian, who unalived so many people with his death machine, right? This was assisted suicide, was represented by Jeffrey Feiger in all of his trials, except the last one where Kevorkian decided to represent himself, thought he knew what he was doing after the first 5 trials, and then was finally convicted. But Jeffrey Feiger is like, he's kind of scummy, but he's beloved around here. He ran for governor and he came in second place. Like he doesn't have a bad rep for representing a very bad guy in many people's opinion. So that's not how things work around here, in at least in Metro Detroit area. I don't think she's going to get a lot of hate. I mean, she might get some initially, but those are from the idiots that don't know any better. Let's see. Go back up.
Kevorkian
David.
was a character.
He was a character. I've seen
And
evidence that her boss set her as corporate counsel for a lawyer suggestion. So I don't know if this was the recommendation, though. So if you're talking about this case, Jennifer texted Andrew, her boss, who's an attorney, but also her boss, for a recommendation for a lawyer. I don't know if these people were recommended or not. I don't know who was actually recommended. I don't even know if he recommended anybody. So I don't know if that was the issue that you guys were discussing or not.
I thought the camera was in the jury box for some reason.
No, they're like, freaked out. They're like, turn the camera off. I could do such a better job with my cameras.
I know you could.
Second place is the first loser. I can't. Yeah, he's got like but you know, a lot of people call him because they're like, oh, I'm going to call Feiger. You wronged me. I'm going to call Feiger. You know.
My mom had Feiger for her workers' comp thing that happened.
See?
When she got injured at work.
They use him all the time.
And he won her a lot of money.
All right, you may be seated.
Okay, I will take your word for it being an actual prayer.
So several of the jurors, you guys are kind of in 2 camps. You know, you got north and south going back there.
What's the incentive? There's no incentive for her to throw this case. Absolutely none. No, that will destroy you. People would rather hire somebody that they see win, even if they don't like the outcome. They think that they should have lost. Over someone who loses this bad. This is not a good look for her.
While doing the math, I know you think I must have started here in the 6th grade. But in 32 years working here, we have never provided lunch to a jury. So it's kind of a big deal. And we wanted to do that so that we wanted to accommodate you. We know this is a stressful trial and you're taking time out of your private life, and we've asked you not to read a newspaper or to do anything. But we also don't want you going down to the cafeteria because it creates too many opportunities for inappropriate reaction. Not necessarily you with someone else, but someone else with you. We don't expect you to be here with us very long, only about 5 more weeks. In any event, we're going to add a couple.
Well, there's been a couple of issues with memberships. Can somebody post a link as to where to join, become a member? I've noticed some people have emailed me about that. I don't know why it's not appearing. Sometimes the join link isn't appearing on the app. I don't know why.
That's the only link I don't have, so hopefully someone has it.
But I think we're getting a salad. I don't know, something, anyway. We're doing our best, okay? All right, so if you think it's really bad, for some reason, you could bring your own lunch, but I don't want anything to happen. People do silly things and could approach you and, okay?
Hey, Nick.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, good.
Nick.
Having a good old time with this trial.
Sergeant Matthew
Uh-huh.
Pesky?
Yeah, I heard it's interesting.
Yeah, to say the least. Defense counsel seems to be making it worse on cross every time.
That's not good.
No. All right, what is this guy's name?
Matthew Peschke, MatthewPeschke.
Thank you, go ahead, prosecutor.
All right, good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell me or tell the jury how long you've been employed by the Oakland County Sheriff's Department?
Objection seems facts, not in evidence.
And you are currently
She
a
asked that in
sergeant,
the wrong way.
correct? And what's the scope of your assignment and duties at this moment?
My assignment and duties at this moment is I'm detective sergeant in the Special Investigations Unit at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
I want to direct your attention to November 30th of 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Can you recall where you were when you heard about the shooting at the Hotspur High School?
I was at the Pontiac substation.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what you did? How did you hear about it?
You know what? I will say that the Detroit police are the nicest police
Told me there was an active shooter.
that I've ever encountered.
What did you do?
Isn't that the brother from that Ray show? Everybody Likes Raymond?
Oh, yeah. This is the brother. Ray Romano's brother, yeah. Good call.
A vest, and I got to my car and I left for Oxford.
He was a cop in that show
Did
too.
you
So
light some sirens as fast as you could? Did you join the caravan or did you?
I went lights. I didn't have sirens at the time.
Okay. And about how long after that did it?
Scott McGinnis with a 2-month member chat. She is a political prisoner. Trial is politics. Thank you very much for being a member for 2 months, Scott. Yeah,
Scott,
it's a political
yes,
trial.
thank you.
It's a political trial. Absolutely. She shouldn't be locked up right now. That's for sure.
Take you to arrive at the school?
Maybe 20 minutes.
What did you do when you approached the school?
I went in through the entrance by the pool.
What did you observe when you drove into the? Could you get to the parking lot of the school?
I got into the parking lot. I double parked at that point and I went into the school.
Okay. And can you tell the jury about what time that was, if you know?
I don't know.
Were you aware of whether or not the shooter was in custody?
I had heard on the way over the radio that the shooter was in custody.
Okay. At that point, what did you know about?
It's safer to
injuries
ignore,
and
really.
fatalities?
I knew that there had been.
Although I will say, sorry, I keep pausing it. I will say that in the opening statement, the defense attorney did say that this was a Band-Aid for a bullet hole, right? She used the Taylor Swift quote, but said what they're trying to do here is they're trying to send a message to gun owners. And so she did lean into the political thing a little bit already in her opening statement. So she did do that. And thank you for joining you joined as a pre-law. Thank you very much. Is it Chrissy? But thank you very much. Remember to hit the member tab and hit the Discord link, and then tag Jung or Jamie in there when you get in. Let them know you have arrived.
1 or 2 homicides at that point and injuries. I wasn't sure how many.
Okay. So you.
It made sense
Which
if you
entrance
watch
did
her
you go
opening.
into?
It actually
I
sounded
went
pretty
in by the
good.
pool.
You should watch my recap video.
At that point, I located other members of the sheriff's office. There was I did a search of that pool area with a couple other deputies. We went back, reported to command, which was being made at that point. We went back and searched a couple hallways in that pool area again, looking for survivors, witnesses, victims, anything like that.
Okay, did you find any students?
No.
All right. What was your
This guy
understanding
should
at
be
that
cast
point
as a
of
live
where
action
they
Homer.
were, where the
He
students
does look like Homer
Uh,
Simpson.
From what I had heard is a lot of students had ran away from the high school to the Myers. And other students were being escorted out that were still in classrooms by other deputies.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna leave the controls in the safe hands of
referenced a
Nicholas. I'll be
minute ago
back.
about command. Do you recognize this person sitting next to me?
Yes,
And who's that?
it's Lieutenant Willis.
All right, and what's his role there that day?
Yeah, sorry, that was me typing. I forgot to mute myself.
Officer in charge. He was
Oh, Mr. Jingles is here.
reporting
My
command.
co-counsel.
So when you say command, were you finding Lieutenant Willis at that point? Was he instructing you or was somebody else instructing you?
Captain Hill was also there.
Okay, so after you cleared the pool area and another hallway with officers, what did you do next?
At that point, I was advised by command, the structure, to go to the house and the residence of Ethan and secure it.
We've decided that I've asked that we not say his name, so we refer to him in these proceedings as shooter.
Sorry.
That's okay. My fault. I should have explained that to you.
All right, I'll be back if you're still going.
Told by command
Peace,
to go
everybody.
See you later.
and,
See you later.
First, were you told whose residence it was and who lives there, or anything about the house?
We were told to go to the shooter's residence, secure it, preserve it for evidence, and there was a search warrant being drafted.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Do you know, if you can recall, how long did it take you to get from Oxford High School to the shooter's residence?
Just a couple minutes out of it.
Okay. Did you go by yourself or with somebody else?
No, I was in my own car, but I went with.
Oh, great. A cat butt in my face.
Detective Stoyak and Detective Nick.
Can you sit down at least?
I believe there was a marked unit already at the house.
And you were instructed to do what when you got there?
To get any occupants out, secure it, look for if anybody was injured, destruction of evidence, anything like that.
Okay, and you mentioned a search warrant. Were you told that there was a search warrant, or they were attempting to get one? What were you told?
Search warrant was being drafted. It was not signed yet in order for us to begin our search.
Okay, is this something that you've done frequently in your career?
Yes.
All right. And what do you typically do when you arrive at a residence of any kind and you know there's a search warrant you're attempting to get a search warrant? What's the protocol?
The search warrant gives you authorization to enter the house. So, and to search the house, more or less. So when you arrive on scene, normally as you're entering, the guns are drawn, you don't know what's in there, you don't know about animals, you don't know anything like that. You go in, you clear.
Did I miss anything special?
All occupants are either taken out or preserved in an area with other people, and then you.
Now, Karen corrected
hold the house,
this witness
preserve
on some
Normally,
minor detail.
I
Ow!
make sure nobody's in there. And then
My cat's nice. He's
you
just
leave and have
sitting
somebody
there.
watch the house.
This is
But
Mr.
not leave
Jingles.
the area, we say any area.
Oh,
He's 20% fur, 20% claws, and the rest is
You
asshole.
were instructed
That's
to
about
go
right.
to the house and do this. What did you have knowledge of regarding the shooter, his parents, what led up to it? What
He went to
was
the
your
house.
knowledge
Is that
of
where he went?
I did not kick off Jamie. Jamie left because she went over to another stream.
Yeah, she's joining Baker for a few. But did this guy go to the house? Is that what he's testifying to?
Some of that sort.
Okay.
I had knowledge of the shooter's name. I had knowledge that high school students were killed and injured, and that was pretty much about it.
Okay,
At that point.
thank you. Did you have any knowledge about who else lived in the house?
No.
Okay, so you knew almost nothing. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
I knew nothing when I went to the house.
Okay.
I'm still
When
here. I'm
you
just eating
arrived
lunch.
on scene, what did you observe?
I observed a male out walking in an area by like it was like an awning, and then I observed a female coming out onto the porch.
All right. Do you see that at some point? Did you learn that female's name?
Yes,
What was her name?
Jennifer Crumbley.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing?
She is on like a tan sports coat.
May the record reflect he's properly identified the defendant
The
here.
record will so reflect.
Okay. What did you do when you drove up to the house?
I drove up to the house. I put on a vest and
He put on a vest, drew his
we lined up
gun.
at the door, and we went in.
Talk to me about why you put on a vest.
This is an active shooter scenario. This is I'm protecting myself with my vest. I don't know what I'm walking into.
Okay. And when you say we, who else was with you at the time?
That was McPherson, Detective Stoyak, and Detective Steele.
McKinley, why are you getting so mad in the chat?
Yes.
Who are you yelling at?
Who?
I did, and I'm almost positive everybody else did.
Why are you positive of that?
That's normal.
When you say normal, what do you mean? Is
I
that
mean,
protocol or is that, because I think for a lot of us, that's not normal. So I'm trying to get you to understand, to make the jury understand why you would do something like that.
Well, like I explained, we didn't know what we were going into, so.
Yeah, because it looks
making
bad
sure we
that
were-
you're going into the parents' home
Is
with
that
your
something
vest
you
on,
do
drawing guns.
frequently when you approach a house to execute a search warrant or to clear the house?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do next?
Cleared the house, and at that point, we came back outside.
At that point, did you know whether or not the defendant and her husband had been at a substation, or did you know anything about any statement they'd made?
No.
Okay. Did you know that if they had seen their son or not?
No.
Okay. So, what did you do with, or ask the defendant to do, if anything?
Can you rephrase?
Yes. At some point, you had an opportunity to interact with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
No, they
Can you tell
don't,
the
but they
jury how
will
that happened?
quickly
She was
prosecute
sitting in the
you
back of a patrol car.
if you do the same to others.
Whose patrol car?
Weingart's.
Okay. And
on some occasions, they will
some
charge
point,
you
did you
with
also
resisting arrest,
back
with you
another-
not resisting arrest, just to make a point.
Yep.
I never saw her in the back of another patrol car.
Okay.
Deputy Zajac was also on scene in a marked car.
Okay. So what was the first interaction you had with her?
When she was in the
Yes, Easton was in
back
custody
of
immediately
deputy,
from the school.
So there was the active shooting was over, and
Yeah.
then he took Connor West, drew a gun to go into the parents' house.
Yeah, so the timeline of events are at 12:42. Ethan went into the bathroom, sent his mother a text in response to hers, which says, I'm sorry, I know, I love you. Then he emerged from the bathroom with the gun at 12:51 or something along those lines, and started shooting. It only lasted like 8-9 minutes. And then he was immediately taken into custody. By the time James and Jennifer really knew what was going on, by the time the emails went out, Ethan was already done and he was in custody. So then James goes to the house, Jennifer goes to the school. They're in communication with the police are in communication with James and Jennifer. At 2:00, they go to the police substation where they're interviewed, and then they meet up with Ethan, who's already in the police substation. They take their phones, and then they all go. They get arrested there. So at like 1:00, Ethan's already in the substation, and they're at the house securing it and doing all this. And then they go to the substation, and then they go back with the search warrant like later on in the evening. So that's the timeline.
Okay.
And what did you do, if anything?
I advised her she wasn't in custody, and I originally jumped in the driver's seat, but then I walked around to the back seat and I opened her door.
Why did you do that?
She's not in custody. I just wanted to have a conversation with her.
Okay. Did you leave the door open or closed?
I opened it.
Okay. Did she express a preference about whether it was open or closed?
She liked it open.
All right. This conversation takes place for about 49 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking the entire time?
No.
What else were you doing while you were talking with her? Were you doing anything else? Were there breaks in that conversation?
There may have been breaks near the end of it where I was looking for further instructions.
Okay, were you always standing right beside the car?
No.
Okay, and did she have any requests?
A cigarette for her phone.
Did you accommodate those?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd
All right,
probably be asking for the same thing.
Your Honor, I'm going to play what's been marked as People's Proposed 342. It's the in-car video that Sergeant Peschke just...
Yeah, not legal advice, but the words you should speak in presence of a police is "I want my lawyer."
Well, that's one of the most important things. All right, I'm curious about this. Oh, what happened? Where'd the audio go? I wanted to see this in-car video. Oh, why are we turning this off?
This effer is covering the camera with his hand.
I know. He does that. Is there a sidebar? Maybe there's a sidebar or something. Neither the cameraman nor the court seems to know where each other stands. Like what she can and cannot authorize everyone to cover. Hang on a second.
Yeah. I did a poll on Twitter regarding
just put on the record.
I did a poll on Twitter regarding a comparison. I asked, let's see here. Do you think the state should prosecute parents of 16, 17-year-olds who drives DUI and end up killing someone? And to my surprise, there's a third that says yes.
Yeah, see, they just want everyone to be accountable for everything criminally, right? Yeah, criminally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, that's the problem. Not everything is a crime, people.
That while this
Yeah.
is a
And I assume these are people who believe that their kids are perfect and would never do anything stupid.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah. They don't care because they think it's like gonna hit them.
Yeah, until it does.
it's a critical, we believe,
Exactly.
and so I just would ask you for the jurors' patience in viewing it.
There might be some boring parts, is that what you're saying?
I don't
Some
believe,
lulls,
I
some
do not believe
lulls.
there are any boring parts, but
Lulls.
that's me.
Lulls.
I think even the reason for the entire video is even during the period where there's no conversation, it's an opportunity to view and observe the defendant. So I just want to put on the record why I'm playing the whole thing.
And Your Honor, we have no objection. We stipulate to the exhibit.
I might need to step away and take a phone call real quick.
It's good to play the whole time. So.
Okay.
All right.
They just put it in the car, right?
Yeah. apparently they don't see her as a threat because she's not in cuffs or anything.
Right. But look how skinny she was just 2 years ago.
Sergeant Peschke, do you know about what time this starts? I mean, actually, not about what time. Do you know what time that?
Yeah, I need a silent keyboard.
Not exactly. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. So what, can you tell us what the time says?
It's 14:57.
I mean, I know my son was the one that shot the schools, but I'm not quite sure like why we're in the back of the cop car.
Well, right now,
That's a fair question.
Ariel, do lawyers go buy clothes for their client if their clients can't fit any of the clothes they had when the client was arrested? Sometimes.
Yeah, generally we will if it's an absolute last resort. No one else has clothes available.
all I know is we're detaining you until the investigators can get things fixed up.
Really, Mr. Air back here?
That's all you're thinking of to do.
Golden Mare. So if Michigan keeps pushing parents responsible for everything kids' actions, I hope more law enforcement kids get caught up in it. But we have a saying over here that cops kids and priest kids, those are the worst.
Yeah, and they won't ever get it. Take a look at what's his name on the Karen Reed case.
Yeah.
That kid.
And that's not maybe because they do more stuff, it's because they always get away with it. Yeah, that should have been redacted. The location data.
This is in their driveway. Oh. Anyone concerned that they give us the well, their address is already out there.
Yeah.
We've seen pictures of their home. And one of the reasons why they felt it necessary to leave and go live somewhere else because people were already hounding their home. We want to know where they live. We already know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing too. So you look at Boy in the Box case, right, compared to this case, and you're damned if you do, if you're damned if you don't. Boy in the Box case, he wasn't in a box; he was in a bedroom. They had a hell of a time controlling his behaviors. They tried everything they could possibly do. It wasn't like he had to live in the box or had to go to the bathroom. And there was testimony that it wasn't even locked. Yet they charged and convicted the dad, the mom's trials. I don't think that was enough. As opposed to this case, saying, "Oh, you didn't do enough." Okay, well, what do you want them to do? You want them to get the state involved. That's what you want them to do. Anytime there's an issue with anything personal, it doesn't matter what it is. You need to get the state involved. That's what they want.
Dave, your mic is chunky. Can barely hear you. It's chunky as it disappears and comes back, and you're breaking up.
All right. Well, I broke part of my microphone earlier.
That's not good, Dave.
No. Okay. How is it now? If I talk now, is it okay? Still choking?
Yeah, better for me at least.
Okay. All right.
That's.
I think I just had connection issues.
Oh, then it's back.
Oh, I tripped on my cable earlier, causing all kinds of issues. Am I okay now? Oh, sounds like I'm talking to a mic.
Breaking up. Are they playing all 49 minutes of her sitting in the cop car? To what
Apparently.
reason?
So tell you
To
what,
what-
we're gonna sit here. I'm gonna back out. Nick, you got controls?
Should you do like we did on Yodi Day on Saturday?
No, because it's just a video. We're literally gonna be sitting and doing nothing. I'm just gonna back out entirely, and I'll come back in. We won't have video. You can talk for a minute, and I'll come back in. Then we'll pull the video back up.
We all live in a yellow submarine. Oh. And Dave's gone. Okay, hi. Dave's gone. We have a Cheech and Chong moment. Dave. Where's Dave? It's Dave.
Is this any better?
I don't
Any
know.
better? Is it any better when I talk now?
Yeah, a bit better. A bit better.
Okay. All right. So let me present the screen. Literally nothing has happened. They started driving. That is all.
I have automatically adjust mic volume, so I don't know if I'm loud.
No, you're good.
Okay.
All right. Does this feel better? Does it sound
Yep.
better to you all? Okay, cool. Sometimes it's just StreamYard. It's been a long stream. We're going for almost 7 hours now. Literally nothing happened. No one was talking while I was gone.
Nothing happened when you were gone. They are saying that my audio is high, so I'm turning it down a bit.
Oh, okay. So they're saying that they're holding her so that she doesn't have the opportunity to go back into her home and interfere with the investigation while they are investigating. It doesn't make sense to me, but that's their justification for it.
Yeah. But why play all of it in court?
I don't know.
Were you handcuffed when they brought you in the house?
Hey.
Not, well, they
Hi.
have
Okay. Well,
Yeah, this height-wise, this is a correct setup because I'm almost a foot taller than Dave, and Dave is almost a foot taller than McKinley. And if you don't believe me, there's photo evidence of me being almost a foot taller than Dave.
Yes. Welcome, McKinley. Welcome.
Hello.
Check out her channel, Legally Live. It's on the YouTubes. She can walk free as long as she isn't in the home. Yeah, I know. That's the thing, Lars. Absolutely. She should be able to just freely be able to walk around. I don't know why they have her in custody. And the one officer was asking, was she in did they put you in cuffs when they brought you up? I believe she was. Yeah, no. I'm mad with you, Lars. This is ridiculous.
okay. So you understand, you're not in custody.
Is it very warm outside or very cold outside?
No.
Okay. Would you be willing to sign a form?
It just said you're not being detained. Yet she's in a cop car, not free to leave.
Is his room all the way in the back?
No, he's got, there's 2 pits on the other side of that.
So he has 2 bedrooms?
Yeah, because his bedroom got so out of control, he moved to the guest room, and that got control. I haven't got a chance to do it yet.
Whose room is all the way in the back?
Those are mine. Me and my husband.
Okay.
Yeah, the prosecutor lied to us. He said this wasn't going to be boring.
Liar.
Yes.
Ethan does?
No.
James.
James does.
Did you see that box that was on your bed in the back bedroom?
I haven't had a chance to go back there yet.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be. It's the middle of the day.
760-7502.
Did Ethan have a phone?
He did.
What's that?
It's stored in my phone. On top. I had my phone in the bumper of that police vehicle. If I can get it.
Okay. And your husband's name is James?
Yes.
So we were under a winter weather advisory.
Yes.
That area got 1.9 inches of snow, approximately.
No? Okay. Okay. I mean, how was your son this morning?
I left to work early and James said we got in a fight last night, but I looked at his grades and they were bad. And got on to him and took stuff away from him. And this morning on the way to school, James said he seemed fine. He apologized and it was normal. There was nothing abnormal. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
He left just like normal? Did he walk?
No, James Phillips.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Did James hear?
He's in back of one here. I just got there.
When did you get home from work?
The minute he told me there was an active shooter after high school and we couldn't get a hold of Ethan, I left. Well, no time left to sleep. I don't know what time it is right now.
Okay.
We
So,
went right to the substation.
all right, so you were gone this morning before Ethan left for school?
Yeah.
In Janesville. What time did you leave?
Well, wait a minute. James took him first. I woke up late this morning. I left after.
Okay, were you sleeping in the bed?
Did I sleep in the back of
Yeah.
here? I mean, that's where I sleep. That's where I woke up.
Right, but, so I guess it's kind of hard for me to ask you because there's a gun box on your bed.
Yeah, that's when we found out there was an active shooter. We were at school early this morning because the counselor found some drawings on the paper. And said, didn't seem concerned to stay at school. And then we found active shooter. James came home and we opened the gun box and the gun's gone. And we had the bullets hidden in two separate spots and the bullets were gone. And instantly it was like, oh shit.
Okay.
I think that's what we did with it.
Okay.
And I drove the street. We called.
Yeah, if you're sitting in the back of a cop car, folks, you can shut up.
And they called us the substation. That's where we were.
So,
We just got back from there.
so you guys noticed the gun was missing this morning?
No.
No. So I guess explain it to me again.
Didn't know it until we heard there was an active shooter.
Okay.
And we were just at the counter office because Ethan was drawing we were going to do his mom some paper. And then.
Yeah,
all of
this
a
is the
sudden,
same
active
day.
Shooter, and James flew home and he's like, I had the gun hidden and I told him where I hid the bullets and they were both missing. So sometimes.
This is after the police interview, if you look at the time. So the time on this is 1,500 hours, and the police interview was 1,400. The police interview was like 2 o'clock. This is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So she's already done the police interview at the station. Ethan is in custody. He's at the substation. They met with him. We saw him on camera. And now they're at the house, and now she's sitting in the cop car.
Yeah.
So
I was listening in the background earlier about the photos. Were some or all of those photos taken after the search?
So they said that the first half were taken before the search, and the second half were taken after the search. That's what they're saying.
So the clutter ones were after the search?
No, it was all cluttery, according to the cops. Yeah.
Well, it could be sometime today. Did you sleep in that back bed?
Yeah.
So
And I woke up in there and there was nothing abnormal.
right, if the box was on your bed, did you make your bed?
No.
Okay, so if the box is on your bed, so what I'm just trying to get a timestamp on it instead of pick up the.
Yeah, she's already invoked her right to an attorney at the station.
Not this morning.
Unless, do you think, is it possible that James maybe check the box for the handgun and put it on the bed?
Oh, yeah, I told you. Yeah, after we found
That's
out.
the part that I was.
Yeah, when we after we heard there was an active shooter and after we talked to the counselor at the school today, he came here during this whole time this was going on. And that's when he noticed the gun was gone. That's when he called you guys.
Okay. What kind of images was he drawing?
Would have to in the morning. They went to school. They took
It's on the bumper of that.
It's on the bumper of that car. I mean, are they?
Well, now that when I was at the substation, I looked at them more closely, they're a little disturbing. Well, they're very disturbing, because it looked like he just fucking did it.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
I don't even know what the hell I'm thinking. I'm kind of in shock. Like, he's never been in trouble, he's never done anything. Like, he's never done anything wrong. He's a good kid.
Right. Well, we are too, and I mean, this is kind of like a mental.
This is fucked up.
Yeah. So.
Like, my son just ruined his life. I'll probably never see him again. Like, what the fuck?
Right. How old is he?
15.
Oh, is she crying here? Make sure you point that out, Prosecutor.
I'm sorry. No, I wouldn't. The grade one?
Yeah.
What time do you think?
Yeah, they were earlier in the other police video.
The counselor, do you know what counselor was?
Hopkins.
Hopkins.
Yeah, Ethan doesn't have a disciplinary record at school or anything,
And
as
now
far as
that
I'm aware.
closely. And this was just, we literally left the school. I went back to work and then this started happening.
I'm gonna take a picture of this, okay? Is this on like a homework?
It was on a math assignment that they were supposed to turn in.
What did he say when you stopped talking to him today with the counselor?
He said he was sorry that we lost a dog. His best friend got sent to an OCD facility treatment thing. And my mother-in-law passed away, and he said he was dealing with a lot of stress, and he was just putting thoughts on paper. It's the first time we've ever seen anything like this, or he's ever been
I've never
involved.
seen anything like this before.
No, he's never like, I don't know.
Did you know that he knows how to like handle a firearm?
Yeah, because we take him to the gun range.
Okay. So he, I mean, you teach him how to
That's our hobby, that we go to the gun range, and that's what we do.
Is that the only gun you have in the house?
Well, the one, aside from the one that you took to school, yes. There's like BB guns, but
There's BB guns, and then I think it was a 45 caliber that was at the school.
that was a 9mm.
A 9?
It should have been.
But you don't have it, like,
There's-
what is it, Glock?
No, it's a SIG something,
Okay, a SIG.
which we just got on fucking Sunday. Friday. And we took them to the gun range, so they can.
Oh, you just bought it?
Yeah, I mean, we've had another one for a long time.
Okay, what's the other one?
It's my husband knows, I don't know. It's a 22, I think.
Okay, okay.
And we went up and we.
Is he been, like, I mean, talking to you about it? I mean, so he had bad grades, but I mean.
I mean, they weren't horrible, we just had to notice his geometry got to an E. I mean, I'm not a math person, I told him to get a D minus, I'm happy.
Right.
And then, you know, I looked on his
No.
school last night, and I saw an E, and I said, "They're great, get brought back up, there's no gun range, there's no phone, there's no nothing." I looked at those was two trigger points. And then he was mad last night, this morning he seemed fine.
Okay.
It's not the first time he's been in trouble for his grades.
Right. Okay.
I mean, he said, like, well, he was a good kid.
Right.
Like, he just doesn't do anything. He like stays at the house, and I don't know. He loves his animals, and I never would have.
Well, I'm not, I mean, this is I don't think he's a bad kid. I think he needs to.
Hey, welcome, Josie.
Upset about something today.
I mean, I never even, like, even thought he would have any mental issues. Like, he's never exerted any kind of anger. He's never exerted anything. Like, he's just like one of those mellow, laid back kids. Like, we've always had an open, he'll talk about stuff. Like, I don't get it.
Right.
I don't get what happened.
Okay.
Bring a new pull up. Is this video good for the
Well,
state?
I mean, like you said, what grade was he in there?
We're not going to release his name on the news, are
This Crumbley?
Yeah, they're going to use his name on the news.
This is, I'm sure your neighbors are already talking.
Right. I know.
You know, I mean,
But in fact, I got handcuffed outside my front
And your
door.
name.
That was great.
yeah.
C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. You guys own or?
And I think that was.
Cool. Non-critical condition. And then there's 7 injured. I believe one of them was a teacher. Yeah, the teacher is a critical one. Do you know which teacher he was having? Do you know who he was having a problem with? Well, I mean, like his grades.
So like, what was like, a teacher last year, I didn't remember her name.
Was it the same school even?
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Is she acting arrogant and cocky?
Did you ever complain about anybody in school? Being bullied?
I asked them for respect.
Parents are still talking to each other.
Did you have friends?
Yeah, no, the one best friend he had was sent on Halloween to an OCD treatment facility in Wisconsin out of the blue, and that was like his best friend. And so he didn't really have anybody outside of that, so I don't know.
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay. If you could sign this for your house, just gonna go in, and I would like to get that.
You know why they put her in the car, right, guys? Nobody picked up on this yet?
Cameras, audio,
yep,
and she might say something without them there.
No, my husband.
Oh, does it?
Exactly.
Maybe a jacket.
Yes, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna roll this one up against people.
No, I don't want the PA possible, but okay. I just really want a cigarette. Okay. Now I didn't really smoke.
It was like a couple of weeks after the shooting, they charged the parents. It wasn't that long.
Apparently you're trying to get a hold of the man. What do you have for him? Bring your tax about coming back out?
I work just on a relay building that we're doing, and then we can do a weather check for,
They never went on the lam, Randy. That's a misconception created by the media. They were in constant communication with their attorneys. Their attorneys were in constant communication with the prosecutor's office and said, if you decide to charge our clients, let us know. We will walk them in on a warrant. And the prosecutor said, okay. And then there was a warrant issued, but instead of notifying defense counsel, they went public with the be on the lookout sort of thing. We're looking for these people. We don't know where they are. Meanwhile, the defense attorneys heard about it on the news, contacted the prosecutors and said, we're going to walk them in tomorrow morning, Saturday, on the warrant. And the prosecutors completely ignored 6 emails that were sent and went looking for them and picked them up. They weren't hiding. They were hiding. Well, you could say they were hiding from the public because they were getting threats on social media. So they took down Facebook.
Your sound is breaking up again,
Your
Dave.
sound.
How's that? Is it any better?
No.
In and out.
Yeah. I personally, I can't tell if the video is good for the prosecution or not. It depends on how they question the officer and what they're trying to spin out of it, and how bad the cross-examination will be.
Going up?
why I didn't want to smoke your car.
No, it. Go ahead, actually, just have.
Yeah,
Yep. He's gonna.
Hello.
Cool. I'll be back.
Yep. Okay, I am in control, so I'm sharing this now because Dave is having issues with his sound.
Yeah, my biggest fear was that he was gonna turn the gun himself.
Yes, the shooting was right after lunch, I believe, and this is hours later.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case.
I don't think the attorneys was out of touch with the Crumbleys. The attorneys tried to help the Crumbleys turn themselves over. I reckon they were in Detroit or something like that when the warrant was published all over the place. And then they were arrested.
Okay, do I sound any better?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's hope it stays. There was a civil case against the school, but it was dismissed.
Yeah.
Governmental immunity.
Yeah. But listening to the testimony from the people in the school, they are more guilty of this charge than the parents are.
Yeah, I agree. Now, they could charge the school officials criminally, but they're not going to.
Nope.
Perhaps. I think you're getting way too complex with this. They don't want guns. They don't like guns. They don't like school shootings. And they think that if they start charging parents that somehow magically school shootings and mass shootings are going to stop. They're not that smart, Lars. They're stupid in their thinking. They're treating it's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. If I may quote the defense attorney and Taylor Swift.
I mean, if you go through other similar events, these kids will get weapons. If it's not guns, it will be explosives, it will be knives, it will be a car. Yeah. If they want to go through with it, they will go through with it.
Right.
And probably, most definitely, they will hide all of this from the parents.
No, there's no criminal immunity for state actors. There's just civil immunity. The state has basically said, you're not allowed to sue us unless we allow you to, and they're not allowing them to. in this particular instance. But criminally, that's the state eating its own. You know, that's the state eating state. So they can do that. No problem. I still don't think at the end of the day there would be criminal culpability for even the school officials because you're expecting them to peer through a crystal ball and you just can't.
I mean, the person in the Daubert hearing about the, what do you call it, the
pathway to violence.
Yeah. Now,
and
if
leakage.
an expert can't testify to it in court because there's no way that is evidence or even a science, then why are they claiming the parents?
Yeah. So there was an expert that the state wanted to present at trial that was denied. And this expert was going to testify to that there's a pathway to violence and that kids produce leakage, which is basically they show their cards, they show their intent. And if you can catch that in time, then you can prevent this. But even the expert had to say to the judge that we still can't predict. It's like less than 50% of the time they were able to get it right. 30% of the time they got it right. And it's like, okay, well, that's not a real good number,
I mean,
right?
That's worse than a coin toss.
What? That's crazy, Darcy.
I was just reading that.
She looked to me like she didn't have on makeup today, to be honest.
You want to see a judge who wore makeup specifically for the cameras? Go look at the Megan Amirowitz case, Judge Valentine. I like Judge Valentine, but she does not look like that normally. Go watch the trial, and that's not how she normally sits on the bench. This judge, this is how she looks.
Yeah, why does it matter how the judge looks?
Yeah, it's so gross. Court TV.
I mean, I don't dress like this. When in those, I'm almost never around courts, but in official circumstances, I dress up. But makeup, I mean, it's so stupid.
Oh, did I just add mine accidentally?
Yep.
Yeah, for a second.
Yeah, I need to leave in about 15 minutes because I have my own stuff.
Sorry, what was that?
I need to leave in about 15 minutes to get everything
okay.
set up for my stuff.
Sure. I appreciate you running the stream for me while I had to duck out.
No worries.
Court reporters for Court TV wear makeup. Oh, exactly, right? I know they're going to be okay, but this judge is not wearing. Maybe she's wearing a little makeup, but that's how she looks in real life. That's how she looks every time I'm in front of her. I am positively impressed with this judge and no makeup. Oh, this is the boring part of the trial.
I'll be right back. I have to go check and make sure there's not a continuing fire.
Okay, you have fun.
Boring.
I'm going to just start going through my sound drops.
I have never heard someone say so many wrong things, one after the other, consecutively in a row. That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
I need more sound drops. Wait, hang on. Here we go. I got one. Where is it?
Yeah. Foreplay music is the perfect thing for this video.
This is my elevator music.
You say foreplay music?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh wow. How no?
Tonight, in front of the fire, in front of McKinley's fire.
My oven fire.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, nice, Darcy.
Nice, Darcy. Dave, say all the names. Say
Okay,
pronounce them.
All right, got to say the names. We have gifted memberships to Me Mary D, Becky P, J Libgot, Chatty Baby 3. Oh my God. Okay, wait, hang on. Oh, skipped a bunch. Dr. Mimo 2526, Hot Spice Jess, Fast Group, Chrissy, Red Eye Good. Okay, Ron Sabigan. Oh my God, these names. All right, I'm not good with names, folks. Mary Jo Smith, KPM. Oh wait, keep skipping. KPM. Nerding Out, Soul Souffle, Chris Heisig, Stacy Marie, Valentina Decree, I don't know. Will Call Magic, Bridget Quinn, Kathleen Byron, all received gifted memberships. Thanks to Darcy. Thank you very much for that gifted 20 memberships, Darcy. I know you did it just to make me read the names, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I think that's all of them. I think I got all of them. Oh, look, and we have another one that just joined us. Amos, welcome very much to the layman level membership. Make sure, if you guys are new members, by the way, you check out the member tab on my Discord. It'll take you to a link to my or member tab on my YouTube. It'll take you to a Discord link where I have all my member content. It's hard for me to talk right now. I'm distracted by my headphones and mic being all messed up. But I appreciate it all.
Question: do you think the prosecutor now, after this video is done, will ask questions about every statement and repeat everything that was said?
Yeah, what they'll try to do is they'll try to say, well, when she said this, what was she thinking, or what did she mean, or some sort of weird BS like that.
Yeah.
And then
what did you interpret this as, and stuff like that? It's just it's a technique. It's repetitive technique.
Yep.
So the jury picks. I use it too.
Yeah. I thought she was talking. The defense objected last time and said the jury can see for itself, or hear for itself, and that was fairly effective. Although it didn't stop the state from still probing a little bit, they were just sort of confined. Yeah. They're definitely going to try to do it.
Yeah, they do it all the time in the Young Thug trial, and the judge announced them.
I appreciate it very much, Darcy. Thank you again. Yeah, and Ken came on yesterday, actually. If you guys watched yesterday's stream, Ken had a lot of good insights when the counselor was on the stand yesterday afternoon, poking some holes in what the counselor had to say as far as interpreting the statements, interpreting the documents, what he actually should have done, what, based on what the counselor said he did, what was the likely thought process and things like that. So Ken was great being on the panel yesterday. Boy, that was a rabbit hole. So there's a jury instruction, which is really easy, fairly straightforward. Let me see if I can pull it up for you all. The jury instruction on gross negligence. Pull it up here. So this is the gross negligence jury instruction. So gross negligence means more than careless. It means willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act in order to find the defendant is grossly negligent, you must find each of the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant knew of the danger to another. That's where I think they fail. He or she knew there was a situation that required him or her to take ordinary care to avoid injuring others.
Yeah,
Right?
I
And
mean,
I think that known part is where they fail.
yeah, but because the school told the parents we are afraid of self-harm.
Right.
And
then, well, the second
mental-
one is that the defendant could have avoided injuring others by using ordinary care. Well, what does that ordinary care look like in this situation? If they got him into counseling just once, if they took him out of school on the 30th, what's he got to come back on the 1st and do it? We don't know. So what's the exercise of ordinary care that's required in this case? Let's say they took him out of school on the 30th and he went back on the 1st and did it. Well, obviously, the ordinary care of removing them from the school on the 30th didn't help, right? So that's where I think we have a lot of issues with this. Sorry, Nick, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to hit my highlights.
No worries. That was my entire point. As in, if the schools, with all the training, all the education and everything, says self-harm, mental something, why should the parents believe otherwise?
They disappear. Then we have this one here, which is involuntary manslaughter. So the defendant is charged with the crime of involuntary. First, that the defendant caused the death of these 4 students. That is, the 4 students died as a result of whatever failure to take reasonable steps to protect the society from their son, I guess. But the causation here. So then we talk about actual and proximate causation. They talking to her?
Technically, let you go back in the house because they want to do a search warrant. So what I can do is if you guys want to go get a cup of coffee, go get a drink.
I'm good to go. Let him go. Go get a cup of coffee.
Leave. Sergeant Bryan said he will call you as soon as the search warrant is done on your house. But I can't let you go back in right now.
Yeah, no, that's,
Well, I don't, that's what Detective Stoyak's also telling your husband. I don't know, do you have your car keys? No? So you don't keep guns in the car? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, do you want to think about it for a second or wait until your husband, or, I mean, what do you?
I need to get my car keys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole fucking neighborhood probably thinks like we're mobsters.
Oh, that's why I'm gonna kind of get you out of here instead of just having you sit up here.
Yeah, but I guess.
Is that okay? All right, so give us just a minute.
I need my.
A jacket. Yeah.
I don't care about Jack. I got hoodies in my car. I need like a charger for the battery.
Okay, you have a charger in the car.
I don't know if I took it anything or not. It'd be plugged in if I didn't. Okay.
We'll just have a guy move in with you, to make sure that everything's cool, and then Sergeant Brown will call you in the house.
Let me just make sure the one cat, there's 2 cats, but they don't get out.
I didn't see it.
Well, you're not gonna see, well, one's kind of a kitten and that's my son's cat.
Okay.
It's one being asked me to take care of it.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna be seeing him.
just very.
I don't even know.
Well,
And I go.
that covers it.
So,
Yeah.
anyone
I
that
know,
needed.
I know, but.
He's responsible for
So.
family's work right there.
I think the problem lies in the question. Hot Spice Jess.
Yeah, I didn't know that you had it.
If the state says that they're guilty, then they still charge them. It's only enough if the state says it's
I
enough.
work for
That's the problem.
a company that has attorneys and was there when I.
I want to talk about proximate causation, but I don't want to interrupt.
Talking about it, I'm attorney present, so we texted it, I was there, so I don't even know, I don't, this is something you.
All right. Yeah, why don't you come out and we'll, I'm gonna let you make the decision.
Yeah, I think.
Ta-da!
Oh, I love that screen.
The defense has no questions.
Once upon a time, governments tried to make that whatever. I don't remember what it's called, that specific playing thingy.
Uh-huh.
But I
Yeah, I don't
remember
either.
in the notes they try to have it removed because it promotes piracy,
All right, for the jury.
because it could play pirated stuff.
Nice. Why do they keep doing that again? Oh, the jury.
I have no idea.
VLC, that's right. VLC.
Yeah, VLC. Thank you, Hojo.
All right, you may be seated.
Judge, we have Robert Catalis here from the crime lab.
Oh, so no questions about the video to the
Defense
cop.
counsel
Okay.
objecting to exhibits 13 and 22. So we need to have a ruling on those. I would ask that the court instruct
Sean Bird.
film those two photographs because it does have imaging of a minor.
Okay.
So we could go through on the screen, but I don't want to broadcast.
They've been very cooperative. If you can just.
What are they not broadcasting?
I heard something about a minor.
Oh, okay.
And 22.
I need to jump off, but
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Nick. I'm going to redirect to you later after this is done.
Yeah, I'll be starting mine in about half an hour, and it's Young Thug, day 22.
Woohoo!
I already know that the judge was 45 minutes late, and
that's good.
he took an almost 2-hour lunch.
Okay, good. It'll be a short day. It'll be a short day
Yep.
for you. All right, take care, Nick.
Yep.
What I
See
wanted
you
to
all.
say, take care.
Yeah.
What I wanted to
Bye-bye.
say about the causation thing, I didn't want to try to interrupt that video. But when we talk about causation here, that is the first thing, that the defendant caused the death. We talk about cause and fact, which is, but for this action, but for Ethan being born, he wouldn't have shot and killed these 4 kids, right? That's cause and fact. But then there's proximate causation, which is best explained by this law school example that we get. This is a real case. So a guy was let through a train station by an usher, and he, when the train had already left the station. So then he was running down the tracks carrying a box of fireworks, and an engineer helped him onto the train. He dropped the box of fireworks, and those fireworks went off, fired a firework back into the train station that hit a sign. The sign fell on the woman's head. And the court said, there's no reasonably foreseeable way that by letting this guy through to chase after a train, all this chaos would ensue. So no, we're not going to find that he was proximate causation of this woman's injury. And so that's proximate causation. And I think they're missing that in this case as well. Sorry, that was quick. But McKinley, what are your thoughts?
And Your Honor,
Oh, I'm just over here trying to defend defense attorneys. You know me.
searching prejudicial based on the fact that they're telling witnesses in the courtroom that these are about.
But were you talking about the intentional act thing?
And proximate causation.
Yeah.
Your Honor, so the first photo, number 13, shows a deceased child in the photo. It's just not necessary. This jury has heard horrific evidence, seen horrific evidence, and to see more photos with dead children, we believe is unnecessary and prejudicial. And the second exhibit that's at issue is number 22. There's a very large pool of blood, and there's just, again, no reason that it needs to be shown to this jury. It's way prejudicial.
I guess I would have to say that this would seem to be a pretrial issue. I don't think that there was issues like this remaining, but I haven't seen these pictures, so that doesn't help.
The
Yeah.
prosecution.
I can show you right now. I'd like to respond to the objection.
Well, I'm gonna like to respond to the objection, but this feels like not a mid-trial type of issue, but.
Your Honor, the exhibits were identified for me mid-trial. So when I saw this, I notified Mr. Keese the first day of trial when I saw this that I was objecting to these two.
Okay, I just didn't know. It would seem like something that would be subject to a motion to eliminate because we have.
Yeah, I think they would have.
That being said, here we are. So I haven't seen the picture, so.
There are so
May I
many
respond
thousands
to
of
the
pages that
objection?
if I filed a motion to eliminate and the thousands of pages I got, this court, that's all you would have done for 3 years is hear motions every week.
What do you think I did here?
I know that, but I'm saying it's impossible.
That's a fair comeback by the judge.
On every single piece of evidence we got, 99% of what they gave me, they're not even using because it's not relevant.
Okay, so,
To be fair, they did turn over thousands of pages of documents, and now they're cherry picking exhibits and not telling her ahead of time what they're planning on introducing.
I can show you the printout.
but
Or
I'm gonna make sure they're not,
Because there's supposedly pictures of dead minor children.
then just to be sure.
whatever the best way is.
I'm focused on the seal of the book.
Okay,
All
thank you. Yeah. It's hard to rule if I haven't seen them.
I'm a lot louder as well. Well,
Just we
the
have
court is
spoken
very low. I will agree.
Before the trial, before the Miller hearing, before the exam. This is proposed exhibit 13. This is the view of the 200 hallway. Robert Catalis is the crime scene investigator. He's the supervisor of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office crime scene laboratory, or crime scene unit rather. He will testify
Is this
that
better?
this is the path that the shooter took.
Is that Kate?
That's Hannah St. Juliana, and further up is Madison Baldwin Judge. Just so the court is aware, we have literally hundreds, if not thousands, of photographs to draw upon.
Lars.
There's only one. There's no close-up photographs. There's no autopsy photographs being sought to admit. This is a homicide case. This shooting is relevant to this case. Death is an element that the people must prove, and
But I have no controls. Oh, and look at this. How did this happen? Fantastic. So Dave left, and I can't control anything.
Sorry about that, guys. Next time I need to remember to not rip out my microphone cable and screw everything up. I've ordered a new one, but I stopped the video. We're going to go right back to it. We haven't lost anything.
we must prove that the end result of gross negligence is what happened on November the 30th. This is People's 13.
Are there two children in this?
Yes, Judge, and we intentionally didn't have a close-up photograph.
Okay, well, this doesn't seem to be.
Also, they say our audio is super loud compared to court.
That's what I was trying to mess with, and then all of a sudden everything went anywhere.
And 13, it also shows.
Okay, you got yourself. Okay, is this any better, guys, compared to court?
The court is just low, I
And
think.
shell casings.
No,
Testimony
that's
will come out
better.
of the number of shell casings that were recovered from this portion of the hallway. The video has already been admitted in the previous ruling. The video, Judge, it moves through this portion of the hallway very quickly. So, again, 13 is.
They're going to show
intentionally
a
did not
video.
Choose unduly gruesome, prejudicial photographs. We choose only one photograph that is necessary to show the element involved. So that's.
You don't need to.
I mean, this is not gruesome. It doesn't show an actual injury. It does show the path of the shooter, and death is.
The path of the shooter have to do with anything.
Causing death. It shows a number. Are those? Do those show the various shots, or are those spots?
Shell casings as well as
Casings.
defects. Another way to put it is bullet holes in the locker room walls.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna.
Thank you, Judge. That's 13.
Trying to get her to move.
Exhibit 22. Judge, this is the bathroom in which Justin Schilling was executed. Well, we have the video. There's no video of the bathroom itself. We don't have a photograph.
Yeah, I have no idea why the
Mr.
path of the
Judge,
shooter matters.
This shows the relation to number 49 there, if the court can see that in the placard there, as well as 50. There's a bullet defect in the wall in the bathroom as well. That table that you see is the top of the trash can. That's where the shooter put the firearm. That, in fact, was a murder weapon. This is relevant to show the eventual path and where the shooter ended up. And again, it is a homicide case. We intentionally chose only the photographs necessary. There was a drone
better?
that was flown through Oxford High School.
I don't know
we could
anymore.
have potentially
I had the
extracted
volume
thousands
turned
of
down.
photographs, but we didn't.
What's your response, Ms. Singer?
I think I've already made my record.
All right, I again, I think this is relevant. This is a case about causing death. That's one of the elements, and I don't think it's excessively gruesome.
Thank you, Judge.
So I'm going to look at pictures.
We called Mr. Callison last minute. Let me just
Well,
make sure
technically,
that
it is a
he's ready in the
homicide
hallway.
case.
We'll be ready.
I think he'll be the last witness today,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
What's behind me?
What's behind you?
I don't know. EU said, watch out, look behind you.
The cat above you?
Should we bring the jury back?
Yes.
We're ready whenever the court is.
I don't know.
Let me ask you, before, last night I let them all go, and then because I thought we'd go through pictures, Ms. Williams called them all back and told them to come an hour earlier. It ended up being a good thing because of the weather, but are there any, aside from the issue with regard to what you filed and we're going to respond to,
The
we've
judge,
already discussed some on the record. Are there any issues?
the judge's reasoning is that because the prosecution has to prove each and every element of the case, essentially that 4 people died, that they have the right to show this and prove that there was a death rather than calling a medical examiner or something like that, which I don't think they're intending to do. So if it was the defendant who actually did the pew-pewing, they would be calling these, showing these same exhibits. So they should be able to, even though she's not the actual one that pulled the trigger. And so that's what the judge is saying. Well, yeah, I guess they have a right to prove each and every element, even though the other side is stipulating to it.
Before, because after this witness, I'm going to tell the jury to leave.
McKinley, you look intense.
Certainly, if they had been here at 8:30 this morning, they would have sat for 2 hours before they saw a witness, which is not good. So,
I believe after going through the email that Ms. Smith sent to our office, I don't think there are any other objections.
okay.
I know,
But of course,
but
Ms.
they
Smith-
want to show it because it invokes emotion, and this is an emotional
Are
case.
there
This
any
is not a
other
legal
issues
case.
aside from what you
It
filed?
shouldn't
and
be
you're going to
allowed, but
respond to that
courts have
that we-
chipped away
that we've already
slowly
made a
and
partial
surely
record
at this nonsense.
Not at this point.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to know before.
Your Honor, I'm saying that, but I also don't know what I know somewhat what their plan is, but I don't want to have you yell at me later when I'm not bringing up an issue.
I'm not going to yell at you. I just want to get the jury on their way. I'm trying to.
I'm not going to yell at you, the
manage the
judge says.
situation. And they would have sat here for 2 hours this morning.
Judge, I think that the question is, the exhibit list that we provided, is there any objection to any of the exhibits on the exhibit list?
Yeah, I just want you to.
Yes,
let me know.
there is, but there's an objection, and I've already let you know this, with respect to the way that the prosecution has redacted the journal, which in part has been deemed admissible by the court.
Journal's coming
So
in.
I
Her
believe that's an
hair.
objection.
Portions of it.
You like her hair?
Portions of it.
No.
I am just making sure that I will be able to impeach and cross-examine on portions that are redacted by the prosecution currently right now. The
Who are you
prosecution,
impeaching though?
the journal. The people have certain statements coming in, but the journal itself impeaches those statements even within the journal. So for impeachment, I'd like to be able to ask about other writings in the journal, even if they're not admitted as substantive evidence.
Okay, well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
That's not our last witness, Judge.
And then,
so-
Your Honor, let me just double check the witness.
Ethan is not here to authenticate and testify regarding it. So the defense put up a big fight about even admitting it. And so I think the redactions are part of what the defense was aiming at. But other parts are allowed to come in, despite the fact that Ethan's not testifying.
The exhibit, let's see if there's anything else. I think we have, are you guys still skipping exhibits?
All I want to know is if there's any major issues, because, last night at 5:30, there was maybe a plan to go through 55 pictures. So if something like that were to come up again, I'd want to have the jury come in
I
later.
don't think so, Judge. If we can get started, we can have our last witness today. And then
All right.
So
legally speaking, a homicide is any death that's not caused naturally. So an accidental death in a car accident is a homicide. A self-defense case where someone truly committed self-defense and killed somebody is a homicide. Anything that's not natural is a homicide. Manslaughter is the type of homicide, as well as murder is the type of homicide. It could be justifiable self-defense. It's still a homicide, though. So homicide is just simply that it was caused by another man, not nature. Hopefully that clears things up. Did Jennifer see the journal? No, there's no evidence that Jennifer nor James saw the journal. It was in Ethan's backpack, and given the dates
Judge, I'll notify
that
the
are contained
court
in the
when it's
journal,
specific
it looks like it
photographs.
was written
I'll
only
ask the
a
court at
couple
that
of
point
days
to
before the
request
actual
the
pew pewing.
Yeah, please.
So it wasn't like it was lying around for weeks or months or that many days, even 1 week before it.
I almost stood up.
The journal shows his state of mind. That's why it's admissible. Yeah, they use present sense impression, John Gary. That's how they get everything. Present sense impression. It's a 803.1 exception to the hearsay rule. I don't agree with it, but I get where they're going logically. All right, 14th witness.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please step up, have a seat, and state your name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Robert F. Kotelis Jr., ROBERTKOTELES.
Okay, go ahead, prosecutor.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I employed with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory.
How long have you been there?
I'm in my 17th year.
Okay. In total, how long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
In my 17th year, so
Total
all
17 years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Tell us, please, what is your specific title with the Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory?
I'm a forensic laboratory investigator leader. That's my
He's
HR
a leader.
name, if you will, but I'm the crime scene supervisor and the latent print supervisor.
Okay. When you say crime scene supervisor, what does that mean?
I have a team of 6 people that are on my team, and I supervise those 6 when it comes to any crime scenes that needs processing. Sometimes they may happen during the day. I would say that's usually my night job because I do latent prints during the day. But I lead that team to do crime scene investigations when called upon.
Tell us, please, what's your
Judge said
I have a
803.1.
forensic science degree from Michigan
She
State
cited
University.
it, not me.
Okay.
Not 803.3.
Now, how often would you say that you get called out to do a crime scene analysis?
It depends on what year it was or what time frame of my career. Currently, I'd probably say we average about 2 crime scenes a month. We have to keep in mind that we only do major crime scenes. I have other teams that I send out to do I would say, lesser crimes that are already on the road. So as far as the major crime scenes, we'd probably do 2 to 3 a month.
Okay, when you say major crime scenes, what exactly does that mean?
Typically, they're going to be homicides or officer-involved shootings or criminal sexual conduct cases.
I'd like to direct your attention now to November the 30th.
I guess, and maybe
2021.
excuse that one
Do you
juror.
recall that day?
Yes, I
Never
do.
had that.
Okay, were you working
I
that
have
day?
no idea.
Yes, I was.
In what capacity were you working then?
I was actually in the lab working on my latent print work.
12:51 in the afternoon, November the 30th. Do you recall what happened?
Yes, I do.
All right. And were you notified of the attack at the Oxford High School?
Yes, I received notification at 1:15 p.m. on that day to respond to the school.
Okay. What was your purpose for responding to the school?
I was the on-call crime scene investigator for that day. So it was me to lead my team up to the Oxford High School for crime scene processing.
You said your team, is that you and the 6 individuals?
Yes, and at that time there was 8. I had recruited a biologist to assist us and also a laboratory technician.
Okay, so what sort of specialties are these individuals involved in that are on your crime scene team?
They're members of our forensic laboratory in the firearms unit, in the latent print unit, along with the biology unit.
So is it fair to say then you were called to the Oxford High School to process the scene?
That is correct.
What's the first thing you do when you arrive on scene to process?
Well, we were pretty much on standby because it was still an active scene.
I believe it,
We were
Lars.
still getting intel, meaning my cohorts at the sheriff's office of what had happened in there, clearing rooms, clearing the entire building. I didn't actually get in the building. I shouldn't say. I got in the building while it was still daylight to collect a firearm that was asked upon me. But as far as crime scene processing, it was well into the night when I actually got to walk through the scene to see what I was dealing with.
Okay, now the firearm, that would have been the 6-hour 9mm?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I believe we have a stipulation. I'm just going to, for the record, that's Exhibit 403, Forensic Laboratory Report, request number 6, confirming that was in fact the murder weapon from November the 3rd.
No objection. Yes.
Yes, is it previously admitted?
Not previously admitted,
But stipulated to,
yes,
correct?
that's 403.
403?
Okay, so sir, after you went inside the school to collect the firearm, what happened next?
Pretty much sat in my vehicle waiting on the AOK to go into the school, making that it was safe for us to go in and process the crime scene.
Okay, so once you're given that green light, what do you do first?
I met with Sergeant Zadrowski, and we went through, there was me and one other individual, Rachel Grace, and members of
Everyone's
special
stipulating to the fact that the
unit
kids are dead. So
that went through the crime scene itself to see what kind of evidence and what we were looking at within the crime scene.
Okay, so would you call this sort of an initial walkthrough?
That would be a good terminology.
Okay, so once you do the initial walkthrough.
that's a good question for Baker. I don't know.
To go and report back to my team, to construct that team of what kind of services I needed from each one of them, kind of delegated out each of their jobs they needed to do, and the chronological order that we were going to complete those tasks.
Okay, so what was your decision that day?
As far as for each person?
Well, what you walked through the crime scene, you got a feel for what you were looking at as far as crime scene process. So what steps did you take next?
After the initial walkthrough, photographs were taken. After photographs were taken, then what we have, what we call a 3D scanner. So it takes a 3D scan of the crime scene itself to document exactly where items of evidence and the bodies were located within the scene.
Okay, so sir, why is it important to you as a professional in this subset of law enforcement to document things as you see them?
So that we can keep the integrity of where they were located when I actually saw them at that time.
Okay. So I'm going to walk through just a small portion of the photographs with you. In some of these photographs, we'll see yellow numbers or yellow placards on the ground with numbers. What are those?
They signify pieces of evidence that were found within the crime scene.
Okay. And when you process a crime scene, do you write a report?
No, little peanut. That would be my wife talking extremely loud, who stayed home from work today.
He was like, "What is that?"
Yeah, Brooke, just confirm, sir. This is People's Proposal 11. Confirm that is in fact the report that you have authored in this particular case.
Hello, Amy. Ann.
Yes, it is.
Okay. People move to me at 11.
No objection.
11's admitted.
And sir, when is it that you write this report?
At a later date after I had cleared the crime scene, after all the documentation was done, at the crime scene and then back at the laboratory, and then taking my notes and then constructing a formal report at that time.
Okay. And why do you do so? Why is it important to do so?
To kind of paint a picture of what I saw that day so that other people can hear and see what I experienced and saw that day.
You didn't miss anything terribly incriminating or exciting, just me yelling at the defense counsel.
Do you also draw a sketch?
Yes, a sketch was not prepared, but what we used was a schematic blueprint of the school because of the vast nature of the school. Trying to get several rooms within one 8.5 by 11 piece of paper was virtually impossible. So we used the schematic to designate where the items of evidence were found within that school.
Okay, sir.
I think that juror would eventually get removed from the jury.
10. I don't believe there's an objection to the admission of this exhibit.
No objection.
This wasn't admitted already?
Not yet, Judge.
Okay.
This is
Well,
people's
you have
10.
no objection?
No objection.
That's if I
So
noticed
this
it being
is,
an issue, like
the
you're
blueprint,
intentionally
we see
covering
the
their eyes,
portion
I
of
would
the
address it.
200
Court
hallway where the
would
shooting
address the
occurred, is
juror,
that
and
right?
that juror would probably
Yes, it's
eventually
the
get
entire
removed.
school, the lower level there, but you can see the blue markings, our pen marks, they were signifying the items of evidence that were found within this crime scene.
So these pen marks, these are actually your pen marks, your notations.
Not me personally, some of them are, but I worked with Rob Charlton, who was my, he took measurements and then he prepared the schematic along with me of where the items of evidence were found outside the classrooms.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, is my mic giving me issues?
I don't know. It seemed like it was for a minute.
Oxford High
I don't
School
think it is
has
anymore.
numbered
Well, I keep turning it
hallways,
on
and
mute
each
because my
room,
wife is talking on a
classroom has a number associated
okay.
to it. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in the course of your reconstruction of this crime scene, were you able to reconstruct the path that the shooter took during the shooting?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So first, this is still People's 10. This is a zoomed in portion. This depicts the 200 hallway, and we see rooms 258 and 256 with a bathroom adjacent to 258. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So tell us, sir, why is this portion of 200 hallway significant to you as a crime scene investigator?
There were 2 victims that were found between rooms 258 and 256, along with a vast number of pieces of evidence.
Okay. And then this is still People's 10. This is just a zoomed in portion of the remainder of the 200 hallway after the hallway turns. And I take it that pieces of evidence were recovered in this hallway as well?
That is correct, along with one of the other additional victims was found in a patrol car that was found just outside of the school.
Okay. Well, sir, were you able to tell, or did you subsequently find out where the shooter was directly before he began the shooting?
Yes, I was given information that he was in the bathroom found just west of 258 in the 200 wing.
So that would be the bathroom at the top of the screen there?
Yes, if you can see the numbers, it's by 6 and 7. He picked at the top of the zoomed in portion of the photograph.
Okay. I'm going to show you People's 12. I don't believe there's objection to this.
No objection.
12 is a minute.
And sir, what do we see here in this photograph?
This is the inside of the bathroom, inside of one of the stalls.
Did they take that stuff out, or was it all in his bag?
Near 258 were a backpack, electronic devices, a journal, I believe there's a Gatorade bottle, amongst other miscellaneous items.
It was later confirmed that these were the belongings of the shooter in this case.
That is correct.
Okay. Judge, the next photograph is Exhibit 13. I asked the court, instructed me not to film.
I'm going to request that the media not film this picture.
Okay, so now we just need to sit and wait.
There's not a problem with audio.
No,
is there?
Judge.
No, just video, please. And still, no still or audio, video, okay? Thank you.
Now, in
No
the course of
still
your
or
crime scene investigation, the photographs, you've seen these photographs before, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And these photographs fairly depict the path that the shooter took during the attack in Oxford High School?
That is correct.
Okay. So this is the bathroom adjacent to 258. People's 13, what are we looking at here?
You trying to say women are lazy these days, Rasmus, Mom?
Bathroom showing down the hallway where 258 and 256 would be found on the left-hand side of this photograph. And you can start to see the evidence placards on the right-hand side.
Your chat's going crazy.
Lying on the ground.
And I
on the right-hand
noticed.
side of the photograph.
Okay, so for the record, that's Hannah St. Juliana, and she's on the ground to the right side of the hall. Is that
We
right?
need Baker
That
on the
is
stream to
correct.
do that, Ken.
And further up in the photograph, there's another victim, and that's Madison Baldwin.
Oh,
That is correct.
Now, sir, tell us please what you recovered of evidentiary value in crime scene analysis in this portion of the 200 hallway.
They're what we call fired cartridge cases, and also fired bullets. So the fired cartridge cases will hold the actual unfired bullet in a semi-automatic weapon. The fired cartridge case is ejected out of the side of the weapon, which is typically out of the right side of the weapon. The bullet is expelled out of the barrel or the end of the weapon in the direction where that firearm is pointed.
So sometimes I refer to them as shell casings. Is that an appropriate term, or should I not use that?
I mean, I think it can be used interchangeably, a fired shell casing or a fired cartridge case.
And how many of those fired shell casings did you recover in this portion of the 200 hallway?
There were 14.
So every time that someone pulls the trigger of a loaded
Thank you.
semi-automatic weapon, it ejects a fired shell casing?
That is correct.
So with
Aw.
14 fired shell casings in this portion of the hallway, what does that indicate to you as the number of shots fired?
That there would have been 14 within this area.
This is exhibit 14. This is still a portion of 200 hallway before it turns, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And what do we see here in the screen?
You can see a few more of the yellow placards that are indicating the evidence that was found in the area before we get to the turn, heading back away from 258 to 256.
Okay, so this is exhibit 15. Is this continuing down the path? So we saw on the map that the 200 hallway turns right outside 256.
That is correct. And I would move to the
Yeah,
left
she looks
or
tiny.
north at that point in time.
Okay, so is this picture then oriented down the
Yeah, the
long
cat's
hallway
very
of
tiny.
200?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what do we see here?
Once again, it's fire.
Oh, yeah, and there's a dog
evidence,
hanging out in the
marked by
background
yellow
on the floor.
placards indicating the fire cartridge
Oh.
cases and fired bullets, along with a firearm magazine or a gun magazine that was located in this
Oh,
area. of the
there
hallway.
is.
This is exhibit 16. Now I want to direct you specifically to placard 35 there, the lower middle portion of the screen. You mentioned a magazine. What is that?
So a semi-automatic weapon, a gun magazine will hold those cartridges or the fire cartridge cases and bullets that are put together in typically the bottom of the weapon, and that loads the gun to be chambered, to have a round chamber to actually use that weapon.
Now, how many fired shell casings did you recover from the long portion here of the 200 hallway?
There were 18 fire cartridge cases.
Now, did you also uncover evidence that the shooter fired into classrooms as well?
Yes, I did.
This is exhibit 17. This is a picture of what?
This is from the outside of room 247, and if you see it's in the middle of the picture. There's a pink rod we call trajectory rod, and that is to indicate where the shot was fired from and into. So this shot was fired from the exterior of 247 to the interior of room 247.
Okay. This is People's 18. What are we looking at here?
Another photograph from the outside of this is room 244. Once again, you can see a pink trajectory rod indicating that this bullet had traveled through the.
I don't know what the 3-star symbol is.
Along with the 244 placard of this classroom 244.
Not already. People moved him at 17, 16, 17, 18, Judge.
No objection.
16 and 17 and 18. are
That's
good.
the state seal. You see it all over our flag.
14 and 15 were, but I have no objection.
Thank you.
14, 15 are in the middle.
This is People's 8. This is already
Not really
validated.
whiskey. They're
This is
showing
room
the jury right now
224,
pictures
and
of dead
Molly
kids.
Darnell
So
already testified in this
that's what
trial.
we're currently not looking
That's where
at.
she was in. But what do we see in this photograph here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of room 224. And in this picture, you can see that there are 3 trajectory rods that were into the door of this room, indicating that bullets were fired from outside of the classroom to the inside.
Okay. And this is People's 6, again, already admitted. This is the same classroom 224. What do we see in this particular photograph?
On the left-hand side, you can see it's the inside of the door with the same 3 trajectory rods just from the inside. And then in the back of the room, there is what we call a perforation in the window. So a bullet more than likely traveled through that window, perforated the window, and we were never able to locate that bullet. But that was one of them. And
What about the placard right here in the
I'll be
middle?
back.
there is a fired bullet that was found in the bookcase. It was found lodged in one of the books on that bookcase.
Okay, and then we see this defect in the file cabinet here.
That is correct. That would be a ricochet or a defect that was more than likely caused by a firearms projectile or a fired bullet.
This is People's 19. Sir, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what does this photograph depict?
This is a photograph of the inside of, from the outside of room 223. But you can see that there is a ricochet or a defect that's found in the door.
Quit shaking the camera.
This is what we call a bullet that was in flight and it was tumbling and it had come into contact with something else because it's not a circular pattern like we saw on the other ones.
Okay, people move to Exhibit 19.
No objection.
This is Exhibit 20. This is room 220. What do we see here?
Once again, a photograph taken from the outside of the classroom, 220. You can see that there's one trajectory rod in the door of the room.
This is Exhibit 21. People move to Exhibit 20.
No objection.
That's so mean, but
21.
yes.
What do we see here, sir?
Photograph taken from the outside of room 215.
A few little tremors in our camera.
Trajectory rods, they have to be orange in color this time. Into the window, found right below the number 215, showing the path of travel of the bullets that were fired into that classroom.
Okay, so the fact that they're orange instead of pink, does that have any significance?
No, we just ran out of pink.
Judge, I'd ask the court to instruct the camera not to film the next photograph.
Yeah, we're going to be putting.
He's not
number 22
filming
on screen.
anything.
I'm going to ask that it not be videotaped and also that there not be any still pictures taken. Right? Or is it off right now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. People move to Mid 21.
They're just filming as the witness's face. They're not showing the
People's
pictures.
22, sir. This has already been admitted. What are we looking at here?
A photograph taken from the outside of a bathroom that was found across from room 231, classroom 231. In this photograph, you can see that there is a large amount of blood, along with a backpack on the floor that's found just inside of the bathroom, along with some other evidence that was marked. I believe it's a cartridge that was.
You
found
could see it
outside
if you were in
the bathroom.
open court. They just don't want it broadcast all over the
So
internet.
this is the bathroom where Justin Schilling was killed.
That is correct.
This is People's 23. What do we see here?
22 was previously.
It's relevant in that if you look at the elements of the charge, they have to prove a death, right?
This
So it's
is
relevant
a
into that.
photograph
But the
of the
other,
firearm
but the
that was,
defense has stipulated
collected by the deputies on
that
scene.
there's 4 deaths. So
And may I
it's
approach
not
those?
necessary. It's
This
almost
has already been
more
admitted as
prejudicial than
403.
probative, but they lost that
Sir,
argument.
just to
in front of the
confirm,
judge.
that's the firearm that you were called into the school to recover and to take back to the Oakland County Forensic Laboratory. The report of is authored by Mr. Charlton. is that
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, yeah. So yeah, it looks like there is a
Anyone? Well, no, you guys won't. No, we went down on Facebook. Never mind.
fire bullets that were asked to be compared against the firearm.
Okay, and according to that report, the firearm depicted here in People's 23 was the firearm used in the Oxford High School attack on November the 30th, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Sir, in your crime scene processing of the Oxford High School, how many times was that gun shot inside the high school?
32 times.
Your Honor, I just want to make sure 32 is it, or I'm sorry.
How many
23 is
times did he hit
admitted.
the target?
Yeah, 23.
I have no objection to it.
Okay.
Everyone needs to sew up to Legally Live
guess you
too.
admitted.
I'm putting her link in the chat now.
23 is admitted?
That's the one
Thank you,
below.
Judge. I have
me.
nothing further.
You have nothing further?
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
We have no questions. Thank you.
All
right.
can you step down?
Good enough.
You're excused.
This is the last
Oh,
witness
thank
for
God.
today, according to the judge.
I'm going to release you until 8:30 tomorrow morning. It's not supposed to snow, is it? I think we're moving pretty well. So I'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. Any questions about the schedule? Everybody okay?
That's the end of day
Apparently.
4.
We'll see you at 8:30.
I'm gonna see if there's any
Stay healthy.
issues
Have a good one.
that the court's going to address. All right, so McKinley, thoughts, feelings, emotions?
I'm just still mad about the fire I started, but other than that, no, I think it's.
Did you
it's
start a
kinda-
fire in the
Huh?
fireplace?
No, in the oven.
Look, you got a new sub already.
Oh, thank you.
Hang on.
I'm about to go
to
over to
ask again with the prosecutor tonight, let me know who they're calling tomorrow. And I'm also asking if they are going to be done before the end of the week or by the end of the week, only because I have witnesses subpoenaed. I need to give them some idea. I have one witness who would need an interpreter that I've arranged, and so I want to make sure
Is that the house cleaner?
Language,
She should be
yeah,
fired.
that's,
language.
Okay, did we help you with that?
No, I just did
Seriously.
it privately through an agency.
Oh, okay,
But I need to be able to coordinate to get the interpreter here.
okay.
I would agree with that assessment, Andrew.
Can I have the deputies bring her down?
Didn't
Yeah.
move the needle at all.
exactly.
I want to do one or the other.
That's a good way to sum it up
Is
today.
this something that we need to?
Didn't move the needle.
No. With her? Okay, so can we take her down? They're holding the door, right? Thank you.
There's one hallway back there, and the jury room is off to one side, and the inmate goes off to the other, and you don't want them bumping into each other. Nope. We're not ending the feed yet, are we? It sounds like we'll be back at 8:30. So
Yeah, she does, Cindy Lou.
what's that?
She looks more and more haggard every day, Jennifer.
Yeah, she does. She absolutely does.
So sad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the last 2 years being in Oakland County Jail, this is not a good advertisement for Oakland County Jail. We just saw like 30 minutes of solid video of her just sitting there looking young and healthy and thin, and she looks like a grandmother now. Let's see.
Yeah, she
why
really does.
I don't know why the ATF guy stays there. He's creepy though. And if you guys don't know who we're talking about, this is from day one. This dude looks like he eats people. Just saying. You might, right? I mean,
He kind of looks like a vampire a little.
yeah. He definitely looks like he eats people. So let's see. We have full volume. I don't know what's going on. Let me skip forward because we are a few minutes behind, or like a minute or so. See if we get any sound back or if they're addressing anything. Still no sound. The defendant is out, so they're not going to be talking about anything fundamental. They're not going to be arguing any motions. So we're pretty much done. All right. So that is the end of day 4 of this case. I think Andrew said it best. I really don't have anything else to add. Oh, wait, hang on.
All right.
Oh,
Hang on, did I-
just in time for the bye.
Oh, that was it? All rise, the judge is leaving?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, nothing else then. Yeah, I don't really have anything else to say other than it was a waste of day. It didn't move the needle at all. I think Andrew hit the nail on the head with that. Do you have anything else to add? I mean, just sitting and watching
No,
this.
no, that was a long day though. I can't imagine how it felt for you.
It was a bit of a struggle today. I ripped off my microphone cable, and that has caused all kinds of issues.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw Judge is back, but now she's gone again.
A different Andrew, you.
Who?
She
Who's
asked
the-
Andrew. I think she thought like Bronca maybe. It wasn't Bronca, right? Oh, your microphone's totally gone.
No, I muted myself.
Oh, okay.
I was just seeing if for some reason someone said that the yeah, no, they're done. Okay.
Yeah.
So yep, no, court is done for today. Just trolling. Thanks. All right. Well, I don't have anything else to say really, other than yeah, it was a wasted day. We heard from a few witnesses, but nothing really moved the needle. The biggest frustration I had in this case today was that the one coworker witness was just fine on cross, and then, or I'm just fine on direct, and then cross seemed to weaken the case for the defense. So that's that would be my only criticism. Jojo with a $10 super sticker saying thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the super sticker. And with that, I'm going to put a link up for tomorrow morning. I'm going to try to go all day again. We'll see how it works rather than breaking at lunch. So we'll be going live again at 8:30 Eastern. And with that, McKinley, you have anything coming up?
No, I don't.
We were going to talk for a minute,
need
so you had something going on.
I was
No?
gonna say excited utterance. Look, it's Andrew Underhill. Wait, I already
Underhill.
lost his name. Underhill. There we go.
Yeah, that's who said it.
Yep.
Andrew Underhill.
Oh, I'm gonna go over to Nick's channel to do Young Thug. Is what I was.
Oh,
Gonna say.
okay. Well, you guys could go catch Legally Live McKinley over there because I'm sending you guys there right now. So go check that out. Let me make sure this is set up right before I do that. If I don't have my redirects ahead of time, then I get all frustrated. No, we are all set. So, all right, you guys are going to head over to Nick, go see some Young Thug drama. This is the RICO trial out of Georgia. This is the test run for Donald Trump. So it's all kinds of shenanigans. The state has no clue what they're doing. They're making a giant mess, even worse than this defense attorney. So go check that out. So tell Nick I said hi, and I will see you all tomorrow morning for day 5 of the Jennifer Crumbley homicide trial. Thank you.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed, 'cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger, stay prepared. I've got my weapon and I got my prayers, 'cause